Chapter 451 Eating Poop. The broken corpses are floating and the sea is stained with blood. One after another, the bodies of mist ninjas were not even intact. In a place like the sea without any shelter, the killing range of an airburst bomb can be as high as a few hundred square meters. What's more, dozens or hundreds of high explosive bombs exploded almost simultaneously, leaving no room for the fog ninja to escape. Some people may think they can escape by diving into the sea. But the prerequisite is to dive deep enough. Even in the water of several meters deep, the body will be torn apart by metal fragments. Under a round of bombing, at least some of the little half-mist ninjas turned directly into corpses or disabled people. Silence. The battlefield instantly became silent. You know, these are not ordinary people. They lost so much in one go, and it was a one-sided loss. They didn't even have a chance to pay back. The unlucky guy who died under Lei Dun said otherwise. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would? Can you believe it? But this round of bombing is just the beginning. After the pilot who dropped the bomb raised his altitude, the remaining pilots of the 5th detachment lowered their altitude tacitly, and then fired. One kunao was shot out from the kunao gun on the rack at high speed. He did not carry a detonating talisman. No matter how many detonating talismans the castle tower had, they couldn't withstand such use, so they didn't distribute them. Shooting from the air to the ground does not have too many advantages. A famous fog ninja was shot through the body by a kunao. Disperse and retreat. Lin Kainyayali commanded loudly. It's not that she is timid, it's that the remaining people are completely demoralized now. It's good that they didn't collapse on the spot, so how dare they continue to attack? The point is to kill alone, there is no way to fight back. If one were as proficient in lightning escape as she was, it would still be possible to hit those flexible aircraft at high altitudes. But most of the mist ninjas only know water escape, and not many people know thunder escape, so don't even think about fighting back. What can I do if I don't run away? Can I stay where I am and be shot as a target? Run away. What are those? Don't come here, stay away from me. After receiving the order, the mist ninja retreated in panic. Looking at this scene, all parties have different moods. Is this an airstrike? Ye King murmured to himself. She occasionally heard Tang Ping mention these things, but she didn't make a deep impression at the time. But now, the impression is definitely profound. In the past, it would take a long time and a lot of losses to kill hundreds of enemy ninjas. But now? Just a moment can cause such terrible damage. The most important thing is, it was not the ninja who caused all this, but ordinary people. In the past ninja wars, ordinary people were not qualified to intervene at all. The most they could do was act as a support force to assist. But after today, this concept will change. Ordinary people can not only participate in ninja wars, but can even act as the main force. This is definitely a disruptive change. At the same time, it is a threat to the major ninja villages. Because compared to the number of ordinary people, there are even 1/10,000th of the number of ninjas. Less than. Although ninjas have countless ways to deal with ordinary people, even if they exchange at a ratio of 1 to 100, ninjas cannot afford it. It sounds like it is not good news for the castle tower. Because they are also ninja forces. But how do they know why Dohei did this? If they take the ninja route, the 5 major ninja villages have accumulated too much. Even if the castle tower develops faster, the probability of surpassing the 5 major ninja villages is not high, at least not in a short time. However, just change the track. It is not difficult to directly drag the opponent to a new track and then use your own advantages to surpass the opponent. After overturning the current war mode, everyone will start again. At that time, the advantage of the castle tower should not be too big. It can only be said that Dohei has good intentions to surpass the 5 major ninja villages. And his good intentions have indeed played a huge role. At least Ye King was shocked. Hinata Kangyu, Uchiha Xiang, Yamaji Koji, Honglian, and other high-level officials of the castle tower are in the same mood. In the past, they could only vaguely sense from the usual training that their new tactical system would bring a huge impact to the ninja world. But after seeing the actual performance on the battlefield, everyone knew it. Eating shit, times have changed. In the future, the Ninja World War will no longer be a one-man show for ninjas, and ordinary people can only wait for the results. Perhaps the happiest ones are the nobles? After all, they used to have population and wealth, but in terms of military power, they had no possibility of matching the ninja village. That's why they had to constantly provoke ninja world wars and conflicts to prevent the ninjas from becoming stronger or united. But now, seeing the opportunity to surpass the ninjas, they will definitely invest madly. Force is so important, how can it be more comfortable to be in the hands of others than in your own hands? There was no way before, and money was useless. Now it's different. As long as they can let ordinary people fight against ninjas, they don't care how much money and resources they spend. It sounds beautiful. But in fact, it's just a beautiful bubble. If Tohei had taken the scientific route, these nobles would have had a chance. But who made him take the chakra and science route? He had to be good at both areas to have a chance to overtake. Just kidding. Even if he wanted to surpass the 5 major ninja villages, it didn't mean that he really gave the nobles a chance to rise. So, no matter whether it was the ninja village or the nobles, it was impossible for them to surpass him in the new era that was about to begin. Strategy. Subverting the previous war model was a complete conspiracy, and there was no fear that the major forces would not follow suit. If it was just shock and amazement on our side, then the Mist Ninja side was a nightmare. I didn't expect it. Nagaya Takashi muttered to himself. How could he not understand at this time that the situation on his side was completely over, and there was no hope of a comeback at all? Get on the boat, disperse and retreat. He shouted and ordered, and at the same time chose to stay where he was to cover the rear for the troops. Well, the Mist Ninja army was defeated, and they had to give an explanation anyway, and he, as the main general, was naturally the best person to give an explanation. What a pity. Nagaya Takashi's idea was indeed good, but in fact it was wrong. Because the flying troops rushed in, the target of the attack was not him at all, but the ships and ninjas behind him. His so-called rear guard could not stop the aircraft at all. Air combat ability. It is definitely the least ability in the ninja world. The most famous one is naturally Onoki, but apart from that, there are not many people with this ability. Now that the castle tower has taken out such an air force, it is naturally a dimensionality reduction strike. One by one, airburst bombs were thrown down from high altitude. Due to the demonstration of the unlucky guy before, this time, for safety reasons, they were thrown from hundreds of meters high. At this distance, the kunao could not be aimed, but the airburst bomb did not matter. Anyway, it was a large-scale bombing, so it was okay if it was thrown crooked. Use money to hit people. Each airburst bomb not only has a difficult metal shell to manufacture, but also has 5 detonating tags inside, which means that the cost price of one is hundreds of thousands of taels. This is the cost. There are dozens or even hundreds of bombs in any round, which means that each round of bombing costs more than 100 million taels. It is definitely Krypton gold. If it were the 5 major ninja villages, they would not accept such consumption at all. They would rather fight with the lives of ninjas. The castle tower can barely hold on because of its advanced system and the wealth it controls. Otherwise, it would go bankrupt regardless of victory or defeat. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosions resounded through the sea, and also played the music of the collapse of the Mist Ninja army. The only chance to survive is to drill into the deep sea. As long as you enter the seabed below 10 meters, the metal storm created by the air blast bomb will have no lethality. However, not everyone can react and have this ability at the same time. And people can dive, what about warships? One warship after another was blown to pieces and sunk. It was completely one-sided devastation. Uchiha Sho, who had originally brought a group of castle tower ninjas to help, stood blankly outside the bombing area and watched this hellish scene. Chapter 452 Nagai Takeyami, you don't want to see your companions die, do you? The bombing lasted for several minutes. At least several thousand air blast bombs were used, almost consuming all the ammunition carried. The rest were all on the aircraft carrier. The flames and metals almost turned this sea area into a dead and silent place, with only the sea water dyed red by blood and floating corpses. No matter what kind of ninjutsu it is, it can't withstand such intensive and continuous bombing. Of course, if it is Susanoo, Zerong's real body, etc. When the bombing ended, the sea surface suddenly calmed down. Even those pilots who were supposed to finish the job did not move. Because there was no need. The Mist Ninjas had completely lost their will to fight. Hundreds of warships, at this time, not even a piece of intact shipboard was left, and some Mist Ninjas who had just surfaced had no intention of fighting back. Yes, nearly half of the Mist Ninjas survived. For ordinary people, it is completely impossible to hold their breath for a few minutes on the seabed below 10 meters. But for the mist ninjas, most of them can do it. Therefore, it is not surprising that so many people can survive. Just surviving does not mean that they still have the courage to continue fighting. Now that the fleet has been completely destroyed, these mist ninjas have no way to retreat, not to mention that there are so many aircraft in the air, which can easily deal with them. In the air, Du Ping did not expect that the flying unit he built by himself would be so powerful. Although he knew that his tactics could definitely cause a dimensionality reduction attack on the ninja army. But because he had never fought in actual combat before, he did not have a clear understanding of this, so now he found that his tactics were really terrifying to the extreme under the blessing of the first sight killing. The first sight killing. It is the key point to achieve such a heaven-defying record. If the mist ninjas had been prepared, they would definitely be able to easily avoid the bombing. After all, apart from other aspects, some diving and camouflage ninjutsu are really not difficult to master. Once you master similar ninjutsu, you can easily move on the seabed tens or hundreds of meters deep. At that time, it is impossible to bomb the enemy. Therefore, the current air force is absolutely unmatched, but the effect will continue to decrease later. Ninjas are not stubborn professions, and they will immediately improve when they encounter problems. Step. Du Ping jumped from the aircraft to the sea surface. As for the aircraft, he threw it directly to Yamamakoji, who had brought Yekeng and hundreds of castle ninjas to join. Then he walked towards the mist ninja commander, Nagai Takashi. A person he didn't know before, and there was no trace of him in the original plot. Just like Uchihame, the Uchiha genius, who didn't appear in the original plot, she was a character who existed because of her own butterfly effect. I didn't know the other party before, but since the other party took the position of the commander of the Mist Ninja Army, the castle has been collecting intelligence on the other party, so Du Ping naturally knows a lot about him. I like him very much. He admired her both in terms of her ability and character. So when bombing just now, he deliberately ordered the bombers to avoid the enemy's position. Why not take the opportunity to completely annihilate the remaining Mist Ninjas? The reason is that they are needed. Although the castle tower has developed very fast, there are only more than 1,000 ninjas now, which is barely enough to maintain the current territory. But if you want to swallow the land of water, this number will not be enough even if it is multiplied several times. So it is definitely too late to slowly train ninjas, so absorbing ninjas is the easiest way. Mist ninjas. Naturally, they became the best target. As long as they are absorbed, there is no need to worry about the lack of manpower. As for the issue of loyalty, in Dohei's opinion, it is absolutely the simplest thing. As long as the benefits are sufficient and the treatment is good enough, there is no need to worry at all. With enough benefits and treatment, plus the realistic threat of force, there is no chance to subdue the Mist Ninjas. There are ninjas who would rather die than live in disgrace, but they are definitely not many. Being a ninja is just to protect the village and support the family, not for other reasons. Now the castle tower can provide better conditions, and there is also absolute military deterrence, so there is no need to worry about other things. Just like when the ninja village was founded, it was built by a large number of ninjas with deep hatred, and there was nothing wrong later, right? Even if they were dissatisfied when they first joined, as long as they enjoyed benefits and treatment far beyond the original, there would definitely not be many people who missed the previous hard days. What kind of life the Mist Ninjas lived, everyone knows. Anyway, like the Sand Ninjas, they are more refugees than refugees in the 5 major ninja villages. In this case, as long as the castle tower guarantees that their lives are much better than before, there is no need to worry about loyalty. With these premises, it is no wonder that Dohei did not let the flying troops take the opportunity to attack, but jumped down to persuade them to surrender. He walked up to the other party and spoke. Nagai Takayama, you don't want to see your companions die, so you want to surrender. At this point, Tang Ping naturally didn't need to play any tactics or routines, and just said one sentence. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Before, I was honest and low-key because I didn't have enough strength. Now I can't lie down, and my strength has grown again. If I continue to be low-key like before, I won't have much. It's not necessary. But, for some reason, Dohei felt a little ashamed. Because this sentence has a feeling of, Madam, you don't want to. Nagai Yingchen looked around and found that the ninjas of the castle tower had gathered behind the opponent, staring at them, as if one order would tear them apart. If there were only these enemies, he would have the confidence to win even if the opponent had more strong men, and at the very least he could break through, but... He looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with hovering aircraft, and once the two sides started fighting, they would launch a violent attack at the first time. Not to mention, the dozen steel warships also pointed their guns at this side at this time, and as long as there was a slight movement on their side, they would cover the firepower at the first time. General Ying Chen, don't listen to him, let's kill back to the village together. Lin Kainuyuri behind spoke. As a genius of the mist ninja, she would rather die than surrender. In the ninja world, death is the norm, so there are many who are ready to die. With her words, the other mist ninjas who had gathered here were also very excited and clenched their kunao. It seemed that as long as there was an order, they would fight their way out regardless of everything. No chance. Nagai Takashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. If there was a chance, he would never give up even if there was only a slight possibility. The other ninjas were indeed much fewer than them, but the flying force in the air was too terrifying, and the gap was completely desperate. There was no chance of escape at all. This was the sea, and all their ships were destroyed. Unless they killed all the other people and snatched those steel battleships, they could escape back. Otherwise, if there were no ships, what was the point of breaking out of the encirclement? It was just that with the air force, they might not be able to do anything to them, but the ships could not avoid the bombing. Once the ships were gone, they would have no chance of escape unless they could swim back. Hearing what Nagai Takashi said, all the mist ninjas were silent. Because they also understood that with those flying things in the sky, they could not escape at all. Not to mention, their morale was completely crushed in the bombing just now. The blood-red sea water under their feet and the floating corpses also calmed them down. After seeing that the mist ninjas behind him had calmed down, Nagai Takashi spoke with a knife in his heart. We surrender. If it was just him, he would never surrender. But if it was related to the safety of more than 1,000 mist ninjas behind him, he would have to surrender. Chapter 453 I don't care what you think, I care what I think. The war ended. Most of the mist ninjas were killed or wounded, and the remaining mist ninjas surrendered. In addition, Dohei made arrangements in advance and directly blocked the news. That's right. Early before the Air Force appeared, he had sent people to intercept flying messengers and communication ninjas, and also arranged interference barriers to ensure that the summoned beasts could not deliver messages. Unless the Mist Ninja has a special information transmission channel, the intelligence of this war will not be known to others for the time being. Of course, there may be some fish that slip through the net. After all, it is not difficult to hide in the sea to avoid interception. The problem is that what Dohei needs is not to completely block the news, just to buy some time. Blitzkrieg. He knows the advantages of this tactic. While his side has an overwhelming advantage, it is natural to make full use of it. Flying troops. Under the advantage of the first sight, it is invincible. With this advantage in hand, combined with the Blitzkrieg to raid the hidden mist village, it is enough to break the opponent's defense at one time. As long as the hidden mist village can be taken down first, the subsequent problems can be dealt with calmly. Fortress of the Crab Island. Others will be sealed with chakra and locked up on the island. Wait until I take down the hidden mist village, and then discuss how to deal with them. Dohei looked at Nagai Yingchen and Hayashi Kainuyuri in front of him and said what to do with them. More than 1,000 mist ninjas are not a small number. That is to say, they brought a lot of sealing ninja tools, which look similar to handcuffs, but with additional barriers, enough to ensure that those below the level of cage can be controlled, otherwise I would really be worried. As long as there is no chakra, the ninja is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, and it is impossible to explode. You. Lin Kainuyuri couldn't hold her temper, but didn't know what to say. Because she really didn't expect that the other party didn't want to negotiate with the village, but to take over the hidden mist village. If it was before the other party's air force appeared, she might think that it was just a dream to say so. After witnessing the devastating attack of the flying force, she knew that if she was not careful, the village might really be destroyed. When on the sea, you can still hide in the sea water. But as for the village, thinking of the bombs falling from the sky, representing the fire of death, Lin Kainuyuri's face was extremely ugly. Mr. Dohei, the village will surely give you corresponding compensation for this defeat. There is no need to take such risks. Besides, the major forces do not want to see the hidden mist village suffer any harm. Nagai Takashi knew very well that the hidden mist village at this stage really had no way to stop such a terrible enemy, so he tried to persuade from other aspects, and at the same time an implicit threat. Yes, both the nobles and Konoha are happy to see the Mist Ninja village attacking the castle tower. Once the castle tower invades Kirigakura village, if they find that there is a real possibility of success, then they will never allow it to happen. As early as he realized this, he had already sent out the news about today's battle. Presumably, the major forces will take action soon, right? He doesn't know about blocking messages. Really? Tang Ping was sitting at the top of the command room, with a group of high-level officials standing around him. His aura was full. He looked at the two people in front of him calmly and said, "As long as you break through Kirigakura village, you won't be able to get any compensation. Are you there?" The reason why he wasted a little time here was to pave the way for conquering the other party and make some repairs at the same time. Having drifted at sea for a few days before, it was natural to replenish and repair the aircraft, or at least put all the aircraft away, before heading towards Kirigakura village. But the major forces will never allow it, not even Konoha will agree. Nagai Takeyama was a little anxious. Because he doesn't think the other party is joking. With the other party's strength, he can really break through Kirigakura village. No matter how strong the traps and barriers are, they are unlikely to have much effect in the face of such a devastating attack from the sky. Therefore, he could only find a way to dispel Tang Ping's plan. It's a pity that he doesn't know that what Tang Ping wants is for him to be anxious. Indeed, the major forces will definitely not allow me to attack Kirigakura village, but as long as I can attack Kirigakura village before they react, they can't stop me, right? There was a hint of amusement in Tang Ping's eyes. He was convinced of the other party. If the other party doesn't care about the village, there's really nothing he can do against the other party. But if the other party regards the village as more important than his own life, it should not be too easy to manipulate the other party. That's right, but I think... Nagai Takeyama still wanted to try to persuade, but was interrupted. "I don't want you to feel it, I want me to feel it." Tang Ping's overbearing president said, "If you don't want to see Kirigakura village destroyed, it's best to do things for me." This can be regarded as a complete picture. Hidden Mist Village is the best tool to conquer the opponent. And having the other party around also allows him to better accept Kirigakura village. Even though they have Terumi Mei, who has worked together many times, it does not mean that the other party is on their side. Therefore, Nagai Takeyama is a very good helper. High prestige, strong ability, neutral faction, loyal to Kirigakura village. He is simply the best tool man. If you just destroy Kirigakura village, of course you don't need to go to such trouble, but if Tohei wants to annex it, then you need an agent. Using the castle tower's top management forcefully will only arouse dissatisfaction and internal strife. Yes, even if Kirigakura village has not been taken yet, Tenhei is already making arrangements to digest the opponent. "I will not betray the village." Nagai Takeyama flatly refused. The reason for surrendering just now was to preserve the surviving Mist Ninja, but that didn't mean he really surrendered. At the same time, he didn't think that the other party could win the Kirigakura village. It's not that the fighting power is not enough. But after the major forces received the news from themselves, they should use various methods. At the same time, the village should also receive a warning. It is absolutely impossible for the opponent's flying force to cause such terrible damage like it did today. Tenhei actually knew very well about Nagai Takeyama's thoughts, but he did not expose them. If you don't let the other party see something with your own eyes, you will definitely not give up. It's almost time, take them and set off. Tang Ping stood up and left the command room with everyone. Next. Just use Blitzkrieg to raid Kirigakura village. Etc. Hello. However, facing Tohei's actions, both Nagai Takeyama and Hayashi Yuri were at a loss. Shouldn't we continue to persuade them? What does it mean to suddenly throw them aside after chatting like this for a few words? The team left the fortress and happened to see the Liang fleet that had recovered its aircraft and was resting. This. Lin Kainyayali could hardly believe what he saw. She was already surprised when she saw those dozen steel battleships before. But now? Those dozen steel battleships looked much smaller compared to those huge aircraft carriers. It's like the difference between a lion and a hound. Nagai Takeyama thought more. He looked at the aircraft carrier runway, and at the same time he understood where the flying troops appeared from. "I really didn't expect that your castle tower would be able to develop such a thing." He sighed softly. When Tang Ping heard this, he chuckled and said, "No, it's our castle tower." He was full of confidence in his words, because once the other party joins the castle tower, they can indeed say you can't possibly succeed. Nagai Takayama still strengthened his confidence. Presumably, the village is already preparing defense measures. As long as the time is delayed a little, other forces will also react. No matter how strong the castle tower is, it will not be able to challenge the entire ninja world on its own. Yet. Tang Ping answered mysteriously, then looked at the other person and chuckled silently. Soon, the other party's last confidence will be destroyed by you, and by then, you will become one of your own. Soon, enter the team. The boat sets off. Chapter 454 Agent Mizu Cage. Hidden Mist Village. The situation is extremely bad at this time. The Mizu Cage building and the surrounding area were destroyed in the previous battle. There may not be too many dead villagers, but there are a lot of ninjas, and there are also a lot of destroyed places. Fortunately, Terumi Mei was there and killed the three tails directly and forcefully. The fourth Mizu Cage didn't even say a last word and was directly corroded into ashes. At this time, the village's top officials were all discussing at the temporary command office. I think the most important thing for the village now is to elect the fifth generation Mizu Cage. A senior executive suggested. That's right. Others echoed. The conference room suddenly turned into a repeater conference. They all expressed their intention to choose Mizu Cage. And naturally there is only one person who caused all this. Master Yuan. At this time, he was sitting on the left side of the conference table in obscurity. If no one knew the truth, no one would have dared to imagine that it was this bald old man who, a few days ago, forcibly led others to kick the controlled fourth Mizu Cage off his throne. And Mei Terumi was sitting at the top, with Ao on her left who was wearing an eye patch, and on her right was a young man who was wearing glasses and had a weak temperament. None of them spoke, which seemed a bit out of place. Ahem. Two coughs from the lower left hand directly silenced everyone in the conference room. Because the sound was made by Master Yuan. I think it will take some time to choose a new Mizu Cage. During this time, how about letting someone act as Mizukage's deputy first? This is his real goal. The process of choosing Mizu Cage is very troublesome, and if it is lacking, the legitimacy will be questioned. Therefore, it would be a good idea to represent Mizu Cage first. Not only can you get the power first, but you can also use this position to accumulate reputation. I think only Terumi Mei-sama can take on this important responsibility. Ching, who was first on the left, suddenly spoke. And his words attracted a lot of resentful looks. You've licked it so hard, are you going to give us a way to survive? The senior executives in the conference room naturally knew who Master Yuan wanted to promote. They were not opposed to it. They just wanted to pave the way and slowly push the person out, so that they could let nature take its course. Keking said this as if they were unwilling to let Terumi Mei take over. But in fact, they really don't object. After all, in this critical time, a strong person is needed to assume the position of Mizu Cage. Terumi Mei is impeccable in terms of ability and strength. No one can compete with her for this position. Plus, with the support of the Genshi, how can they object? Second the proposal. I also think it's okay for Terumi Mei-sama to temporarily replace the Mizu Cage. Whoever dares to object, I will never spare him. What can other people do? They are also desperate. They can only lick each other harder than the other. If you really dare to stand up and object, you might end up committing suicide by being hit with 17 kunao. Let's get down to business. Terumi Mei didn't bother to play with them and said directly, now the frontline troops are preparing to invade the country of fire and force the other party to negotiate with us. Now let the envoys prepare. The plan was sent before, and both she and Master Yuan thought it was a good tactic. After all, it is just to break through the defense line of Port Eunice Island and land directly in the Kingdom of Fire, not to attack the castle tower. It is indeed to obtain the maximum benefit at the minimum cost. The key is that in this way, the weakness of Kirigakure village can be well concealed. After getting down to business, the village senior officials also began to discuss seriously. Genshi, who was sitting in the corner, was pleased to see Terumi Mei, his superior, who had matured, and was extremely satisfied with his performance. She is outstanding both in terms of strength and ability, so it's no wonder that she has to be pushed to the top. But there is another reason for hastily pushing him to the top. I can't do it anymore. In the previous battle, Master Yuan used his secret technique to unleash a peak attack. For him, an old man who was approaching his twilight years, the burden was too heavy. Therefore, he must help the other party to his position before death. It was with this in mind that the other party was allowed to serve as the acting Mizukage first, and then officially become the Mizukage through election. As for the shadow of a village, is it chosen by the villagers? Sorry, just listen to this. The real election is nominated by the village's senior leaders and voted by the Jounin. Does this have anything to do with ordinary villagers? Therefore, all the obstacles to Terumi Mei's rise to power have been overcome, so there is no need to worry at all. While Genshi was thinking about this, he heard Terumi Mei's questioning voice. How is the situation on the front line? Have you broken through the defense line of Port Eunice Island? And the answer I got was, Master Ying Chen has not sent back any information in the past 2 days. The ANBU minister also felt a little strange. With more than 5,000 people on our side versus 1,000 people, it can be solved in one go. There is no reason why we should not even bother to send a report, right? Nagai Takayama didn't send back any information. Master Yuan, who had been acting as a mascot, suddenly asked. Yes, Elder, Lord Ying Chen. The newly appointed Anbu chief hurriedly reported. Yuan Shi's prestige is no joke. He doesn't dare to hide anything and directly discloses everything. All said out. It's nothing strange to say, it's just that the intelligence was not sent back 2 days late. It's not a big deal. After all, the front line is a battlefield, and it's not strange to encounter accidents. But he didn't notice that the faces of Master Yuan and Terumi Mei were getting more and more solemn. There's a problem. Asterisk 2. This thought came to their minds at the same time. Because they all knew that Nagai Takayama took the rules very seriously, and it was impossible for him to delay the intelligence. And the front line was the absolute advantage of the Mist Ninja Army, plus those hired ninjas, the number exceeded more than 5,000, and the enemy they faced was only thousands of castle ninjas. In this case, it would be strange if there was no problem if they could delay the sending back of intelligence. However, even if they knew that something might happen at the front line, they had no way of knowing what happened. Send the Anbu immediately, I want to know what happened as soon as possible, and raise the alert level to the highest level. Terumi Mei suddenly stood up and ordered. And his order also made everyone a little confused. It was normal to dispatch the Anbu, but they felt that it was unnecessary to raise the alert level. There was a large army of mist ninjas on the front line, and the enemy should be the most vigilant, not them. After giving the order, Mei Terumi explained. It would be easy to say if it was someone else, but if it was Uchiha Tohei. The meaning of her words was very clear, that is, Uchiha Tohei was definitely an unexpected existence. When he first became a commander, he fought the Battle of Kikyo Mountain and defeated the Sand Ninjas at a disadvantage. The most exaggerated thing about the battles he commanded later was that he had never lost. Yes, the record was so exaggerated. Plus the intelligence she had contacted was enough to prove that this was an extremely terrifying enemy. Therefore, even if there was only a little abnormality, she would treat it as the biggest difficulty. Just then, a few hundred kilometers away from the Mist Ninja village, at the seaside, an astonishing number of fleets sailed out of the fog and came here. But they did not dock. Because there is no port here, small wooden boats can easily dock, but these large ships will run aground as soon as they approach the shore. Especially for steel warships, they even have to deliberately keep a considerable distance, otherwise the bottom of the ship with a very deep draft will be in trouble. Well, one disadvantage of steel warships may be their very deep draft. However, this is a disadvantage in shallow waters, but an advantage in deep waters, because they are more stable and resistant to wind and waves. The fleet slowly unfolded. With 5 aircraft carriers as the center, other warships spread out on both wings. Whoosh, whoosh. One aircraft after another took off along the runway. Each aircraft carrier has 15 takeoff runways, which means that so many aircraft can be launched at the same time. With 5 aircraft carriers flying at full speed, it only took less than half an hour to get 5,000 aircraft into the air. The lost personnel are fully compensated by the reserve troops. The flying machine that almost covered the sky was not the most shocking. What made Nagai Yingchen and Lin Kainuyuli feel the most incredible was naturally the following scene. Chapter 455, The Hidden Mist Village on the Eve of Destruction. Hey! The fiery sun accelerated towards the shore. Is this trying to sink the battleship? Nagai Yingchen and Lin Kainuyuli looked at each other and both had this thought in their minds. Because if they rushed over like this, there was no other possibility except to damage the battleship. By the way, the two of them were also on this battleship, and there were more than 1,000 ninja soldiers in the castle tower. But while speeding forward, the two also found something wrong. Not only was the speed of the battleship getting faster and faster, but why was the draft getting shallower and shallower? This is a steel battleship of tens of thousands of tons, not a small wooden boat weighing hundreds of pounds. How is it possible? Nagai Ying-chen muttered to himself with a pale face. As a leader of the Mist Ninja and a quasi-cage level warrior, what scenes has he not seen? But he has never seen this scene before. Because he found that the flat steel battleship he was riding on actually flew up. Yes, he has confirmed that he was not under an illusion, but really flew up. Although it was only a few meters above the water. But flying is flying, which is completely different from sailing in the water. If he could barely accept those small aircraft, it would be a bit unacceptable for the steel battleship weighing tens of thousands of tons to fly. So, his current worldview has been severely impacted. Well, it's not that no ninja can do this. For example, Nagato, who likes to carry rice, can make tens of thousands of tons of things levitate. In addition, Onoki can also make thousands of tons levitate. However, the consumption of this kind of ninjutsu is extremely terrible. Even if it can be done, the duration will definitely not be long. But now this is definitely not a ninjutsu, but a special technology. It is well known that technology can be copied. Ninjutsu is about idealism. Just because someone can do it doesn't mean others can do it. But as for technology, it can be copied once the conditions are met. The thought of a large number of steel warships floating in the air in the future is enough to make people despair. If Dohei knew what Nagai Takayama was thinking, he would definitely tell him that he was overthinking. Because the ground effect vehicle or floating warship like the Liang is really difficult to manufacture. It's not just a technical problem, but also a material problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't take a year or two to manufacture the Liang, but the second ship still hasn't appeared, right? As for Lin Kainyali, the slightly opened mouth never closed at all. The younger girl had no idea that such a huge steel battleship could actually fly. Full speed ahead! Tang Ping loudly ordered. Following his order, the Liang continued to increase at a speed that was not slow, and headed towards the hidden mist village under the strong wind. In the sky, the flying troops also raised their altitude and slowly followed the Liang diagonally above. If it were anyone else, even with the Liang, there would be no way to kill Kirigakure. Because the Kingdom of Water is not like the Kingdom of Wind, which is all flat desert. In the Kingdom of Water, there are a lot of mist, rivers, plants, mountains, and other terrains, which can be said to be extremely complex. However, since Tang Ping had the idea of developing a country of water, how could he not collect maps? Directly, the long-term task of drawing a map of the Kingdom of Water was released. At the same time, people are also sent to collect various intelligence during trade, so the castle tower has a more detailed and accurate map than Kirigakure village or the Kingdom of Water. Only with a map can we plan a route that is sufficient for the Liang. And he is not afraid of something happening to the Liang. After all, with him and Hinata Kangyu in charge, even if the situation is not good, it doesn't mean that they can't take action. Even then, whether the Mist Ninja still has the intention to attack this battleship is still one thing. Because the flying troops will attack first, and then they will be joined by Yamamakoji, Uchiha Sho, Hayakura, Uchiha Shizuka, and other cage-level elites, leading Gurren, Uchiha Inari, and other elites to charge. Faced with this kind of offensive lineup, Kirigakure village may not be able to withstand it even in its heyday, let alone its current state of disablement. Big handicap. It is indeed the best way to describe Kirigakure village at this time. First of all, the main force, the 3,000 Fog Ninja troops, is now half annihilated and half captured. Without this main force, the ninjas in the village were private armies and reserve forces of various ethnic groups. Then there was the big battle that took place a few days ago. In order to deal with the 4th generation Mizukage who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, many ninjas were lost, and many barriers and layouts were destroyed. Calculating this, the current situation of Kirigakure village is indeed extremely miserable. Facing the castle tower that had been planned for a long time, it was really impossible to resist. A distance of several hundred kilometers is a complete chasm for ordinary people, but it is nothing to ninjas. Flying troops and ground effect aircraft can ignore most obstacles. On the planned route, as long as there are no hills and woods, other terrain such as rivers, swamps, can be ignored. But the price is hundreds of kilometers away, almost twice the distance. It took almost a few hours. In other words, the flying troops can glide at high altitudes. This state does not consume chakra, otherwise they would not be able to withstand it long ago. At this point, in the middle of the night, we finally reached the Mist Ninja village. Late at night. Naturally, it was Tang Ping's carefully chosen timing. Kirigakure village is surrounded by fog, and the view during the day is just that. It would be better to attack at night, which may be more effective. Let the flames purify everything. Tang Ping looked at the dark fog ahead and issued an attack signal. Communicator. It is definitely one of the important tools that can change the mode of war. Although ninjas also have the ability to read words, it is too troublesome to prepare and there are many restrictions. There is no such convenience as a communicator. The flying troops were not in a hurry to rush down. First, hundreds of aircraft accelerated and dived directly towards the hidden Kiri village on the ground. They did not drop the items on the pylons until the fog broke through and they were only over 100 meters above the ground. It is also a spherical bomb, but it is not an air-burst bomb that mainly focuses on killing. When these hundreds of bombs fell to the ground, fierce, terrifying flames soared into the sky, lighting up the surrounding night. Incendiary bombs. And it's a good thing made using special materials from the ninja world and the natural energy of hot springs. When it burns, it is a pillar of fire that is several meters thick and more than 10 meters high, and it can continue to burn for a period of time. If used against ninjas, even genin would be useless, because it would be too easy to dodge. It can be used as lighting and positioning targets, which would be perfect. The pillars of fire soaring into the sky not only illuminated the Kirigakure village, but also dispersed the fog above the Kirigakure village. Whoa, whoa! After the flying troops saw the Kirigakure village exposed to the fire on the ground below, they lowered their altitude and started the attack. And this change naturally woke up the Kirigakure village. What happened? Terumi Mei got up tiredly after a long day and asked. Whoosh! A mist ninja Anbu appeared outside the room to report. Lord Mizukage, there are a lot of fires in the village, which has caused a lot of chaos. Yes, now it seems that there was just a fire, not an attack. But Terumi Mei is not a simple person, so she naturally noticed something strange. This is Kirigakure village. In a place that is humid all year round, it is not easy to even light a fire, let alone start a fire, or a large number of fires. Therefore, there is only one conclusion: someone is causing trouble. Let the villagers take refuge immediately and prepare to fight. Terumi Mei decided decisively. Even if you guess wrong, it's just a waste of time and a loss of prestige. But if she guesses correctly, she can save a large number of villagers, or even the village, so she is not afraid of taking the blame at all. Yes, Mizukage-sama. This Anbu immediately went to deliver the order. And Terumi Mei also put on combat equipment. Soon, fully armed, she joined Qing and Changshi who were coming, and then came to Master Yuan's home. But before she could speak, she and Master Yuan turned to look out the window. Chapter 456 Flower of Death. Fireworks. Fireworks bloomed over the village, forming the flower of death. Under the reflection of the light of the flame, the metal fragments spread with light, looking extremely beautiful. But under this beautiful scenery, there is death and destruction. Under the explosion of the detonating talisman, no building can withstand it, and it is as fragile as building blocks. The villagers and ninjas who escaped would be torn apart by metal fragments carrying terrifying kinetic energy that could penetrate gold and stone. Yes, indiscriminate attack. What Tang Ping is most unhappy with is that the time travelers, the Madonnas, are obviously enemies, but they tolerate ordinary people in every way, as if they are his ancestors. Brother, you are traveling through the ninja world. This world where human lives are inferior to dogs is not a silly and peaceful world. It is indeed a good thing to stick to the bottom line, but it does not mean that you choose to set shackles on yourself just because you have to worry about the other party, right? Therefore, when Dohei made the plan, he did not take the Kirigakure villagers into consideration, and even did so on purpose. There is only one reason. People are afraid of authority but not virtue. If you consider these villagers at every turn, do you believe they will take advantage of them? You only need to look at the villagers of Konoha to know this. Because of the favor of the will of fire, he immediately forgot his identity and rode on the head of the ninja. You dare to believe it when you directly scold Uchiha? This is the ninja world. A cruel and bloody world. But the Konoha villagers dared to treat Uchiha like this, and even Tang Ping had to admire their courage. In order to prevent the people in Kirigakure village from becoming unruly people, Tang Ping planned to give them a hard blow first. In this way, the effect will be better when you use Huero later. Give me a sweet date with a stick. It's definitely an easy-to-use method, so how could he not use it? Therefore, it can be seen that these airburst bombs have indiscriminate coverage. Ah! Help! Someone come and save me! Continuous screams sounded. And this scene also made all the fog ninjas stunned. Because at this time, let alone rescuing people, even self-protection was a problem. Indiscriminate explosions and metal storms swept everything, and ninjas were no better than ordinary people. However, in the face of such an attack, the ninjas reacted extremely quickly. Only the first round of metal storm caused heavy losses, and they immediately found shelter to hide afterward. Of course, the shelter you find must be thick enough. Ordinary wooden boards or walls are really unable to withstand metal fragments carrying terrifying kinetic energy. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. Water escape. Water gun technique. One by one, the water escapes lifted into the sky and flew towards the dark sky. Well, even if they can't see the dark night sky clearly, it doesn't prevent them from launching a counterattack. The attack range of these water escapes exceeds tens of meters or even hundreds of meters, which seems extremely far away. The problem is that the bomb-dropping aircraft are all hundreds of meters high. Before there was no incendiary bomb lighting, nothing could be seen clearly at this height, and everything below was surrounded by fog. But because the pillars of fire not only illuminated Kirigakure village, but also dispersed the fog, subsequent airburst bombs could be accurately thrown from an altitude of several hundred meters. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising if the airburst bomb would deflect outside the village. The gorgeous fireworks continued to explode in mid-air, completely unaffected by water release. Step. Terumi May jumped to the top of a building, and then formed a seal with her hands. The art of boiling escape and clever mist. A huge amount of acid mist spread and blocked the village like a cloud. If it were acid liquid, it would certainly not be able to cover much of the area, but if it turned into acid mist, the area covered would be countless times larger. It is extremely corrosive. Even the carapace of the three tails can be corroded quickly, let alone airburst bombs. This special bomb has a thin outer shell that is dozens of times thinner than the artillery-launched version. Only with the engraved lines can it explode inside and turn into metal fragments with amazing lethality. But the thin shell could not withstand this layer of terrifying acid mist, and it melted as quickly as snow touching a flame. With this layer of acid mist, the airburst bombs would be unable to explode because they would be corroded before they hit the ground. Water escape. Kirigakure's art. Other fog ninjas also used this auxiliary ninjutsu. Now they also understand that the water escape attack is useless and is useless against unknown enemies in the air. It is better to use this ninjutsu to cover up the intelligence. However, there are hundreds of pillars of fire's existence made it impossible for the fog to exist for long, so they could only find a way to solve it. The continuous bombing stopped after a long time. It's not that they want to stop, but they can't stop. Detonating talisman. It's used up. The previous battle on the Crab Island had consumed thousands of them, plus the usual consumption. Even if there were more detonating talismans, they couldn't withstand the use. That is, the castle tower has been stockpiling, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. It can only be said that this new tactic, apart from other aspects, is really expensive. But this is also right, there is an old saying that is very clear. Only Krypton gold can make you stronger. JPG. After the bombing from the sky stopped, there was still no movement in the hidden mist village, for fear that the sound would attract bombing. However, other attacks only started at this time. Hey! The sound of the whistling wind continued to sound, and it also blew away the dense fog. Violent. First, a series of incendiary bombs continued to ignite the flames that had been extinguished by the mist ninjas. It is not easy to make incendiary bombs, but there are not so few of them, so another round was launched. The village, which was originally trapped in darkness and fog, suddenly became extremely bright. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, kunai were shot down one by one, killing the mist ninjas hiding behind the cover. Water style. Water array wall. Mei Terumi began to fight back. Wow! A large amount of water flow rotated around her, blocking these kunai. Kunai could not break through the water array wall, especially under the premise of a cage-level strongman. Mei Terumi had guessed at this time that this horrible bombing was caused by the castle tower. After seeing the appearance of the aircraft that killed at low altitude, how could she not guess who the raider was? Don't forget, what is the most famous sport of the castle tower? Hang gliding. Although these aircraft in the sky are different from hang gliders, it is obvious that they are completely of the same lineage. It would be strange if they could not recognize them in this case. The castle tower is coming. Everyone, evacuate the villagers and prepare to fight back. Mei Terumi commanded loudly. This round of bombing caused a lot of casualties to the villagers, but it was not too big for the ninja. Except for the sudden attack at the beginning, which caused a lot of losses, there were few results in the later battles. After all, there are too many places in the village that can serve as shelters, so it is not difficult to hide. And the flying unit is just a simple hunting. Who let the flying unit just develop now, and the only attack methods are kunao and airburst bombs. Forget about using ninjutsu, because this flying unit is composed of ordinary people. Even if the chakra core is used to allow them to use some ninja tools, it does not mean that they can really release ninjutsu. Anyway, Dohei has already been determined to train a real air combat unit. The power of ordinary people controlling aircraft and ninjas who are proficient in wind escape is completely different. However, the students recruited from the wind country who can use wind escape in the castle tower are now in training, and it will take some time before they can join the flying unit. War of attrition. The flying unit never thought that they could conquer the hidden mist village directly through air attacks. But it's okay. The flying unit just needs to consume the physical strength and chakra of the mist ninjas. There are others who really want to fight street fighting. Time passed quickly. The sky began to brighten, and the flying unit began to return. After all, the pilot's physical strength is not unlimited, and their ammunition is also exhausted. Even if they don't leave, it will be useless. At this time, the hidden mist village also welcomed the attackers. A huge metal warship, even taller than a building, flew from the east of the hidden mist village. Chapter 457 Break into the village. The fiery sun. Bathed in the morning light, it seemed as if it was covered with a layer of gauze, and it seemed irresistible. How can you stop a steel warship of tens of thousands of tons? At the bow of the ship, there was a handsome black-haired young man wearing a black combat uniform with his arms folded. On the left and right were figures of different shapes but extraordinary momentum. Around these figures were the castle tower ninjas like the moon surrounded by stars. The formation was full. Swish! The fiery sun flag at the highest point of the battleship was blown up by the strong wind. The tired mist ninjas who had fought hard for half the night just happened to see the approaching fiery Sunday. The mentality collapsed. Because they were bombed first and then harassed by the flying unit for half the night, their energy and chakra were in danger. Even if they were commanded by Mei Terumi and asked them to take turns to deal with it, they retained some chakra and physical strength. But when facing something beyond common sense like the fiery sun, they were particularly shocked. This is... The Yuanshi came to Mei Terumi. After last night's attrition war, he was already in a bad state and was completely exhausted. Elder, leave it to me next. A trace of worry flashed across Mei Terumi's charming face, and then she suggested in a firm tone. It's not that he wants to seize power, but he is simply worried about the other party's health. No, I won't live long. It's more meaningful to do something for the village in the end, isn't it? The master shook his head and rejected the proposal. Today is a matter of life and death for the hidden mist village. How could he retreat? What a big ironclad ship! It can actually fly. Is there such a terrible thing in the castle tower? No matter how well trained the mist ninjas are, they can't face the fiery Sunday. Something beyond common sense is still not much different from ordinary people. Just by looking at it, they realized something was wrong. Why didn't you slow down? And not only did it not slow down, it also accelerated and hit it. Terumi Mei was a little confused. She felt that the castle tower did not respect martial ethics. At this time, shouldn't we have a few words before starting a fight? Spread out. In the end, she could only give this order. Facing such a terrifying behemoth, there is no way to stop it. Things like barriers have not been repaired yet. Fortunately, Dohei didn't know Terumi Mei's psychological activities, otherwise he would have told her that she was in a hurry. Time is his greatest enemy. Although he tried his best to block the news, the major forces may already know the details of the battle on Port Eunice Island. Maybe the messenger is on his way now. If we were more decisive, reinforcements might already be on the way. Not to mention other aspects, just send Jinkriki or shadow-level experts to help. If Dohei doesn't want to try to challenge the ninja world one-on-one now, he must give up this opportunity. Once he gives up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it will be completely impossible for the major forces to give him such an opportunity again in the future. So he is really rushing for time. As for why you didn't attack at night last night? Sorry, bombing does not distinguish between friend and foe, so once the ground troops enter, the flying troops will withdraw. Even using Kunao support is difficult to do. Because at night, air attacks can easily accidentally injure friendly forces. Therefore, the tactics are arranged like this. Bombing first, then harassment and attrition, and finally the ground troops came to engage in street fighting to defeat the mist ninja who were already at their limit. Anyway, Buff Tang Ping has already stacked up his side. If he still can't win, then he should stop dreaming and go back to sleep. Koji. Tang Ping looked at the other party. After receiving the order, Koji Yamama stepped forward. Wearing white armor, he looked tall and strong, with an intimidating aura. Relief. Green chakra exploded, setting off a strong wind that enveloped itself. The 8 art of evading armor. For him, who has a large amount of special supplies, this forbidden technique of squeezing the body can be used as a normal one. 0. A layer of blue electricity appeared on Uchiha Sho's body. Thunder clothes, thunder escape chakra mode. This technique can be used directly. Interesting. Fireballs also appeared around Yekang, but now they controlled their power and did not release heat, otherwise the people around him might be dried out first. 3 shadow-level experts rushed forward at the same time, directly clearing the way for the Liang. Yes, Dohei's plan is to use the Liang to crash into the Kirigakure village, and then let the castle tower ninjas on the ship defeat the Kirigakure ninjas in one fell swoop. It seems like an unnecessary move and puts the Liang in danger. But in fact, it is necessary to do so. The blazing sun is not used for fighting, but for viewing and intimidation. For example, just like a tailed beast, even if it doesn't take action on the battlefield, it will bring great pressure to the enemy. The same is true for the Liang. Don't think this is an exaggeration. Regardless of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, a large part of the reason why the two were able to intimidate the ninja world in the first place was because one possessed the Susanoo and the other possessed the Ibokujin no Jutsu. After all, on the battlefield, no matter how strong you are, only the people around you can feel it, but tailed beasts, Susanoo, Bokuto, can be seen and felt by everyone on the enemy. The impact on morale can be imagined. The same is true for the Blazing Sunday. Rumble. The huge hull directly smashed into the east gate and the wall, and directly crushed into the hidden mist village. Ordinary people are mostly evacuated now. They are not afraid of accidental injuries and can take action at will. Anyway, it's not your own territory that's being damaged, so there's no need to feel bad. To be honest, Tang Ping thought it would be best to break it. He doesn't care even if it destroys the loot. For him who has mastered the demons, how difficult can it be to build a new Kirigakure village? And after the Kirigakure village was bulldozed, the opponent's history and culture could be erased, making it easier for him to absorb it. After being baptized by the torrent of information, Tang Ping naturally understood how to integrate a force. History, culture, etc., just start from these aspects. The history before time travel has given him too many successful examples. In other words, the ninjas are all scholars, but they are none ordinary people. They don't care who rules them, they will be squeezed anyway. Cosmic Phantom. Koji Yamama, who was rushing at the front, opened his weapon wide and killed Terumi Mei who was blocking the front. Uchiha Sho and Yekang were on the left and right, responsible for providing support and protection. This is Kirigakure village. One of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. It is not like the ordinary small ninja village where any cage-level strong person can push it, so be careful. Kill. Gurren commanded loudly, and at the same time, he shot towards the surrounding fog ninjas. Regardless of the number of people, the castle tower side has fewer people, but in terms of morale and state, their side has an overwhelming advantage. The number of fog ninja around may only be about 2,000. And many of them are of weak strength. The number is only this, which sounds unworthy of the name of one of the 5 great ninja villages. But Kirigakure village can only take the elite route because of its resources, and there are not many ninjas. Recently, the title of Blood Mist Village has been added, which has escalated the competition and internal fighting in the village to a higher level, and the number of ninjas has continued to decline. Subtracting the approximately 3,000 mist ninja troops on the front line, and the subsequent civil war losses of over 1,000, this is more than 4,000. Add these 2,000, which means that there are more than 6,000 mist ninjas in total, and this number is quite normal. After all, it has been less than 10 years since the Third World War, and there are not many new generation ninjas. Even including private armies, 6,000 ninjas is actually not bad. Crystal escape, the art of breaking crystals and subduing the dragon. Hong Lian formed a seal with his hands and immediately launched his killing move. Click! A long pink crystal dragon rose from the ground, carrying her in midair towards the mist ninja. Others also used their own methods. Fire escape. The art of powerful fireball. Wind escape. Gale wind palm. All kinds of ninjutsu are thrown out for free. Chapter 458 Uchiha Orthodoxy is in the castle tower. Killing indiscriminately. In the Kirigakure village at this time, the castle tower ninjas, who had sufficient ninja tools, were in excellent condition, and had high morale, were completely overwhelming the larger number of fog ninjas. What a miserable old man! And once injured, the castle ninja will take out a healing potion and drink it. It is equivalent to carrying a medical ninja with you. Even if you are seriously injured, you are guaranteed to survive and have the opportunity to return to the castle tower for treatment. It has to be said that the emergence of things like healing potions has directly greatly increased the survival rate of ninjas. But the detonating talisman is gone. The air burst bomb consumes too much. One requires 5. If the number is less than this, the power will drop geometrically. Therefore, in order to ensure enough air burst bombs, most of the detonating symbols are used to make air burst bombs. Originally, I thought that tens of thousands of air burst bombs would be enough. But after actually using it, I discovered that this quantity was really not enough. This still has the advantage of first sight kill. If not, if you want to achieve the same result, the amount consumed must be at least several times higher. But even if there are not many detonating talismans, the ninjas in the castle tower still have a huge advantage, and it is not a problem to fight against them. Especially those Uchiha ninjas. With sufficient resources and training, almost all the red-eyed members have opened the Sharingan. Once you have the Sharingan, even the most basic Imagotama has the ability to transcend levels in battle. Generally speaking, Uchiha is definitely a fighting clan, the kind that got stronger the longer they fought in the Vietnam War. During the Warring States period, Uchiha was able to stand alongside the Senju. But after Tobirama, the second Hokage, sent him to the security department to deal with small things every day and not let him go to the battlefield at all, his strength declined rapidly. It's simply a conspiracy. After the Nagafusa lineage came to the castle tower, Dohei directly released their restraints and restored their Uchiha's glory. Now, the Uchiha in the castle tower no longer think that those of the same race in Konoha can represent Uchiha. Uchiha orthodoxy is at the castle tower. When these Uchiha faced the mist ninja who were in extremely poor condition, they could only be described as cutting melons and vegetables. Once they face each other, Uchiha Sharingan directly uses illusions. Even if he cannot control the mist ninja, as long as the opponent is affected, even if it is only for a moment, it is enough for Uchiha to harvest his life. No wonder that saying is spread among the ninja world. Facing Uchiha, one-on-one, if you don't escape, you will die. The Sharingan is so shameless. But when you know that Uchiha is on your side, then it's okay. Aboard the Liang. How long do you think these resistances can last? Dohei turned his head to look at Nagai Takayama, who had a look of astonishment on his face, and kept saying impossible and no reason in his mouth. He has been in this state almost from the beginning of the battle to now, even worse than the pale Yurilin next to him. It's impossible. I clearly spread the news in advance. How could the village? No, what did you do? Nagai Takayama instantly grasped the key point. Yes, he felt something was wrong since he didn't respond in advance when the village was attacked by air raids. Now he finally figured it out. If this happens, there is only one possibility. The news has not spread. In this way, he hoped that the village could block the castle tower's attack, and it would be difficult for major forces to come to relieve the siege. Tang Ping nodded and admitted. That's right, your information was not spread, or it was a step too late. No wonder the villains in various movies and TV dramas like to reveal the truth, because the sense of accomplishment of toying with the enemy is simply addictive. As expected. Nagai Takayama smiled bitterly. Although he had guessed the answer, he was still in pain. Because if this happens, it means that Kirigakure village is over. If there had not been a previous civil war, there might have been a chance to buy time and even block the castle tower's attack. But it was because of that civil war that all of this was directly destroyed. I wonder if I surrender now, is it still too late? After despair, Nagai Takayama smiled bitterly. Because he knew why the other party deliberately brought him along instead of staying on Port Eunice Island. It is to allow yourself to act as the other party's agent. Originally it was impossible for him to give in, but now he had to. Once he refuses, it will only plunge Kirigakure village into an abyss. At least if he is allowed to come, he can strive for the interests of the village within the tolerance range of the other party. Of course it's in time. Donhei was very satisfied with Nagai Takayama, who could recognize the situation in time. If the other party was really stubborn, he wouldn't dare to let him do things for him. Only smart people like this who care about Kirigakure village and have flexible and practical minds can safely absorb the castle tower system. As a smart person, it is impossible for the other party to seek death, and he also knows which places are not allowed to be touched. With the presence of Nagai Takayama, the lubricant agent, the castle tower can successfully digest Kirigakure. As long as nothing happens in the early stage, various benefits will follow, which is enough to ensure that Kirigakure village will surrender wholeheartedly. Just like the current castle tower forces, it doesn't matter which force those people came from before, but now, no one is willing to let them return to their original forces. The benefits are great, the system is transparent and competitive, and there is huge growth potential. As long as you are not out of your mind, you will know how to choose. Therefore, Dohei is not afraid that Nagai Takayama will do some fancy work for him. As time goes by, he will understand that Kirigakure village has become his own shape. I hope your future performance will not disappoint me. Tang Ping said something meaningful. He also did not say what the consequences of disappointing him would be. Because there is no need to tell the other party to understand that not only will he be unlucky, but Kirigakure village will also be unlucky. If I had said this before, the deterrent effect would not be too strong. But looking at the ruins where almost half of the village was flattened, these words made people shudder. Therefore, even if it was for Kirigakure village, it was impossible for Nagai Takayama not to serve the castle tower wholeheartedly. As for his methods, Hinata Kangyu on the other side secretly praised him. Although Tang Ping rarely pays attention to the internal affairs of the castle tower, he can definitely grasp the key once he takes action, and he has not missed any strategic points. It can be said that he is the absolute core of the castle tower that can grow to what it is today, relying on this ability. Now, he has subdued Nagai Takayama, a quasi-shadow that no one thought he could subdue, and people have no choice but to subdue him. As for Lin Yali, he had already crashed at this time and had no idea what to say. No matter how low her IQ is, she still understands that Nagai Takayama surrendered for the sake of the Mist Ninja. But in this way, the other party becomes the traitor of Kirigakure village, and is an existence that should be hated. Just when Dohei subdued Nagai Takayama, the battle situation also became tilted. One-sided. The castle tower has too great an advantage, so its attack is completely overwhelming. However, the fact that Gurren and others fought smoothly does not mean that everything went smoothly. At least Yamamakoji and the other shadow-level experts not only did not go well, they were also suppressed and beaten by others. Yes, Terumi Mei is so horny. With the limit of double blood inheritance, her chakra may only be quasi-shadow, but her combat power is definitely shadow level. But when facing this kind of situation in order to protect the village, it's like cheating, and it's almost reaching the level of strong shadow. Uchiha Donhei. Terumi Mei, carrying boundless anger, managed to survive Yekang's scorching escape attack, scorching half of her shoulder before she reached the fierce Sunday. Watching Terumi Mei coming towards him, Dohei waved his gloved right hand towards Koji Yamama from behind to stop his interception. At the end of the powerful crossbow, it cannot penetrate the silk element. The opponent has overdrawn his chakra and is at his limit at this time, and will fall at any time, so why should he be afraid? Although my condition is very poor, it does not mean that my ability to protect myself is weak. Besides, I have the best bodyguard around me. Seeing Terumi Mei kill on the deck, Dohei couldn't bear to turn his head away. It wasn't that he was afraid of danger, but that he couldn't bear to see the next scene. Chapter 459 Traitor, Nagai Takayama. Triple Divine Air Strike. The translucent fist roared out, instantly knocking Mei Terumi away as she tried to dodge, but to no avail. Relief. The other party hit the bow deck hard and fainted on the spot. He was already at the end of his strength and was injured, so it was naturally impossible to escape this blow. It was normal for him to faint. Snort. Sun Xiang Kengyu slowly closed her fist. Although she cannot use the exclusive ability of the Tsanjikan, it does not mean that she has no fighting ability. There is no problem at least using Divine Air Strike. The most important thing about this technique is the extremely terrifying chakra control and powerful insight. In these two aspects, there is no need to use the exclusive ability of the reincarnation eye, and it can also be used in the normal state. That is to say, he deliberately held back his hands. Otherwise, with the power of the triple divine aerial strike that can penetrate even hills, it would not be difficult to crush a mere flesh and blood body. Yes, Hinata Kangyu saw that Terumi Mei came here with the determination to die just now. It's just that their goal didn't include killing each other, so she held back. Otherwise, with her ruthless character, it would have been impossible to show mercy. Tang Ping, who turned his head, then turned back and nodded with satisfaction to Hinata Kangyu. It would be troublesome if you kill someone. Because what he wants is not the ruins and corpses, but to swallow up everything in the Mist Ninja Village. Eat it, so that it can expand rapidly. So it can destroy the Hidden Mist Village, but it cannot kill all the Hidden Mist Ninjas. If he really wants to kill all the Hidden Mist Village, he has many ways to do it with the advantage of the flying unit's first kill, and it won't be as troublesome as it is now. And the fall of Mei Terumi also made the morale of the Hidden Mist Ninjas, who were originally fighting to the death, fall to the bottom in an instant. It's your turn. Du Ping said to Nagai Takayama, who was standing behind him. The opponent's chakra has been drained, so even if he can move freely, he can't pose a threat. Otherwise, even if he has more life-saving abilities, Du Ping can't not restrict it. And there is only one meaning for his words. Let Nagai Takayama play a role. And if the opponent doesn't listen, then he really doesn't mind completely razing the Hidden Mist Village and killing all the Hidden Mist Ninjas. He would rather not have a Hidden Mist Ninja who is not easy to digest. As a smart man, Nagai Takayama naturally knew what Dohei was thinking, so he had no intention of refusing. He went straight to the bow, picked up the unconscious Terumi Mei, and shouted loudly to the Yuanshi and others below. Stop! While speaking, he stretched his right hand back. Snap! A kunao was thrown over by Dohei with an expectant look on his face. A letter of surrender. Now he was giving a letter of surrender to the castle tower. And nothing is more direct than threatening the Mist Ninja with Terumi Mei. The shadow of a village was threatened by him like this, even if the other party himself could not care, but others would definitely regard him as a traitor and a lackey. What else is more reassuring than this identity? Sure enough. It's no wonder that Dohei would take a fancy to the other party and find a way to make him his agent. Nagai Takayama took the kunao and placed it horizontally on Terumi Mei's neck, and added force with his right hand, causing a trace of blood to slowly flow out of the snow-white neck. If you don't want to see the Mizu cage die, stop it all. Nagai Takashi shouted again. This time, it was completely different from the previous time when no one paid attention to him. After hesitating for a while, Yuanshi, Qing, and Chenshi stopped immediately. As for the castle tower warriors such as Yamamakoji, Yakang, they also began to retreat and assemble at the signal of Dohei's raised right hand. It's almost killed. There were more than 6,000 ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village. After a series of battles, except for more than 1,000 imprisoned on the Crab Island, there are less than 1,000 left here. Even if you add up those outside the village, there are only about 3,000. More than half of them have been lost. This number is not enough for the 5 major ninja villages. If they continue to kill, it would be better to directly destroy the other party's village and create a new Hidden Mist Village. So, now that the village has been breached and the Hidden Mist Ninjas are scared, it's time to stop. Considering these, Dohei would let the troops that had already gained the upper hand stop. At the same time, he was not afraid of the opponent's counterattack. The opponent's state did not allow it at all, not to mention that Terumi Mei had already fallen into his hands. They were sure to be defeated. Stop! The Yuanshi in front of the Liang looked up at Nagai Takayama at the bow of the Liang and the unconscious Terumi Mei in his hands, and finally gave a loud order. When Terumi Mei, the acting Mizu Kage, was unconscious, the Yuanshi was the backbone of the Mist Ninja, and he naturally stopped after hearing his order. Elder Yuanshi, if you don't want to see the Hidden Mist Village destroyed, it's best to surrender to our castle tower. Nagai Takayama's eyes flashed with struggle, and finally he said this harshly. It's not that he wants to be a traitor, but because if he doesn't become a traitor, the entire Hidden Mist village will completely disappear. At this time, Dohei also brought Hinata Sogitsu over to watch the other party's performance. Traitor! Nagai Takashi, I misjudged you. Kill this guy! Some of the wounded mist ninjas couldn't help but curse. Because they were not unfamiliar with Nagai Takashi. The other party was the leader of the neutral faction of the mist ninjas, and he was quite famous in the village. Of course, they knew him. But such a person actually defected to the enemy, how could they be polite? Only the master had a complicated expression. He knew Nagai Takashi very well, and naturally knew why the other party did this. In fact, this was also a message to him. If they continued to resist, the Hidden Mist village might no longer exist. You traitor, don't even think about making us surrender, and quickly release the Mizu cage. The master suddenly shouted with a ferocious face, as if he was extremely angry about Nagai Takashi's betrayal. But in fact, this was entirely for the other party's sake. Only the more they hated the other party, the more stable the other party's position in the castle tower would be. If he gets along with the mist ninjas, he might become worried about the castle tower. Submission to the strong is not a matter of course, is it? Nagai Takayama is like a lackey who is determined to surrender to the castle tower. There is no shame on his face, but pride and pride. Tisk tisk. If he didn't know the truth, maybe Dohei would applaud him. If he didn't force the other party with the life and death of the mist ninjas, they would never do anything for him, for fear that he would be dissatisfied and choose to slaughter the mist ninjas directly. It can only be said that after finding a person's weakness, it is not too easy to control the other party. And Nagai Takashi's biggest weakness is the mist ninja. As long as he is under control, the other party will definitely be more loyal and reliable than anyone else. The key is that as long as the other party is familiar with the castle tower, he will find a terrible thing. There is no going back. Having enjoyed the welfare benefits of the castle tower, as long as the mist ninja is not stupid, it is impossible to go back. Let's take the simplest example. Money. The registered ninjas of the castle tower have a basic salary. A genin can receive 5,000 taels per month. It doesn't sound much, right? But you have to know that this is the basic salary, which means that as long as you register, you can come and collect it in person every month, even if you don't do any tasks. But don't accumulate it. At the same time, there are also pensions and various privileges and benefits. It can only be said that the benefits of ninjas in the castle tower are completely in all aspects. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Of course, ninjas naturally have restrictions. For example, you cannot attack ordinary people at will, and you cannot destroy, etc. The situation in major ninja villages, where even if you are a ninja, you cannot eat enough if you do not complete missions, is impossible in the castle tower. Of course, you also have obligations after receiving benefits. You cannot refuse when the castle tower is recruited. This is common in major ninja villages, but they do not have basic benefits. After enjoying such a good life, the mist ninjas will never return to the poor and bloody days before. Chapter 460 The Hidden Mist Village, got it. Chapter 460 The Hidden Mist Village, got it. Nagai Takashi and the master face off. Even if I die, I will not watch the village disappear. The master looked excited. And he did not say anything nonsense, because he really would rather die than see the Hidden Mist village disappear. Hearing this, Tang Ping suddenly interrupted and said, "If you join the castle tower, this will still be the Hidden Mist village in the future, and I guarantee that everyone will be well fed and well dressed, and it will no longer be called the Blood Mist village. This can be considered an assist. For ninjas, sometimes they will be extremely stubborn for some persistence." So Tang Ping did not mean to directly change the name of the Hidden Mist village. He was prepared to let it continue to pretend to be loyal and use the name of the Hidden Mist village to paralyze the ninja world. Besides, it's just a name. The key point is who holds the power. Why must he compete with the other party for this name? And he has a lot of ways to make the other party actively cancel the title of Hidden Mist Ninja. As long as they treat them differently when distributing benefits, it may be that the other party is dissatisfied with letting them continue to wear the title of Hidden Mist Ninja. Don't regard all ninjas as loyal warriors. The ninjas are loyal to the village because the village provides a safe environment and growth resources. If someone provides better conditions, believe it or not, they will also jump ship. In terms of winning people's hearts, Do Ping is really not afraid. The future teaching materials will be provided by themselves, which are full of scorching sun will and promote the benefits of the castle tower everywhere. Who do they support? Ordinary villagers are not to mention. No matter how much they hate the casualties caused by the castle tower, this is the ninja world, and death is commonplace. No matter how much they hate it, they will let it go after a while. It's not that they forget, but because this kind of thing is too common. Just like several ninja world wars, the 5 major ninja villages were completely bloody. Have you ever seen a ninja village that would fight for hatred? It is precisely because he knows that the ninja world is different from the world before crossing that Doping dares to absorb the disabled mist ninja, otherwise it will really become a mine for himself. Humph, I will never surrender. The master seemed to be really stubborn, and he had no intention of surrendering at all. Really? Then it seems. Doping also played along with the other party. Yes, he had seen that the attitude of the master was probably acted. As for why he didn't know, there must be a purpose. After all, this is an old fox, not a real stubborn old man. But the look of Dohei scared Nagai Yingchen, and he hurriedly spoke first. Even if you don't care about your own life and death, do you want them to die together? He didn't say this to the master, but to others. But the ninja is really not lacking in courage. Don't try to threaten us, I would rather accompany the village to perish. That's right, for the village, I am willing to give everything. Traitor, kill you. It can only be said that fortunately, the mist ninja does not have the will of water, otherwise everyone will self-destruct and rush over to die with them. Yes, the mist ninja is the one with the weakest cohesion among the 5 major ninja villages. It is an overestimation to describe it as a pile of loose sand. The Village of Blood Mist. This title came about because of the cruelty of the internal fighting among the mist ninjas. Therefore, absorbing the mist ninjas is definitely the easiest of the 5 major ninja villages. If it were the Rock Ninja village, the difficulty would be a nightmare. Dohei was also happy to watch the joke, anyway, time was on his side. The other receiving troop was composed of the guard troop and the internal affairs personnel. They were here to take over the mist village and were on their way. That's right. Even if the management of the mist village must use agents, it will not cause rejection, and intense reaction do not mean that he really does not care. If he wants to quickly digest the spoils, he naturally has to take over the finances, personnel, etc. In other words, he has to control everything in the hidden mist village. Even Yamamakoji, Yakang, Uchihasho, and others will stay in the hidden mist village for a period of time. Of course, they are just monitoring and will not interfere in anything. In addition, education is the focus of reform. The previous bloody elimination mode will be directly cancelled, and the students' talents will be subdivided. If it were before, only those who were good at water escape or silent killing techniques would be worth continuing to cultivate and get more resources. But if it were the castle tower, physical skills, illusions, sealing techniques, fire escape and other talents would all be worth cultivating, and this is the difference in foundation. The same is true for resources. The resources that the castle tower can provide, both in quantity and quality, are far superior to the mist ninja. It's not that the hidden mist village is too weak. It is because the resources of the land of water are too poor. In the past, the 5 major ninja villages were able to maintain their reputation by using countless lives to forcibly pile up elites, coupled with the unique geographical advantages. From now on, with the support of the castle tower, the hidden mist village can end the previous bloody cultivation. The ninjas with different thoughts will also gather under the castle tower. As for why the hidden mist village can't do what they can do, it is naturally because of the stick in the left hand and the carrot in the right hand. Force crushing, interest temptation. After two-pronged approach, these ninjas who are living in danger naturally know how to choose. The negotiation ended quickly. Nagai Takashi, with the power of the castle tower, only used one sentence to quiet down these mist ninjas. You don't want to see those who survived in the village die, right? When the bombing started last night, the villagers began to take refuge, so most of the survivors survived. Once the castle tower was murderous, those people could not escape. Those people are the relatives of these mist ninjas. They may not be afraid of death, but they don't want to see their relatives get into trouble. So, with anger and unwillingness, the mist ninjas surrendered. They had no choice but to surrender. There were only about 1,000 of them left. Facing the similar number of castle tower ninjas, who were better in strength and condition, they had no way to blast away. Not to mention, there was also the flying unit that frightened them. Half a day later. The bridge of the Liang. This served as a temporary command center. Du Ping was in charge here, while Nagai Takeyama brought the internal affairs management personnel they had just sent in by aircraft, and under the protection of the castle tower ninjas, began to count the number of people, supplies, rescue the wounded, and so on. Yes, the Hidden Mist Village belongs to Du Ping. Although there are many hidden dangers and many subsequent troubles, at least it is now considered as the castle tower. Ask Du Ping how it feels to conquer a big ninja village? He would say, it feels great. Although it is not Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village is also one of the 5 major ninja villages, representing tens of thousands of ninjas. Don't think that the number of Hidden Mist ninjas is small, that is because of resource limitations. Once the castle tower invests resources, the number of ninjas will soon skyrocket. And the Hidden Mist Village is just the beginning. Tohei's ambition is not to be a village chief. The country behind him is what he wants. That is, there is still a huge gap in the management personnel trained now, otherwise he will definitely take action immediately and take the water country directly into his hands. But those are all things for the future. Now he has to find a way to deal with the 2 people in front of him first. Okay, I'll get straight to the point. Tohei didn't waste any words, looking at the master and Kagaya in front of him and said. What conditions do you have? You can put them forward now, but there is only this chance. The master among the 2 will not be mentioned. With his status and position, he really needs to be dealt with. As for Kagaya, of course, it's because the other party is the patriarch of the Kagaya clan. The importance of this clan, as long as the time traveler who has seen Naruto understands. Let's not talk about other aspects, just the surname alone is a big problem, and the other party is now the only remaining large clan among the original 3 major ninja clans. Chapter 461 The Kagaya clan that is courting death. I hope that the Mizu cage will be chosen by the Hidden Mist Village itself. The master made the first offer. It sounds like this condition is not difficult, but in fact, there are definitely not many people who agree. In this way, the Hidden Mist Village is equivalent to not being breached, and the war is in vain. Okay, what do you want in exchange? But Tohei's reaction was to nod and agree unexpectedly, and then asked the other party what chips he could offer. It sounds like Tohei can't influence the election of the Hidden Mist Village after agreeing. But in fact, if you want to influence, don't be too easy, just use a ballot system. For example, write the names of several candidates on a ballot, and then let the Hidden Mist Ninja choose one. It sounds like it can't be influenced, right? The key is to buy voters, too many examples to list one by one. Directly promise that whoever you choose will get 100,000 ryo. Even if there are 10,000 mist ninjas, 100 ryo for each person would only be 1 billion ryo. It is not a small amount, but compared to a Mizu cage say, 10 billion ryo is nothing. Not to mention, Tohei can also use welfare benefits and the like to influence. Unless all the mist ninjas are smart people like Nagai Takeyama who don't care about personal gains and losses, they will definitely be influenced. It can only be said that it is really too easy to influence the election by just taking out some of the election methods I saw before crossing. The people in the ninja world are still simple, JPG, sigh face. Daohei forced himself to hold back the urge to howl in his heart, wanting to know the bargaining chip of the master. The other party dared to put forward this condition, there must be something to rely on. I have all the ninjutsu and research materials of the Hidden Mist Village, as well as some materials and treasures. The master is worthy of being the elder of the village for several generations, and he even has these things. You know, the warehouse and ninjutsu room of the Hidden Mist Village were destroyed in the battle with the 3-tailed beast. I didn't expect him to be able to take them out. Not enough. Daohei shook his head. Because these things are indeed not as precious to him as before. Water escape techniques, not to mention what the group from the Hidden Rain Village got, he later plundered the accumulation of the Ghost Lantern clan, and even had their S-level secret technique of steaming danger and violent power, so the demand was really not great. As for money and treasures, would he be short of them? After the castle tower laid out the trade route, it can be said that it made a fortune every day, so he really had no shortage of these things. I can help you infiltrate those dangerous elements, and even lead them out. The master took out the final trump card. Yes, this is the reason why he was confident that Tang Ping would agree to his conditions. Don't look at the Hidden Mist Village surrendering to the castle tower, but this is because of the threat, and there must be dissatisfaction in their hearts. At this time, spies are very important, and they can know what those people want to do. Ordinary spies are not very useful, because those groups will definitely be extremely vigilant and will not easily reveal anything. However, if it is a spy like Yuanqi, the effect will be amazing, because he will undoubtedly be the leader, enough for Tang Ping to control the actions of those people. It can be said that he is full of sincerity. It sounds like Yuanqi is a fog trader who is more hateful than Nagai Yingchen. But in fact, he is definitely doing this for the village. The reason is also very simple. Once those radical fog ninjas make trouble, it will be fine if they succeed, but if they fail, they will send the village into the abyss. The problem is that there is no possibility of success at all. If there were no consecutive losses before, there might be a glimmer of hope, but now in the current situation of the Hidden Mist village, there is no hope for at least a long time. Therefore, in order to eliminate the hidden dangers and avoid angering Tang Ping and destroying the village, Yuanqi made a decisive choice. The previous appearance was also for this plan. As expected of an old fox, he is indeed cunning. Deal. Tang Ping felt that Yuanqi's bargaining chip was indeed good, so he agreed. After dealing with the other party, with the presence of Nagai Takayama as an agent, the overall situation has been initially stabilized, and there is no need to worry about the explosion of the Kirigakure village. Next, it is Kagaya Ao, the leader of the Kagaya clan. Kogya clan leader, what conditions do you Kagaya clan need to surrender to me? Tang Ping was too lazy to keep it a secret and asked directly. With his current status and position, there is really no need to be so troublesome. The Kagaya clan will never surrender. Kagaya Ao didn't know whether he was brainless or had low emotional intelligence, and started to fight head-on. Before that, the Kagaya clan was not in the village, so he came later, so he had not been beaten by the iron fist of the castle tower. Well, I know, you can go back first. Tang Ping looked at the other party's face full of unruly and made a decision in his heart. Yes, he had seen that the other party was not brainless, but was completely crazy. In the original plot, they were exterminated for rebellion, and it seems that they were not wronged. We, the Kagaya clan, are not as weak as these guys. With your castle tower, you are not worthy of our surrender. Kagaya Ao turned away arrogantly. And his attitude is not directed at Do Ping. Even when facing the Mizu cage, the Kagaya clan has the same attitude. Recently, they are preparing to rebel. The reason is also unbelievable. The Kagaya clan is not allowed to go to the battlefield, and the welfare is dared to be cut. Can you believe it? Just because they are not allowed to go to the battlefield, they want to rebel. It's completely child's play. But the fact is that you have to admit it. The Kagaya clan is completely crazy for fighting. If you dare not let me go to the battlefield, it is against us. It is not surprising that they rebel directly. As for why the Kagaya clan is not allowed to go to the battlefield, who is willing to be a teammate with such a time bomb that explodes at any time? Anyway, the Mist Ninja army really doesn't want to. When they are in a killing spree, they don't distinguish between enemies and friends, let alone orders. Mad Dog. This is the title that the Mist Ninjas privately give to the Kagaya clan. Just by hearing the title, you can understand why their clan is excluded. Originally, Dohei thought he could subdue the other party, but now he thinks he is overthinking. Just don't know if Kagaya Kimimaro is still there. He is still very interested in this Kagaya clan's most potential existence. If I remember correctly, the other party should have entered Orochimaru's field of vision at this time. And being able to enter Orochimaru's field of vision, definitely has amazing potential, and is indeed worth a try. However, if you count them carefully, Honglien, Kabuto Yakushi, Uzumaki Keirin, and Kizuki Kizuki are all future subordinates of Orochimaru, and now they have been intercepted by Dohei. That is to say, Orochimaru does not have the ability to predict, otherwise he would really perish with Dohei. Too inhuman. It is completely for his wool, and there is no mercy at all. After Kagaya Ao left the Liang, Dohei looked at the master and said, "The Kagaya clan must be dealt with." This is no longer a hint, but a clear indication. The castle tower does not allow such a jumpy ninja clan. So, he is ready to solve this hidden danger. Do you really think that he has no temper, and that those saintly traversers let him off just because of the lemon cavity smashing the roundworm? It's just overthinking. Tang Ping is not a saint. He has always believed in revenge on the spot. Unless he is not strong enough, he has no hobby of being a coward. Leave this task to me, but I think we can let Mei Terumi help, how about it? The master made a veiled condition. That is, he can be the butcher, but he needs to release Mei Terumi. Now the other party is imprisoned and is also the Mizu cage, so he really needs to be released to appease people. The temporary Mizu cage is also a cage, isn't he? Okay. Tang Ping nodded. He did have this plan to release Mei Terumi. He would not let Nagai Takayama take all the power in the Hidden Mist village. So let Mei Terumi, the local faction, jump out and compete with him, so that they can restrain each other, right? The key point is that both of them are smart people. They must know that they can only make people feel at ease if they stab each other and compete, so they will not collude and join forces privately. But even if they fight, they will not really destroy the situation of Kirigakure, and they will stop at the right time. Because both sides know that if the other side goes down, they will not have a good end, so they have to grasp the degree. If it were someone else, they might not be able to grasp it, but these two will never have such an accident. Chapter 462. The person left in the afternoon, and the grave was dug at night. The land of the Kagaya clan. As soon as night fell, it was illuminated by a lot of fire as if it were daytime. The Kagaya clan is holding a banquet to celebrate the upcoming war. For them, whether facing Kirigakure or the castle tower, they can't stop their mentality of seeking death, and they are also preparing to launch a rebellion tomorrow. It can only be said that this clan is really crazy. It's just that the bloodline limit of the corpse bone vein is too strong, otherwise, let alone mixing into the three major ninja clans, it may even be a problem to survive. But now, they dare to provoke Longmi. The castle tower. They don't follow, they conquer people with virtue root of Konoha. In the past, they had no choice, because they had not grown up, so they had to keep a low profile. But now, due to the attack of the Daimyo coalition, they can no longer hide their edge, so they don't pretend anymore and show their cards. Just take the route of fighting if you don't obey. The first target of full firepower is the Mist Ninja. And they broke through the opponent's village with a counterattack and occupied the Hidden Mist village. Now that the plan has succeeded, they have begun to disguise. From the outside world's point of view, the Liang fleet has retreated and fled, and the Mist Ninjas have defended the village. Now they are clearing out the spies of major forces and preparing to take the route of closing the country. Anyway, no matter how other forces look at it, the castle tower counterattack failed and was directly repelled by the Mist Ninjas. At least on the surface. Even if it failed, the Battle of the Crab Island also showed the horror of the flying unit. Now, the major forces are trying every means to spy on this matter and want to know if it is true. Even though they had guessed the truth, after all, when the castle tower promoted hang gliders before, they did a lot of inside information, but the final conclusion was that there is money to burn. Now I understand that they are completely superficial. It is through this movement that the castle tower has trained a large number of pilots. Anyway, countless spies are very active in the castle tower now. In response, Dohei, who is in the Hidden Mist village, said that it was nothing to worry about. Playing the flying unit card is to subvert the existing war mode and let people know better. Maybe on the hang glider, the major forces can easily copy it. But the aircraft is different. Although the appearance is the same as the hang glider, the technology is completely different. Even Orochimaru can't copy it. It's not a technical gap. Although there is already a big generation gap in this aspect, after all, Dohei is good at more than just the biological field. The biggest difficulty is the material. No matter how strong your scientific research ability is, Orochimaru can't copy it without these materials. If you use other materials instead, let alone whether you can achieve the same effect, the cost alone is enough to make you despair. Which of the materials, such as white zetsu cells and fuzu trees, is easy to replace? Anyway, Dohei is not afraid of the aircraft being leaked. The key point is technology and materials. Even if you get the things, you can't imitate them. But those are things for the future. At this moment, he is watching the fun. Reenact the incident of the Kaihoya clan in the Mist village to suppress the rebellion. Anyway, the other party will be back in the afternoon, the grave was dug at night. It's so fast. Not to mention that revenge does not need to be overnight, Tang Ping feels that half a day is the limit. The newly released Terumi Mei was in charge of this operation. It can also be regarded as a voucher of fame. After she woke up, she didn't engage in any drama like rather die than surrender. She gave in immediately after talking to Master Yuan. And he also took the initiative to carry out this mission. Under the premise that her arms couldn't twist her thighs, she had to give in to the castle tower even for the sake of the village. It's impossible to let everyone in the village die just to show your courage, right? If there is such a threat, she will not be stingy with her life. But the problem is, even if everyone in Kirigakura works hard together, they still can't threaten the castle tower, so there is nothing to say, so they can only endure it for now. Start attacking. Terumi Mei turned back and glanced at the side of the Mist Ninja army, where the figure was protected by a group of people, and then rushed towards the Kagaya clan. Kill. The other Mist Ninjas followed with roars. For them, there is all kinds of helplessness and frustration in their hearts. But form is stronger than people. No matter how helpless and aggrieved they are, they only have the choice to obey orders. Of course, Terumi Mei was the one who led and commanded. If it were someone from the castle tower, they might not be able to bear this grievance and would directly rebel on the spot. At the same time, it is also related to the fact that the target is the Kagaya clan, a mad dog family. If it were other ninjas, they might be intolerant. But it was this ninja clan who didn't have the slightest bit of forbearance at all, and even wished they could take action earlier. Listening to the other party's title, you can tell how unpopular the Kagaya clan is in Kirigakura village. It's not surprising that they have this attitude. Just as they rushed into the Kagaya clan, they were intercepted head-on. As a blood successor limited ninja clan with the corpse bone vein, which can use its own bones as weapons, the Kagaya clan is always in a combat state, but there is no such thing as being attacked. Seeing their appearance, the Kagaya tribesmen not only did not panic or run away, but instead rushed over excitedly. Die! A scimitar-like white bone appeared on the body of this Kagaya tribesman, and he rushed directly towards the large army. Monster! With his whole body covered with sharp bones, how could he not look like a monster? And the people of the Kagaya clan like to torture and kill the most. It is really difficult to make people feel good. Execution by Changshi pulled out the double swords from his back and swung them out. Boom! This weapon, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, directly knocked back the Kagaya tribesmen who rushed past. As long as chakra is injected into it, this knife can emit chakra light balls or light stabs, which is extremely powerful anyway. With this weapon, even though he is 10 years old, he has become an elite jounin. It is not surprising that he can shoot his opponent away. However, something mind-numbing happened. The Kagaya tribesmen who had just smashed several houses slowly stood up, and then pounced on them again like wild beasts. And this is also a headache for the Kagaya clan. With the blessing of the blood inheritance limit of the corpse veins, not to mention the hedgehog, the defense is comparable to Iron Man. How can anyone beat him? As long as the corpse vein is awakened, it is not a problem for Chunin to choose Jonin. If it weren't for some brain problems and being a little uncontrollable on the battlefield, the Kagaya clan would definitely be the most terrifying warriors. What a naughty guy, I'll give you a passionate kiss. Terumi Mei looked at the Kagaya ninja rushing towards him, a coldness flashed in his eyes. The art of melting escape and melting monsters. A piece of green acid poured directly on the guy who rushed over. Something frightening happened. Hiss! The body of the Kagaya tribesman, whose body was covered with bone spurs and was extremely strong, suddenly softened. Melted. He fell to the ground softly like a candle facing high temperatures, without even a scream. Kill all the rebellious Kagaya clan. Terumi Mei gave the order in a clear voice. Since there is no way to refuse this order, then do your best. Even if it means being stained with the blood of ninjas from the same village, he will not hesitate. Just then. Damn Mist Ninja! A roar sounded. I saw Kagaya Ching, who was full of alcohol, rushing out with a large number of clan members, and happened to be facing the Mist Ninjas on the clan road. Terumi Mei didn't say anything and took action directly. Because in this operation, there is no need for these at all. She and the fog ninja behind her are just butcher's knives, not the people holding the knives. As the leader of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Ching is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. Coupled with the blood inheritance limit of upper corpse bone veins, the apparent data is still higher than Terumi Mei. However, combat does not all depend on statistics, but also on restraint, combat wisdom, and performance. For example, a certain filial son. The data may only be a shadow-level goalkeeper, but in terms of real combat power, even a strong shadow-level player can easily overturn. Chapter 463 Blood Succession Snare? The Corpse Vein and the Dance of the Iron Flower. Hui Yeking pulled out the spinal bone and used it directly as a soft whip weapon. Since his own bones can be manipulated with corpse bone veins, they are softer than cloth when soft and harder than steel when hard, making them a magical weapon. Facing this kind of thing, Terumi Mei could only use Kunao to fight it. It's not that she doesn't want to distance herself in a ninjutsu battle, but the opponent is chasing after her like a mad dog, so she can only fight in close combat first, and then use ninjutsu from a distance when you find an opportunity. Both sides of the battle left others alone. After all, ordinary ninjas can't interfere in their fight, they will only be accidentally injured. Especially Terumi Mei, she has the most scruples. Kagai Ching doesn't have so many scruples at all. Even if his clan members stand in front of him, he will still knock him away. Crazy for fighting. They become crazy when fighting, which is the biggest shortcoming of the Kagaya clan. Without this shortcoming, the opponent might not just be the three major families of Mist Ninja, but a rich family. Because the blood inheritance limit of corpse veins can be attacked or defended, it is a bit too strong on the battlefield. Soon, the land of the Kagaya tribe was ignited by fire, and the Mist Ninjas killed each other. You know, less than a day ago, both of them were Mist Ninjas, but now they are wielding swords at each other. It is indeed ironic. Outside the clan, there were people in the castle tower illuminated by the fire. Tang Ping stood on a small slope, looking at the burning clan land in front of him. After glancing at the people around him, he suddenly said, "What do you think is the difference between corpse bone pulse and other blood succession limits of Mist Ninja?" He just thought of something important. Corpse bone veins. It seems that he is also of the bloodline of Otsutsuki? It should be a weakened version of Otsutsuki's kill the ashes together ability. As for the blood disease of those geniuses, it is entirely due to the sequelae of blood reversion. Killing the ashes together is a blood inheritance snare. As long as they are stabbed, both the tailed beast and Susanna can easily kill them. Even the 6 levels may not be able to withstand it. Although the white-eyed wolf in the future had the 10 tails drawn out at that time, his body must have been at the 6 levels, and he still could not withstand the ashes of the common killer, which shows his power. How could the body withstand such a terrifying blood inheritance trap without the cooperating Otsutsuki bloodline? Therefore, it is natural that the more genius you are, the more likely you are to suffer from blood diseases. It was with this in mind that Tang Ping spoke. Different. Hinata Sogetsu, Yakang, Yamamakoji, Uchihasho, Guren, and others began to think hard. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think it was a joke. But what Tang Ping said before has been proven to be true one after another, so naturally they will not easily miss every word he said. Tang Ping glanced at Hinata Kangya with a vague look. With a complete reincarnation eye, her bloodline is definitely chasing Otsutsuki. You can consider letting her obtain the corpse veins and then try to evolve into a blood successor snare. As a time traveler, I have seen many scenarios where my peers used their Byakugan to control the veins of corpses. If the corpse bone veins are really what I thought, then it is not impossible. Corpse bone veins alone are dangerous, and the better they are developed, the closer they are to death. But if there is a 6th level blood succession limit like the Tsenjikan, maybe this can be avoided. It's worth a try. As long as he succeeds, Hinata Kangya may become the strongest trump card in his hand. Even if the god of ninja is reincarnated, he can be undefeated head-on. Well, it refers to the opponent's peak state, where he can use the top to transform into a Buddha. But the risk was too high, so Tang Ping thought it would be better to take it slow first, lest he take too big a step and get stuck. What's wrong? Hinata Kangyu noticed Tang Ping's appraising eyes, so she asked in confusion. Do you want to be in a position? Tang Ping saw the other person's confused face, obviously not understanding, so he whispered, do you want to dominate Mei Yi in the future? And when he said this, Hinata Kangyu reacted instantly. Think. She wanted to have her eyes turn red even in her dreams. Then you go and bring out a little guy who should be named Kimimaro. Tang Ping gave a pointer. When it comes to the most atavistic candidate for corpse bone pulse, it is naturally the other party. They all suffered from blood disease, and even Orochimaru couldn't solve it. It can be seen that even if they didn't become the ashes of shared killing, it was definitely very close. Phew. Hinata and Kangya disappeared beside them. With her reincarnation, it is not easy for her to find someone. Is there anything different about corpse bone veins? Seeing her teacher's anxious look, Hong Lian asked curiously. As the youngest among several people and the most favored one, she naturally doesn't mind acting coquettishly and cutely. Of course, it was only in front of them, but in front of other people, her elder sister Hong Lian was very majestic. The corpse bone vein is a blood inheritance limit with unlimited potential. Of course Tang Ping would not tell the truth. After all, it is just an inference. At the same time, the ninja world also has prophecies and other methods. The more people who know, the easier it is to leak it. Therefore, he rarely talks about information related to Otsutsuki unless it is necessary. Infinite potential. Hong Lian frowned and looked at the Kagaya clan in the firelight. Even if you can control the bones in your body, it doesn't look that good, right? In other words, the person who said this was Tang Ping. If it were someone else, she might have refuted it. Even Ye King began to think deeply. I didn't say it before, but after joining the castle tower, she naturally knew how terrifying Dohei's prophecy was. It can be called who will be the peak at the end of the prophecy, and all will be empty at the first sight. Rhythm. Yes, and this blood inheritance limit, maybe it's not surprising that it can complement another bloodline limit. Do Ping nodded to confirm what he said just now, and at the same time thought of the Byakugan. If the Kagaya clan transplanted the Byakugan, or extracted the corpse bone vein and injected it into the Hyuga clan, could they promote each other? If it were in the past, it might be necessary to consider the material issue. But now, so many materials are in front of us. If the blood of these Kagaya clan is extracted, wouldn't it be the best material? As for the technology of extracting blood, Do Ping naturally has a way. At the beginning, Hyuga Kangyu's gene completion was his early masterpiece. Now the technology is much more mature. In fact, it is not difficult to extract blood. Just like Uchiha's Sharingan, Hyuga's Byakugan, and so on, this kind of body mutation type bloodline limit is extremely easy to extract, and it is difficult to extract blood. The point is how to avoid rejection after transplantation. However, chakra bloodline limits such as dust release, ice release, etc. are the most difficult to extract. And the corpse vein is a body mutation, so just extract the bone marrow. This is not too easy for Dohei. Anyway, he has made preparations. The corpse cannot be wasted, at least these corpse veins must be extracted and preserved. And the experimental subjects also have a target. Crown Princess. Now the other party is not having a good time. No. It should be said that Hyuga Hayashi is having a hard time, and has been targeted by the root. In addition, Danzo is also greedy for the Bun, so not only is he suppressed everywhere, but there are even a lot of rumors. That is, the Hyuga clan is dissatisfied with the death of Hyuga Hayashi, and is preparing to unite with the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage was driven off the position of Hokage by the hand. This rumor boosted the confidence of the Uchiha Hawks, and some even asked Uchiha Fugaku when he won over the Hyuga clan. Once the two powerful families joined forces, it would not be impossible to bring down the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku was also very puzzled, but he did not rush to clarify, because he did not know whether this was a rumor deliberately released by the Hyuga clan. But the silence of the Uchiha clan was tacit consent in the rumors. Well, this is the standard routine of answering is admitting, and not answering is tacit consent. It has to be said that Danzo is really good at conspiracy. Hyuga Hayashi was so scared that he expressed his loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen overnight, saying that the Hyuga clan absolutely did not have such thoughts. And Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally it was a gentle soothing voice, indicating that he knew it was a rumor spread by the enemy, and he definitely trusted the Hyuga clan. But after the people left, his face instantly turned cold. Because he was holding a piece of information from the Anbu, which contained Hyuga Hayashi's words of dissatisfaction with the village, as well as the time and place of meeting with the Uchiha clan. In other words, Uchiha Mei's plan has begun to take effect. Once that time comes, it is not surprising that the Crown Princess wants to serve as a test subject for Dohei at all costs. Just refer to the two pillars in the original plot. For revenge, even if it means cooperating with the venomous snake, it will not hesitate, so Dohei is not afraid of no test subjects coming to the door. Just as Dohei and the others were waiting for the result of the battle, Hyuga Kangyu on the other side had found the target, but encountered an accident. Chapter 464 Hyuga Kangyu, you know too much. The back mountain of the Kagaya clan. Hyuga Kangyu frowned at the figure in front of him and said coldly. Why are you here? She really didn't expect that the other party would appear here. Yes, the figure that appeared in front of her was an unexpected one. Ashimaru, one of the former three ninjas of Konoha. After he defected, he was wanted by Konoha. Now he is an S-rank ninja. The Anbu has been searching for his traces, but they can't find him. They didn't expect to see him here. And the reason why Hyaga Kangyu met him was naturally because the target she wanted to find was following him. A Kagaya child who was a few years old with 2 red dots on his forehead. You are. Orochimaru looked at the beautiful female ninja in front of him and felt familiar, but he couldn't recognize her. Well, it was mainly because Hyaga Kangyu was mostly disguised when meeting Konoha ninjas, and wore a forehead protector to cover her forehead. Now there is no disguise, and the forehead is also exposed. It's not surprising that Orochimaru couldn't see it for a while. Of course, the focus is on the eyes. After the Byakugan is opened, even if it is not used, it is usually pure white, but there are no blue veins in the corners of the eyes when it is used. But Hyaga Sogitsu's pupils were normal black at this time, so naturally people would not associate them with the Byakugan. Orochimaru was a smart man, and of course he could tell from Hyaga Sogitsu's tone that the other party was very familiar with him, so he quickly searched in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. It's you. It suddenly occurred to him that Orochimaru was naturally aware of the matter between the castle tower and the hidden mist village, and he was attracted by it. He happened to see a good seedling, and after a few days of getting along, he chose to take the other party away at this critical moment. Castle Tower. Uchiha Dohei 404 team. Thinking of this, the unknown Hyaga clan member who seemed to be a weak and transparent person appeared in his mind. Although he looked like a completely different person now than when he met him at other times, there was no doubt that Orochimaru's eyes were so sharp that he guessed the other party's identity. Hyaga Sogitsu. Although he was asking, his tone was already certain. After confirming the other party's identity, he was also a little surprised. Because the other party's current appearance is quite different from usual. More importantly, the other party's forehead. Bird in a cage. But the foundation of the Hyaga clan has been cracked now. If this news spreads, the entire Hyaga clan may fall apart. You know too much. Hearing this, Hyaga Kangyu's eyes turned cold, and at the same time, the murderous intent in her body boiled. Her identity cannot be exposed. Even if it means delaying the growth of the samsara eye, she must keep the other party today. Really? Orochimaru did not comment, and seemed to be completely unconcerned. But in fact, his vigilance has risen to the highest level. Because he has also studied the bird in the cage, but there is no way to do it. He did not expect that the other party could actually remove it. This alone was enough to make him pay attention, not to mention the full-powered Hyaga Kangyu, which made him feel a chill to the bone. Note that the samsara eye is in the growth period, not the dormant period, so it can naturally use those abilities, but it will only take longer to mature, so as long as you are willing, it can really be used in battle. More importantly, now Dohei, Yakang, Yamamakoji, Uchiha Sho, Honglian and others are not far away. Once there is too much noise here, they will come to support. So, Hyaga Kangyu is completely fearless. The key is that she is not sure to take down Orochimaru. It's not a problem of strength, but because she often heard Dohei complain that Orochimaru may not be in the top 10 in combat power in the ninja world, but his ability to escape is definitely in the top 3, and he may even be in the first place. Although she and Red Eyes will not agree with Dohei's daily complaints, they will definitely remember them in their hearts. Therefore, she did not take action at the first time. Otherwise, with her ruthlessness, she would naturally attack at the first opportunity without any hesitation. It seems that Orochimaru, are you going to be our enemy? Hinata Kangyu used her power to suppress others. Because she not only represents herself, but also the castle tower. The castle tower doesn't have much in other aspects, but there are many strong people. Once they really become enemies, several cage-level people will come to the door to send warmth, even Orochimaru can't stand it. Unless he is not in the ninja world, his appearance represents danger. It's okay to be wanted before, it's all because there are not many top strong people in Konoha, plus his master-disciple relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, so Konoha really has no other actions except Jiraiya. Why don't you try the castle tower? The relationship between them is not that far. If they really dare to be enemies with them, they will really beat him, the senior, to death. Orochimaru is not afraid of the castle tower, because he is absolutely confident in his ability to save his life. But he is afraid of trouble. If he offended the castle tower, several cage-level masters would cause trouble every day, and he would not be able to do research. He would just think about how to escape every day, so he retorted. I am not interested in your affairs with Konoha. This was also a side statement that he would not interfere in the affairs of the castle tower and Konoha. In other words, he would not expose the information of Hyagakangyu or the castle tower. As mentioned before, for the dignity of cage-level masters, they rarely break their promises. Of course, people like Danzo are exceptions. So Orochimaru's words are indeed trustworthy. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru can keep this little guy from the Kagaya clan. Hyagakangyu had already confirmed at this time that the little guy next to the other party was exactly the target she was looking for. If it was an ordinary target, she would naturally give up. But this was related to whether she could suppress red eyes, so she was unwilling to give up. Oh, has Dohei-kun also taken a fancy to this little guy? Orochimaru's mind moved, and he touched Kimimoro's head beside him, while carefully observing Hinata Sogitsu's every move from the corner of his eyes. The reason he asked this question was naturally because he knew who was the one who could really make the decision. Unfortunately, facing Hinata Sogitsu, whose acting skills were off the charts, Orochimaru could not see anything, but this made him more certain of his guess. The other party was indeed Dohei's target. And for Dohei, the famous purifying flame and a junior who was very hidden, Orochimaru knew very well how good his vision was, even as good as predicting. So, the idea of giving up was instantly dispelled. Since the other party took a fancy to the target, he naturally could not give up. Goodbye. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, and then a change suddenly appeared. Boom! A giant snake as thick as a bucket broke out of the ground and swallowed Orochimaru and Kimimaro directly. Hinata Kangyu threw a punch and smashed the giant snake to pieces in an instant. But among the broken pieces of meat on the ground, there was no trace of Orochimaru and Kimimaro. It was obvious that after being swallowed by the snake, the other party immediately escaped using reverse summoning techniques. When? Hinata Kangyu frowned. Because she really didn't notice when the other party spiritualism used at times. Of course, it was also because she had not opened her reincarnation eye. If she had opened her reincarnation eye, she would definitely not give the other party this chance. It has to be said that Orochimaru, a veteran shadow-level powerhouse, taught her a lesson directly. You really can't underestimate these veteran strong men. With this idea in mind, Hinata Kangyu didn't bother to think about anything else, and went directly around to the small slope in front to meet up, and reported the encounter with Orochimaru. It's okay, Orochimaru is a smart man, and our information will not be leaked. After listening, Tang Ping gave a conclusion. Although the other party's heart is slightly biased towards Konoha, he will not offend himself. After all, this is a truly smart person. There might even be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Seeing that Hinata Kangyu looked a little unwilling, Tang Ping comforted him. Don't worry, if the opponent falls into Orochimaru's hands, it's not impossible to get it. For Orochimaru, he doesn't care who he trades with as long as it's profitable, so if Kimimaro is a good material, it's not impossible to get it. The prerequisite is that the other party must study it first and find that there is no gain. Otherwise, the more eager you are, the more the other party will value it, and it will be impossible to trade it. Anyway, the other party has a blood disease, so Orochimaru will definitely come to him in the end. At this point, Yang Kangyu was finally relieved. At this moment, Terumi Mei also walked out with a group of Kirito ninjas. The suppression of the rebellion was over. Chapter 465, Receiving Pension and Returning to the Village. The Kagaya clan has completely disappeared. There is no way, who made this clan so uncontrollable? Although Tang Ping spent more energy and time, he would definitely be able to tame it. The question is, why? The opponent is not an Uchiha, a wealthy family that can carry, fight, and deal damage, and has good looks, and has no shortcomings except arrogance and easy to become evil. If Kagaya-ching had a serious discussion in the afternoon, Tanghei wouldn't be able to give him a chance. But the other party's attitude made him extremely unhappy, so he just used the other party to kill the chicken and scare the monkey. In this way, the Mist Ninja can understand a truth. That means if you dare to offend yourself, you must be prepared to face the consequences. At the same time, the Mist Ninjas suffered losses of over 100 this time. On purpose. If Tang Ping and the others follow suit, there may be dozens or even no casualties at most. But they just stayed back and watched. Pull. This is to prevent the Mist Ninjas from turning against Tiangang and becoming confused about the status of both parties. You are trying to show off to me, do you really think I have no temper? In the Tanghei plan, if you want to expand quickly, You do need fog ninjas, but that doesn't mean there is no backup plan. If he really wanted to make him feel that he was out of control or that it would cause more trouble than advantages, he wouldn't be able to kill all the mist ninjas and train new mist ninjas. Although this will affect the expansion speed. But what you want is a free will. Terumi Mei, who was covered in injuries and looked extremely embarrassed, naturally knew that this was a blow to herself, so after dragging Kaguya Ao's body back, she spoke. Tang Ping, Your Excellency. And as soon as this title came out, it proved that she had let go of her pride. After all, the strength of their mist ninjas really cannot withstand a few times of consumption, so if they don't give in, they will lose all their casualties in a few more battles. If you resist, you will only die faster. For those who sacrifice themselves, each genin can receive a pension of 1 million taels. At the same time, their family members can give priority to purchase supplies. Each time the ninja level increases, the pension will be tripled. When Dohei saw Terumi Mei bowing to him, he naturally would not humiliate the other person and directly announced the news loudly. What? Really? It can't be fake, right? The mist ninjas who were originally very angry towards Dohei suddenly became excited. Because the mist ninja died before and received little pension and no other benefits, how could they hold on? Thank you, Your Excellency. Terumi Mei thanked her sincerely, because she knew that what the other party said was true. Since she has been to the castle tower many times, she certainly knows that these benefits are completely basic, and it is impossible for the other party to talk nonsense in this regard. But even this most basic benefit has already crushed Kirigakure village. An ordinary genin who graduates at the age of 12 is trained as a civilian ninja. 1 million taels is actually more than enough. After all, the ninja school distributes secret medicines, ninja tools, etc. If you can give priority to purchasing supplies, you can even buy dozens of tons of rice. In other words, the pension of 1 genin is enough to train several more genin. Earn money with blood. It can be said that with this compensation, no one will be stingy about dying for the castle tower. Human life in the ninja world is really worthless. Especially ninjas. A lot of people die in missions every year, but there are still countless people who want to become ninjas. It's not that they don't know the danger, but because they know that even if they don't become ninjas, there is no other way out. Even ordinary people will encounter accidents such as natural disasters and robbers. If you become a ninja, you can at least have some control over your own destiny. Now I hear it after seeing the compassionate standards of the castle tower, the anger in their hearts due to the death of their companions disappeared in an instant. By the way, if you do something for the village, you can get free treatment if you get injured. Tanghei seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the fog ninjas in the team who had wrapped their wounds with bandages and announced. Note that this kind of treatment is only available when performing tasks for the castle tower. If you are performing a paid private task, you will need to pay for injuries. Anyway, the rules of the castle tower will definitely allow the ninjas to live much better than before, and they don't need to live a tight life. This is naturally because their castle tower lacks one of the biggest exploiters. Noble. Without this corrupt and greedy middle class, all the benefits are exclusively enjoyed by them, and the money to improve the welfare of ninjas is nothing at all. Then start cleaning the battlefield. The corpses were collected and taken away. Although the fog ninjas were curious as to why they were doing this, no one asked. Everyone knows that the more you know about some things, the more dangerous they are. The team returned to Kirigakure village with a completely different momentum than when they set out. At this time, Kirigakure village was already illuminated by lights. A large number of tents and supplies were accumulated. These things were naturally left behind by the Liang that had already left. Now that Kirigakure village has been occupied, it is naturally impossible not to be responsible for the consumption of these people. After all, most of the warehouses and various materials in the village were destroyed during the battle with the 4th Mizu Cage, and then the air-burst bombs almost leveled the village. If it weren't for what the blazing sun left behind, many people in Kirigakure village might starve to death. The administrative witches are registering and distributing supplies in the light. All I can say is that the Miko of the ghost country is really useful. In the past, the kingdom of ghosts could not afford to train many shrine maidens. After all, not only off-the-job study, but also all kinds of manpower and materials were consumed. But from the beginning of the cooperation between the two parties, the castle tower has continued to import a large amount of materials to the kingdom of demons, entrusting it to cultivate Miko for itself. A win-win situation. Because these resources can be life-saving for the kingdom of ghosts. And the castle tower also received a large number of talents. This step is the key to determining the qualitative difference between the castle tower and the major ninja villages. Administrative staff. Without enough administrative personnel, there is no way to properly manage a force. If it were the type of Konoha village, it could only be described in 4 words. It all depends on consciousness. Under that kind of extremely rough management method, it would be good to be able to barely maintain Konoha. Don't even think about getting more profits. Can you imagine a ninja holding a tax certificate and coming to collect taxes? Well, I don't dare to think about it. It would be more appropriate to hold a knife. After all, ninjas themselves are a combat profession, equivalent to mercenaries, so forget about internal affairs and management. Anyway, this is what Dohei said when he complained about Konoha's internal affairs. A dog with a leash is better than them. That's what the original words were. Let's not mention Koharu's ability. Just say that under her management, Konoha, the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, is in financial trouble. You will know that she is really incompetent. Of course, she was also restricted by the nobles. For example, the nobles could do things like the Chamber of Commerce at will, and the major ninja clans could do it secretly, but the village couldn't do it. But relying on Konoha's reputation, it's really not difficult to make money. Like the castle tower, even though its reputation is not as good as that of Konoha, its income far exceeds that of the other party. If you only compare income, it is completely indiscriminate killing. However, Tang Ping guards the financial information as top secret, so no one knows about it. The biggest reason why the castle tower can have such good profits is that there are witches responsible for housekeeping. Like now, during the household registration statistics, the information of the Kirigakure villagers will be recorded, and a household registration card will be given to them. Only with this card can you enjoy material distribution and various benefits. Once these data are collected, it will be very convenient to manage. For example, there is no fear of corruption when distributing benefits, and there is no waste. We also know how many people of the appropriate age are in the enrollment, etc. More importantly, once you have a household registration card, it is not easy for spies to sneak in. Because the household registration card is made in 2 copies, one for you and one for registration. If they don't match up, there is something wrong. Therefore, it seems that the shrine maidens are distributing supplies and allocating tents, but in fact they have begun to take over Kirigakure village. Tanghei and the others were stationed on the other side and did not enter Kirigakure village. For the next period of time, he will have to stay in charge of Kirigakure village. Chapter 466, All Quiet in the Ninja World. The next few months. The storm in the Kirigakure village gradually subsided. Since the battle ended, the Kingdom of Water began to be sealed off. At the same time, Genshi and Terumi Mei showed up from time to time with Kirigakure, so the major forces confirmed that the castle tower was repelled by Kirigakure village. So, attention began to be paid to the flying troops. This is the point. Now everyone can see that the flying force is definitely something that can change the pattern of war. So spies and envoys all poured into the castle tower. And with Uchiha Mei in charge, the situation is naturally extremely stable. After all, her kaleidoscope consumption can be restored with the radiance potion extracted from Hashirama's cells, so after her strength is restored, no one dares to stab her in front of her. Well, but within a few months, hundreds of sets of hang gliders were lost. Yes, you heard it right, the amount of losses is so exaggerated. Directly ask Uchiha Yashiro, who is responsible for this aspect, to point out the major forces and express that people cannot be so shameless. It's not like they don't sell. They don't sell flying machines, but they can really sell hang gliders. Maybe the major forces think that the versions for sale will be different, so hang gliders are stolen in large quantities. The material cost of a hang glider is about 100,000 taels. Note that this is the price of the castle tower. The materials are obtained through their own channels, so the price is so low. If it were other forces, the manufacturing price would be at least several times higher. There is almost no manufacturing technology, and it is very easy to imitate. Now, hang gliders can be seen flying in the air in the territories of many nobles. Of course, there are definitely many people who fell to death. After all, hang gliders are not flying machines. They must take off from a high place and are also very dangerous. Even the castle tower needs training before people can officially take off. In addition to the nobles, the major ninja villages are also trying to form their own flying units. Who made the castle tower weak against the strong in the Battle of the Crab Island, and actually beat the Mist Ninja army, which was far stronger than itself. The biggest contributor is the flying unit, and it was a one-sided crushing victory. How can people not pay attention to it? Even Konoha couldn't help but send a letter, preparing to jointly develop aircraft. However, the letter was thrown into the trash can by Uchiha on the spot. When the castle tower was attacked by the Mist Ninja army, Konoha didn't even send a single person to support it. Now you want to pick peaches with empty words? Go to hell. Uchiha is not Bya or Uchiha Fugaku. This kind of Konoha abuses me 1,000 times, and I treat Konoha like my first love. She doesn't care about Konoha at all. And there is really nothing wrong with her attitude. At the beginning, Konoha was ready to give up the Uchiha Nagisa lineage and use it as cannon fodder to buy time to build a new defense line. If it hadn't moved to the castle tower later, I don't know how miserable it would have been. It can be said that Konoha failed the Uchiha Nagisa lineage, but they didn't let Konoha down, so it's normal to be unhappy with Konoha. Like Team 404 of Dohei, they did not return to the castle tower, probably because they thought it was not good to reject Konoha forcefully, and wanted to drag it out first. After the battle with the Mist Ninja in the castle tower ended, the wars in other places also began to calm down. First, the Guano War in the Land of Birds stopped. Both the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja finally found that they could not do anything to each other, so they finally decided to split it 50-50. In the past, the Sand Ninja would never have been able to fight to this point, because the Rock Ninja was much stronger than the Sand Ninja. However, with the continuous input of various materials from the Wind Country by the castle tower, the Sand Ninjas had sufficient supplies and were very strong, so they were able to force a tie with the Rock Ninja. An unprecedented victory. In the past, the Sand Ninjas were always beaten by the Rock Ninjas. Although the environment of the Land of Earth was not very good, it was much better than the desert, so they could always have the upper hand. This was the first time they fell behind. For the Rock Ninjas, not defeating the Sand Ninjas was a disadvantage. Although the two sides have reached a peace agreement temporarily, they will definitely fight in the future. Who made the bird droppings in the bird country so fragrant? It's all money. Even if the transportation is inconvenient now, it can bring considerable benefits. After the transportation tools are updated, the benefits will increase several times or even dozens of times. It would be strange if they don't fight at that time. And bird droppings are something that no matter the castle tower or other forces will ever have too much. Therefore, in the future, forces close to the bird country will have plans. The location of the bird country is a complete powder keg. Above is the earth country, below is the wind country, to the left is the bear country, and to the right is the rain country. Yes, the rain country is next door. If the rain ninjas who are about to die of poverty know that the next door is the treasure bowl of the bird country, there is no need to guess what they will think. During World War II, the rain ninjas were preparing to become the 6th largest ninja village, and they must be very courageous. It would be fine if it was just them, but don't forget who is the real ruler now. Akatsuki Group. If the other side takes action, it will definitely bring tragedy to the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja. Anyway, this fun is extremely exciting. After the two major ninja villages ceased fire, the Cloud Ninja immediately ceased fire with Konoha. Before, they dared to harass Konoha continuously because the Rock Ninja and the Sand Ninja were in the same boat. Now that the two sides have ceased fire, they naturally have to be more careful. Although the Thunder and Earth countries do not border each other, their grievances are too complicated. If they really reveal their flaws, the Rock Ninja will definitely take action, so it is better to stop while they are ahead. After the 4 major ninja villages ceased fire, the entire ninja world naturally calmed down instantly. Before, each force could still fish in troubled waters, but now, maybe these major ninja villages will come to a heavenly justice. As for Dohei, in the past few months, he has been sitting in the Hidden Mist village, and has gradually taken control of personnel, finance and administration through the Miko. The castle tower ninja troops were stationed dozens of kilometers away, and only the shrine maidens were led by Nagai Takeyami and Terumi Mei. This move was very wise. Because the shrine maidens were good-looking, good-natured and non-threatening, the mist ninjas naturally could not be too vigilant and hate them. It can only be said that even in the ninja world, the 3 views will be affected by the 5 senses. However, the affinity of the Miko is professionally trained. Plus, the castle tower ninjas do not appear in the mist ninjas. From the outside, no one would think that the mist village has become the shape of Dohei. Others do not know, but both Nagai Takashi and Terumi Mei are very clear. The Mist Ninjas have changed. A few months are enough for the Mist Village to undergo earth-shaking changes. All kinds of food, secret medicines, and supplies all appear on the exchange list, and there are countless times more tasks than before. Before, the Mist Ninjas could only do some tasks within the Land of Water because they were closed in the village. And the internal environment of the Land of Water is completely understood by everyone. It can no longer be described as bad, there are not many tasks at all. But now, with the support of the castle tower, supplies and tasks are rising wildly, and there is no need to worry about not having tasks to take. For example, food. The price of 50,000 taels per ton made countless Mist Ninjas laugh. Because before, they had money but nowhere to buy it, unless they went to other countries. In the foggy environment of the Land of Water, there are not many places where crops can be grown, so you can imagine how precious grain is. But now, as long as you are a registered ninja, Genin can buy 1 ton per month, Chunin 3 tons, and Jonin 10 tons, the monthly purchase quota is reset to 0. Not to mention other aspects, just buying and selling grain is not enough to make double the profit. Does the castle tower know this loophole? Of course they know. And it was Dohei who deliberately released the news to make money from this. Using this loophole, even Genin can earn more than tens of thousands of ryo every month. There is no risk at all. Buy with benefits. Dohei's plan was not concealed, but even if Nagai Takayama and Terumi Mei knew, there was no way to refuse. However, his actions made the people of the castle tower incomprehensible. Chapter 467 Overt Conspiracy. The castle tower station near the hidden mist village. Sir, why do you let those mist ninjas take advantage of us? Hong Lian relied on her relationship with Tang Ping and came to ask him about deliberately letting the mist ninjas make money. In her opinion, that was all their money. Tang Ping, who was busy at the experimental table, said without raising his head. Are we short of money? The other party is considered the new generation's leader, so they are willing to give each other advice no matter what. Well, even if the age difference is only a few years, Tang Ping and his status are here, and sometimes it is really difficult to end up, so it is necessary to cultivate a character who can represent them. Ah! Hong Lian did not expect to get this answer at all. But after thinking about it carefully, and thinking about everything she usually sees, it seems, the castle tower is really not short of money. What they lack is resources and manpower. So, if something can be solved with money, it is really not a problem for them. In other words, Lord Tang Ping, did you deliberately use money to bribe those mist ninjas? Hong Lian also came to his senses. No wonder, whether it was Yamamakoji or Uchiha Sho, and others, they all acted as if they didn't see it, and had no intention of asking with him. The effect is not bad, isn't it? Tang Ping smiled lightly. He didn't believe that all the mist ninjas regarded money as dirt and were extremely loyal to the village, especially since the people in the hidden mist village were not very united, so it would be too easy to buy them off. Indeed. Hong Lian muttered to himself. It's not just that it's effective, but the treatment of the mist ninjas now makes them soften their attitude towards the castle tower too quickly. Except for those radical elements, they all have the idea that it's not bad to be ruled by the castle tower. Head. That is, there is hatred between the two sides, otherwise they would have surrendered long ago. Okay, go tell the people below that the thing I said is the most important, so hurry up on this aspect. Tang Ping said casually. Yes. Hong Lian left the simple temporary laboratory to convey the order. And the thing that Tang Ping was staring at was naturally the teaching material. That's right. Now the ninja school of Kirigakure has expanded tenfold. After all, with sufficient resources, it is natural to expand, and at the same time, the cruel graduation model has been cancelled. The Kirigakure could not afford this consumption before, but it does not mean that the castle tower cannot be used. With such a large investment, there are naturally many gentle shrine maidens among the teachers. The key is that the textbooks have also undergone huge changes. It is full of the will of the fiery sun, and it continues to praise Dohei, and even says that he has brought changes to Kirigakure. Don't think it's too awkward to brag like this. Because this is the most effective. For example, a certain strongest Hokage Fukios can have an unshakable position in Konoha by relying on this method. Since there is an example, how could Dohei not copy, learn from it? Therefore, he can be careless in other aspects, but he will definitely pay close attention to education. In this way, it will not take long for Kirigaku to become the people of the fiery sun. If it is just brainwashing, there will definitely be no such effect. But Dohei really gives benefits. With brainwashing and ready-made benefits, it is not too easy to quickly change the three views of the Mist Ninja. It is under these means that Mei Terumi feels that the Mist Village has changed. After Hong Lian left, Dohei shook the test tube in his hand. Even if he stayed in the Mist Village, he was not idle. He had been extracting Kagaya's spinal cord, and now it was finally completed. Hundreds of the Kagaya people who awakened their corpse veins became materials. He was not afraid of exposure for this matter. It was not his own family anyway. Although the major ninja villages had banned human experiments, they actually did a lot of them in private. As long as they did not attack their own people, it was okay. 2 tubes. After consuming so many Kagaya people, Doping finally produced 2 tubes of corpse veins. With only this small amount, of course it was purified and purified. You know, the blood of ordinary Kagaya people is really bad and not worth extracting, so it is better to recycle it. As long as someone can perfectly fuse these 2 tubes of corpse veins, at least he can be comparable to Kimimaro. And this technology is not difficult, at least Orochimaru can do it. The key is to be able to successfully fuse. No matter how strong the blood is, it is useless if it cannot be fused. But Doping can cheat. No, it can be solved with technology. Transition potion, blood. However, as long as you have this divine object that is specifically for fusion and evolution, you don't have to worry about not being able to fuse. Life will always find a way out. 1 bottle is equivalent to a person spending thousands of years to fuse this bloodline. So as long as there are enough jump potions and nutrient solution, there is really no problem in wanting to fuse successfully. It can only be said that Tang Ping has developed this plug-in to the extreme with his imagination. After all, it is just a blood with fusion and evolution effects, and it is almost omnipotent in his hands. Now, it depends on when the experimental subject is ready. Only 2 tubes are available, one of which is reserved for Hyaga Kangyu, so the experiment can only be done once. And the experimental subject he is looking forward to has not been in good condition recently. Konoha Village. The main meeting hall of the Hyaga clan is holding a meeting at this time. For several months, the rumors about the Hyaga clan wanting to join forces with the Uchiha clan have not only not subsided, but have become more and more intense. There is no way, with the troublemaker of the root, the rumors can't be suppressed at all. If he was trusted by the Hokage, he wouldn't have to worry. The problem is that over the past few months, although Sarutobi Hiruzen has shown his trust in the Hyaga clan, the rumors haven't stopped. As the Hokage, he can really stop the rumors as long as he wants. But the rumors just haven't disappeared. Try it carefully. In this case, it's no wonder that the Hyaga clan was in a state of panic and finally held a meeting of the main family. The one sitting at the top is naturally Hyaga Hayashi. However, this former noble clan leader looks completely different now. His cheeks are thin, his eyes are dark, and his complexion is sluggish. If it weren't for the luxurious silk clothes on his body, it wouldn't be strange to think he was a refugee. There's nothing he can do. He is the protagonist of the rumors. He has to endure the strange looks of his clan members and villagers every day. It's hard not to look haggard. And outside the meeting hall, a short-haired little girl with pure white eyes, who was about a few years old, was holding a baby girl in her arms and looking at the inside curiously. At this time, after the clan members gathered, they also started the meeting. Clan leader, do you want to give us an explanation? The elder of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Tokumitsu, spoke. This meeting was also convened by him. Because he smelled a bad smell. Big elder, I have not joined forces with Uchiha at all. Didn't Uchiha explain it? Hyaga Hayashi was also confused because he really did not join forces with Uchiha. But now, no matter who it is, he chose to join forces with Uchiha because of his younger brother Hisashi. But it took so long to explain it. Doesn't it prove your relationship with Uchiha? A middle-aged clan member questioned. Yes, Uchiha did explain that they were unfamiliar with Hyaga Hayashi. The problem is that the rumor was not spread until more than half a month later. It's a lie. No matter who it is, they all think that this is a deceptive explanation given after the two sides discussed it. Anyway, now Hyaga Hayashi has also experienced the treatment that White Fang received when facing the overwhelming rumors. And the longer the rumors spread, the more people will believe them. Now, some people in the Hyga clan have already thought that their clan leader also wants to sit on that chair. But I haven't even met him privately, how could I collude with him? Hyga Hayashi retorted. He really hasn't met him privately, and even deliberately avoided him. But the next words of this head family almost made Hyga Hayashi have a high blood pressure attack. Chapter 468 Hyga changes dramatically. If it weren't for the surveillance of the Anbu, you, the clan leader, would have met with Uchiha in private a long time ago, right? Hyga Tsuji's words made it impossible to refute them, because no one could prove it. It was equivalent to the level of groundless. However, after the rumors spread for a long time, not to mention outsiders, even the main family of them had some doubts about Hyga Hayashi. After all, they all knew how good his relationship with Hyga Hayashi was. Even if he was dissatisfied with the village because of the other party, it was not unreasonable to deliberately collude with Uchiha. This is a serious crime. Now who doesn't know that Uchiha, those radicals in Bo, are clamoring for rebellion every day? If they really collude with the other party, the consequences can be imagined. Even if Hinata and Hinata don't have such thoughts, the possibility is worth their vigilance. After all, sometimes, what matters is not whether you can do it, but whether you can do it. The attitude of the third Hokage during this period is worth pondering. I think Rizu is no longer suitable to lead the tribe. A clan elder suddenly became angry. Yes, this meeting can be regarded as an opportunity for the clan elders to join forces to attack. After all, the Hyga clan is too dangerous now. They have always been the Hokage type. They hugged whoever was the Hokage. Now that the Thai was dissatisfied with them, they naturally wanted to give the other party an explanation. Even if this person is the clan leader. And Hinata Hizu, who was in a trance, only reacted at this time. It turns out that today's meeting was not to discuss how to deal with the rumors during this period, but to give the village an explanation. No. As long as the village is given an explanation, there will be no need to deal with the rumors at all. So, is that what you think? Hinata and Hizu's eyes slowly swept across the clans in front of them. He asked himself that he had great respect for the elders of the clan, but he didn't expect that he would be betrayed instead. Although this was for the sake of the Hyga clan, he could understand it, but he couldn't forgive it. Hizu, our Hyga clan is also a wealthy family, but we are not as ostracized as Uchiha. You understand why? The great elder, Hyga Tokumitsu, finally spoke out. And what he said is indeed correct. The difference between the Hyga clan and the Uchiha is that they can take sides. Naruto system. This is their eternal goal. A low-key and docile Hyga clan naturally does not need to be suppressed like Uchiha. If they had the possibility of resisting the Hokage faction, they would naturally be severely suppressed by the village's senior officials. Yes, of course I understand. I wonder how the elder will explain it to the village. Hinata looked sad. But there was no shirk or excuse, because this was the responsibility of the clan leader. Just like Hisashi stood up before, even he, the patriarch, cannot be sacrificed for the sake of the family. You will hand over your position as clan leader, and then you will be divided into separate clans. Hinata Tokumitsu said the punishment calmly. It sounds kind enough. After all, it was just a matter of handing over the position of clan leader and joining the branch family. But in fact, this punishment is extremely terrible. For the Hyga clan, changing from a clan to a branch family is definitely worse than death. After all, the split family is, to put it mildly, a slave of the clan. Although the whole family denies this, everyone knows the truth. So one can imagine Hinata and Hinata's mood. But compared to himself, he was more worried about another thing. 2 daughters. He couldn't imagine how his innocent eldest daughter would survive in the future once the family was separated. The air became extremely silent. Great Elder, Rizu has a merciless request. Hinata Hizu suddenly spoke. Hyga Tokumitsu did not answer, but used his eyes to signal the other party to speak directly. I hope Hinata can adopt your bloodline. Hinata and Hinata suddenly made an unexpected request. Yes, this request is too abrupt. Hinata only has a few clans, and each clan can only have one clan. In other words, if Hinata enters the lineage of the Great Elder, she can continue to maintain her clan status. But as a result, no one else in the Great Elder's lineage has the chance to inherit the clan. Bold. A clan elder was dissatisfied with the reprimand. But before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Hinata Tokumitsu with a wave of his hand. Because he knows the other party's character very well, so since he made this request, he will definitely have a way to convince himself. I think that just handing over the position of clan leader may not necessarily satisfy the village leaders, but if it is the corpse of the clan leader, it will definitely make the village leaders understand the loyalty of our Hyuga clan. Hinata and Hinata were as calm as if they were talking about other people's affairs. He had already made the same decision before, but in the end it was his younger brother Hisashi who replaced him. After listening to his words, the clan elders were silent. Because they also know very well that compared to handing over the position of clan leader, the life of a clan leader can prove the docility and loyalty of the Hyuga clan, and it can also allow the village to beat other ninja clans. No one is a fool. They naturally know that the main reason why the village targets them is to use them to kill the chicken and scare the monkey. After all, the impact of the Aberme clan incident was too bad. They are not like the situation of the Uchiha Fang lineage, but they just moved away from the village. Therefore, it is a good choice to use the Hyuga clan to warn other ninja clan. The subtext is, even such a wealthy family can handle it. If you, who are far inferior to the Hyuga clan, are not honest, the consequences will only be worse. Although he didn't say anything, all the major ninja clans would definitely be able to see this silent beating. Yes, starting from today, Hinata will be the heir of my clan. Hinata Tako nodded. Great Elder. Hinata Sosuke wanted to stop him, but was caught by Hinata Takuma's sharp gaze and could only swallow back all his words. Hinata, please do it from now on. Hyuga Hisashi gave Hyuga Tokimitsu the gift of a night, and the latter accepted it calmly, showing that he would fulfill his promise. After the ceremony, Hinata Hinashi took out a kunai without hesitation and stabbed himself in the heart. Poof! The huge force pierced his heart, and the blood slowly soaked his clothes, and then he fell limply to the ground and turned into a corpse. The surrounding clan members looked at this scene with different expressions. Alas! Send someone to inform the Hokage-sama that Hizu had an accident during his training today. Hinata Takuma sighed softly, and then issued the order. As long as this news reaches the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the other party will definitely understand the choice of their Hyuga clan. However, no one noticed the tears on the ground in the corner of the conference hall. In a small flower garden. Mimi, forget what you just saw. Hyuga Niji, who was only a few years old, scolded Hyuga Hinata, who was sobbing silently in front of her, holding her sister in her arms. Since the death of his father, Hyuga Niji has matured at an amazing speed, so he stopped Hyuga Hinata from rushing in time. Because he knows that even if he rushes in, he will not be able to prevent things from happening, but he will pay a price. Brother Niji. Hinata looked with tears in her eyes at Hinata Niji, who was only 1 year older than her, but extremely mature. Hinata, you'd better forget what happened today, if you don't want yourself and Hanabi to die. Nisi had already tasted the darkness of family separation, and he didn't want Hinata to do the same, so he warned her many times. He initially hated Hinata because his father died because of her. But when he knew that the other party's father was willing to join forces with Uchiha for this, he was extremely grateful. Now, both sides are completely connected by the same disease, so he is more and more concerned. I know, Brother Niji. Hinata knew what the other person said was correct, so she nodded. Even for her sister, she must be strong. Looking at Hinata Hanabi in her arms, Hinata's always weak expression changed for the first time. Chapter 469 The current situation of Kirigakure village. A few days later, Tanghei also received the changes in the Hyuga clan. In this regard, he can only say that Konoha's top management has never disappointed anyone. White Fang has learned from the past, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others have not learned any lessons. How can they not be looked down upon? Anyway, Dohei felt that the first and second generations had a solid foundation, otherwise Konoha would have been completely defeated by him. At this point, the Crown Princess has received the beginning of the script of the big heroine. Both parents are dead, but my sister has a house. The only difference is that she did not lose her clan status. This may be an accident. After all, who would have thought that Hinata Hizu would use his own life to fight for this identity for him? Father's love. It is indeed worthy of admiration. But admiration is admiration. As long as it conflicts with their plans, I will be sorry. Even thinking about it with his own feet, Hinata would have a difficult time in the future. It is not that there are no people in the great elder's lineage. Coupled with some internal struggles, she will definitely understand what pain is in a short period of time. In any case, the innocent, kind and weak crown princess from the original history will never appear. Because if her personality didn't change, let alone her, even her newly born sister-in-law Hanabi wouldn't be able to survive. How wonderful! Anyway, Tang Ping thinks this fun is worth looking forward to. As for whether he will have a hard time with his conscience, put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a wicked life. The ninja world is a world where good people suffer tragedy. The best example is White Fang, and this is not the only one. Therefore, Tang Ping never intends to be a good person, but to be a LYB and the mastermind behind the scenes, and his pursuit is to be put on the right foot in the end. It's just that the crown princess's training has just begun. If she wants to wait for the other party's mind to mature and her body to be able to accept the experiment, it is best to wait for the other party's graduation. Anyway, that time was also the time when the Stage of Destiny was officially launched. When the time comes, Tang Ping will fight with Madara, Black Zetsu, and Lu Dao. Now, he doesn't have that ability yet, so he can only act in a low-key manner. Well, even though he has caused so many things, for him, he is really low-key. At least they didn't even talk about taking over Kirigakure village and transforming the country of tea. Isn't it low-key enough? Before they had the strength to fight Madara and Black Zetsu, or even Six Paths LYB, it was impossible for them to be high-profile. By the way, today is the time for supplies to arrive, right? Tang Ping raised his head and asked outside the laboratory. After hearing his inquiry, a tall figure appeared outside. Yes. As long as Yamamakoji has no mission, he will guard the laboratory. And his actions also made Uchiha Xiang feel numb. It's too curly. You lick like this, how can I still lick? Then let's go and greet him too. Tang Ping walked out of the temporary laboratory. Because today's supply is not easy. In addition to transporting the first batch of supplies, it will also transport the previously captured people. Those mist ninjas who were captured, and a group of good performers were released back. During the Battle of Portman Island, the castle tower captured more than 1,000 mist ninjas, and they were kept on the island and were not in a hurry to release them. The reason is that we don't want too many fog ninjas. When we first captured the hidden mist village, the greater the number of mist ninjas, the more likely things would go wrong. Now that a few months have passed, the situation has been initially stabilized. Naturally, we have to release the other party one after another. We can't just keep locking people up and wasting food, right? The food intake of a ninja is not a small amount. Of course, if you replenish it to an ordinary person, you won't die, but your strength will be greatly reduced, and it will be even more difficult to replenish it. So even though they were imprisoning people, the castle tower really did not treat these captive misonins badly in terms of food and various medicines. Life was really good when I was little, and I gained a bit of weight per person. When they were in the Mist Ninja, they didn't have enough to eat or wear. But being imprisoned on Port Eunice Island, they had no worries about food and clothing. This kind of life was simply not too pleasant, which meant that their freedom was restricted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising that these Mist Ninjas would definitely not miss the village. Whoosh, whoosh. Dohei did not set off alone. In addition to Yamamakoji, Uchiha Sho and Yakeng also followed. As for Honglien, naturally, this errand girl went to escort us in advance. Even if you know that no one dares to touch the Liang, it is still better to be careful. Perhaps the importance will only decrease after more ships are added later. For a few people, a distance of dozens of kilometers was nothing, so they quickly arrived at Kirigakure village. Today, most of Kirigakure village is still in ruins, with no intention of rebuilding. It's not that Nagai Takeyami and Terumi Mei are unwilling, but Dohei's order. In this regard, even if the two of them did not understand it, they still carried it out. Therefore, there are a large number of tents and temporary buildings scattered on this ruins, which looks extremely shabby. Well, this can be regarded as a kind of reminder to the Mist Ninja. Whenever I look at these ruins, I will think of the flying troops in the castle tower and their terrifying firepower that destroyed the sky and the earth. Plus various benefits and benefits. With one hard blow and one soft blow, the Mist Ninjas were directly controlled. If it weren't for some radical Kirigakure ninjas, you might have thought that just a few months later, Kirigakure village had become a castle tower. There will be radicals, of course, because the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. In Kirigakure village, there are naturally some people who are dissatisfied with the castle tower, plus some who are resentful because their relatives died in the war. These people form a secret resistance organization. Note, it's just organizing, not taking action. Now Tanghei and the others are dozens of kilometers away from Kirigakure village. If they dare to cause trouble, they will be suppressed in minutes, so they just keep planning and winning over people. Now the scale has exceeded 100 people, and the leader is none other than Master Yuan. During this period of time, Master Yuan showed his displeasure with the castle tower and even had many conflicts with Nagai Takayama. As expected of an old fox, his acting skills are superb. Even Nagai Takayama and Terumi Mei were keeping an eye on him, fearing that he might actually cause something. Lord Dohei. *2. Choshin Takayama and Terumi Mei each brought a few people out to greet Dohei and the others. It's just that the two sides were separated by a little distance from each other, and their faces were completely expressionless when they looked at each other at the same time. It's not surprising that this would happen. Terumi Mei is the acting Mizukage, so logically speaking, she is the leader of Kirikage village. But Nagai Takayama is the agent of the castle tower, and he also controls the power of material and distribution, so his actual power will only be greater. There are conflicts in all aspects, and it is naturally impossible to be harmonious, so it is completely a secret fight. Of course, the two of them knew they had to do this. Well, I'm here to receive supplies. Tang Ping explained. Who knows that every move he makes now is easy for others to interpret, especially the two people who are uneasy, so they will go straight to the point. After hearing this, the two of them quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Are there a lot of things this time? Terumi Mei opened her mouth to relax the atmosphere. She didn't know that supplies would arrive today, she just came out to greet them. A lot, and there will be surprises. Tang Ping's tone is confident, which compares favorably with Mi Mei's attitude. Who is not only strong in combat, but also good in brains. His previous plan was to erode Kirigakure village through the other party, so there was such cooperation. But who would have thought that an unexpected opportunity broke the original plan and turned it into what it is now? But it doesn't matter, the other party is now considered his subordinate, and there is no way he can escape from his grasp. After a while, you can even plant a Heaven's Curse seal on it. Of course he wouldn't be interested in anyone else, but since this one was so good in appearance and ability, he wouldn't be stingy with the curse seal. But rushing is not a transaction. He plans to wait for the other party to exchange it himself. If he takes the initiative, the other party may be wary. Surprise? Terumi may look normal, but in her heart she was already thinking about what surprises there would be. Soon, the supplies arrived. Chapter 470 Bait. Phew. The huge steel battleship wrapped in the strong wind, with a height of several meters above the ground flying towards Kirigakure village. The blazing sun. It was a deep impression on the mist ninjas. A few months ago, it was this behemoth of more than 20,000 tons that crashed into Kirigakure village, announcing that Kirigakure village had been conquered by the castle tower. Tenshikaku, Mist Ninja opens the door, free trade. Now, seeing this flying steel battleship again, many villagers subconsciously walked out. But what was different from the shock and fear last time was that in addition to shock, this time there was also a sense of pride and excitement. Yes, they are one of our own now. In other words, this steel battleship is home, so naturally there is no fear, only pride and excitement. For example, just like the common people before time travel, if they knew what it would be like to have an aerospace aircraft carrier, these mist ninjas would also feel a little bit like this. Well, from here we can also see the effect of Tang Ping's series of measures. Because if you really regard the castle tower as an intruder and an enemy, there will be no pride or excitement. I can only say that people in the ninja world are really simple. People are really grateful when they give me favors, unlike those white-eyed wolves who picked up their bowls to eat and put down their chopsticks before Tang Ping traveled through time. The supplies consumed in the past few months were all left behind when I left last time, and they were not too much in terms of quantity or scope. But this time it's different. This is the first official supply. Both the quantity and the scope of supplies are much stronger than before. Plus 2 special items. First, there were 500 mist ninja prisoners, and then there was another hidden thing. The ghost of the monster builds an army. This force, which can be said to be the core of the castle tower, has also arrived. It took almost 2 years to finally complete the transformation of a small half of the country of T. Numerous mountains have been dug up and countless lakes filled up, directly turning them into planting and production bases. Now the output is completely increasing day by day. However, since the areas close to the border area have not been moved, the outside world does not yet know the changes in the Kingdom of Tea. If it were the world before time travel, if you wanted to complete such a huge project, even with the help of a large number of machines, you would need several 5-year plans and invest a lot of materials and manpower. But in the ninja world, a poor and backward place, it only took a few years. I can only say that science is not enough, so I have to endure learning to make up for it. Now, millions of people from the country of tea have successfully migrated to the other side. If the indigenous people are included, there will be millions of people working for the castle tower. The focus of the next work of the monster will naturally change to Kirigakure village or the Kingdom of Water. Tohei's ambition is not only to occupy Kirigakure village, but also the Kingdom of Water behind him is his prey. But now my appetite is far from enough to swallow this prey, so I hold back for the time being. However, the Kingdom of Water can take its time, but now that the situation in Kirigakure village has stabilized, it is time to develop it. First of all, the village. In the past few months, Tanghei, in addition to extracting the spinal cord of the Kagaya clan and conducting experiments, has also been investigating the Kingdom of Water. No matter how much information he got, words were words and reality was reality. He didn't want to capsize, so he kept investigating. It can be said that he now knows a lot about the Kingdom of Water. In total, it's just 4 words. Horrible. The population of the Kingdom of Water has not grown at all. This cruel problem can be seen from here. If the civilians of the country of fire are miserable enough, then the civilians of the country of water are an absolute nightmare. Even worse than the sandy environment in the Kingdom of Wind. The humid environment that is covered by heavy fog all year round makes it impossible to grow food. Coupled with the rampant monsters in the water, it is difficult to imagine a high mortality rate. However, the more miserable the Kingdom of Water becomes, the more excited it becomes. It's not that he has any weird habits, but because the other party is in such a nightmare environment. Apart from other aspects, it's not easy for him to win people's hearts. So, happiness comes from comparison. If there were no nobles, the treatment he would give would be just like that. But whoever made the nobles less than human beings directly made him look superior. From this point of view, Tang Ping really wanted to thank these nobles. Even the mist ninjas were exploited in various ways. Even though they are ninjas, their treatment is really miserable, which is hard to tolerate. The simplest thing is that it is difficult to even get enough food. Therefore, the mist ninja will try their best to roll in. The so-called elite route is completely rolled out. It's not that we don't want to take the road of overwhelming numbers, it's just that we don't have the conditions. It's fine now. Even though the castle tower was the enemy who captured Kirigakure village, after a few good months, the Kirigakure people voted with their feet. Even if they didn't acknowledge it verbally, they actually began to recognize the castle tower. Even the resistance faction headed by Yuanshi did not dare to make small moves, because they knew that many people now recognized the castle tower. Once they messed up, these people would not only not help, but would stop them. Boom! The heavy metal hull of the Liang fell heavily, directly pressing the ground to sink several meters deep. There is no way. The 20,000 ton Liang is coupled with tens of thousands of tons of cargo. It is not surprising that this situation would happen. Relief. Several huge metal pedals of the Liang were lowered, forming a slope-like passage. A group of castle tower ninjas came over under the leadership of Hong Lian. Grown-ups. After meeting, the other party greeted him respectfully. Don't look at it in private, Hong Lian had all kinds of small temper tantrums and acted cute. But in formal occasions, she was reasonable and well-founded in both her words and actions, and people could not find fault with her. Well, if you work harder, the contribution points should be enough, right? Do Ping teased. The other party worked so hard just for the contribution points. There are too many good things in the castle tower, especially those developed by him, any of which can make other ninja villages envious. However, except for a limited number of people, others have to exchange contribution points to obtain them. Even Yamamakoji took the initiative to stand up and act as an experimental subject under the premise of unknown risks, instead of getting it for nothing. Only Uchihame and Hyaga Kangya were exceptions, and everyone knew this. For the rest, even Hong Lian was no exception. She has been working hard to brush tasks since graduation, just for the contribution points. No, the contribution points are enough. Hong Lian shook her head. She has several jobs and enjoys internal treatment from time to time. For example, if she knew that some tasks were about to be released, she would take them as soon as possible. So her contribution value was not low, and she had already collected all the third stage natural force potions. Contribution value? Mei Terumi asked curiously. Of course she knew about contribution value, which was common in all major ninja villages, but she did not expect that Honglian, the young leader of the castle tower, would work so hard to earn it. We have some things in the castle tower that need to be exchanged with contribution value. Dohei threw the bait. As long as the other party knew those special exchange items, it would be impossible to refuse the temptation. And the Heaven's Curse seal deliberately prepared for it was naturally on it. Heaven's Curse seal. The exchange price was not high, and there were many restrictions. It was almost as if the other party's name was written on it. Anyway, there was no fear that the other party would be tempted. Just then, the mist ninjas who had just removed the restrictions came down from the Liang. Nagaya Takashi went to meet them as soon as possible. The 500 mist ninjas released first will be assigned to him for direct command. In this way, he not only holds great power, but also has a group of troops directly under his command, which can completely suppress Mei Terumi. These mist ninjas who were released first were all neutral factions that were close to Nagai Takayama before, so there was no fear that he could not control them. Since they had been told before coming, and Lin Yuri also went with Hong Lian to pick up people, 500 mist ninjas directly joined the team and began to carry the goods. Clothing, food, daily necessities, and so on. The onlookers of the mist village were overwhelmed. When had they seen so many good things before? And in terms of quantity, it was really amazing. With the extremely tricky roads in the land of water, the transportation difficulty was extremely tricky. How could it be compared with the fiery Sunday? At this time, Dohei also told Nagai Takayama, Mei Terumi and their confidants about his next plan. Chapter 471, New Mist Village. I want to rebuild the Mist Village. Dohei spoke directly. It is only now that the situation has stabilized that he brought up this matter. If he had said it when he had just taken over the Hidden Mist Village, it might have caused a huge change. Because at that time, the Hidden Mist ninjas were in a panic. When they heard the news, whether it was good for them or not, they would definitely think there was a conspiracy. Now, people's hearts have stabilized, and the Hidden Mist ninjas are used to the style of the castle tower, so they will naturally not be so resistant. The reason why he specifically told the two of them was, of course, because the Hidden Mist Village he wanted to rebuild was not built on the original site. Where do you want to build it? Mei Terumi reacted instantly. The other party had not allowed the village to be rebuilt before, and it turned out that it was not a punishment, but because they had other plans. The red sand area on the northwest coast. Doping said the location. It is located on the northwest coast of the water country. 2,500 nautical miles to the north is the south of the lightning country, and 2,000 nautical miles to the west is the wave country, the neighbor of the fire country. Do you want Kirigakure to take the maritime trade route in the future? Mei Terumi guessed Doping's plan from the site selection. Right. Doping nodded. Anyway, he had already made the decision. Whether they agreed or not, they had to execute it. I fully support you, sir. Nagai Takayama nodded immediately. After a few months, he naturally understood a lot of things. At least he understood that the castle tower could rise because of the terrifying profits from maritime trade. If Kirigakure is now built on the seashore, he has no reason not to support it. In fact, who doesn't know the benefits of maritime trade? But the problem is that the Kirigakure ninjas have no way to intervene. Where do the ships come from? Where do the goods come from? Who do they trade with? And so on, all of which made the Kirigakure ninjas give up the idea. If it were the Kirigakure in the past, it would be impossible to build a huge port village hundreds of kilometers away. Because there is no manpower and material resources. But if it were the castle tower, it would not be a problem to build a new Kirigakure by the sea. There is no pressure on manpower or materials. Especially with the fiery sun in hand, it is not too easy to transport construction materials. Construction workers? Although the terracotta warriors and horses under the command of the demon cannot do some detailed work, the basic work can be done. With the devil in hand, infrastructure construction can be done whatever you want. If you need the help of Mist Ninja, please feel free to ask. Terumi Mei glanced at Nagai Takayama unhappily, and then also expressed his stance. Even if you and the other party have to be tit for tat, you are a little too curled up and you just look like this at every turn. How can I play with you? After clearing the air with the two of them, Tang Ping's mission this time was considered completed. It is not difficult for him to build Kirigakure village. The problem is that there is no village. If the Kirigakure villagers are unwilling to move there, it will be just an empty shell. The two people nodded, which meant that they would do the work of these villagers and mist ninjas. Of course, the reason why the two dared to nod was because during this period, the villagers' hatred of the castle tower had softened, and their views had also changed. Otherwise, even if it is to be relocated, it will definitely be mandatory, which will be troublesome. After the preparation work is completed, Tang Ping will not need to come forward for the following matters. At the same time, he is also going back to the castle tower. Because it's getting more and more lively over there. The matter of the flying unit is still a hot topic in the ninja world even after a few months. Even the sudden ceasefire in several great ninja villages may not have been affected by this. None of them want to miss this opportunity for change. Various air defense arrangements are also being carried out intensively. In the past, in the ninja world, there were only some psychic beasts, big wild trees and the like that could fly, and no one thought about air defense at all. But now? If you dare not consider air defense, facing the flying troops will just lie flat and let the hammer hit you. And the originally important border defense line can no longer reassure Ninja Village. Because as long as there are flying troops, they can break in across the border at any time. So it's time for Tang Ping to go back. But not everyone went back. Tang He only left with Hinata Kangyu, Guren, Yakang, and Yamamakoji. Uchiha Sho continues to be responsible for the commander of the garrison. Even if the mist ninjas become more and more obedient, they cannot relax their vigilance. In the past few years, accidents are most likely to occur. After all, they are conquerors by force, so they have to be careful at all times. Anyway, in a few years, even if someone wants to leave the castle tower, no one will care about them. After all, if one has full welfare benefits and lives an extremely happy life, and the other does not have enough to eat or wear well, as long as there is no problem with his brain, he will know how to choose. As for annexing the Kingdom of Water, the plan can be prepared slowly, but it cannot be launched immediately. Originally, Dohei started preparations after slowly taking over a great ninja village, but getting Kirigakure village so long in advance naturally disrupted his plan. Apart from other aspects, the number of mist ninjas is far from enough to control the entire Kingdom of Water. For normal defense work, you can recruit militia guards to perform it, but when you encounter trouble, the last ones to take action are naturally the ninjas. Therefore, the number of fog ninjas can be used to control the area near the village, but if you want to use it to control a big country, you can't. Don't even think about it. Of course, the more important thing is the internal affairs staff. If you just want to grab territory, then it shouldn't be too easy to wipe out the Kingdom of Water. But after it's cleared up, it's impossible to ignore it, right? If you want to take it into your hands, you need manpower. Others would naturally choose to accept the original bureaucracy. But doing so would do far more harm than good. Because these bureaucrats are not very capable, but they are extremely corrupt and bullying, Tang Ping accepted them only after his brain was damaged. If you really accept the other party, it is guaranteed that the cost of governance will increase infinitely. In the end, believe it or not, you will be unable to make ends meet. This kind of thing is not uncommon at all, it has become the norm, so it is naturally impossible for Tang Ping to take action before he has trained enough management and internal affairs personnel. Anyway, in the Kingdom of Ghosts, the number of shrine maidens being cultivated is increasing. Now, due to the Belt and Road Initiative, it has become the center of a circle of small countries, so there is no need to worry about the source of the witches. A Maiko who has been trained since childhood can at least completely crush the existing bureaucracy in terms of ability and loyalty. Hundreds. Now there are so many graduates of Maiko every year. And this number is constantly rising, because the demand for castle towers has been increasing. Do you think that the castle tower doesn't need so many shrine maidens? In fact, this is true only for the castle tower, but if you include the land of rivers and the land of tea, there will be at least tens of thousands of management personnel. The ninja world does not have all kinds of convenient facilities, so administrative personnel really need so many. With so many managers, it would be impossible for those ninja villages to provide them. After all, the prerequisite of literacy has already excluded ordinary people. Not to mention, in addition to literacy, there are other courses. That is why the castle tower is willing to invest such massive resources. As for others, Don't even think about ninjas. If they don't have such resources and financial resources, the nobles do have them, but it's okay to let them spend money to enjoy themselves. Spend money and resources to cultivate bureaucrats? I'm afraid you didn't wake up. It's no wonder that the castle tower crushes the ninja world in terms of internal affairs. It's not that Tang Ping's internal affairs abilities are outstanding, it's just a foil to his peers. Before leaving, he explained Uchiha Sho's subsequent work. In addition to keeping an eye on Kirigakure village, we must also pay attention to the construction work of the new Kirigakure village. Especially the ghost. Even if they have to give up other things, the other party must not get into trouble. Uchiha Xiang naturally understood the importance of the ghost, so he nodded heavily to show his attitude. Finally, Dohei and the returning sun returned to the castle tower. The land of water has entered a state of seclusion, so there is no need to worry about exposing too much. Now, we have to go back and deal with the troubles of the castle tower. Then we can watch the annual drama. Chapter 472 The Castle Tower That Can't Be Low-Key. The Castle Tower. Now it is different from the past. Although Dohei's low-key has never been publicized. But who made them sweep the daimyo coalition and defeat the Mist Ninja army before, so naturally they can't keep a low profile. After a careful investigation, they scared the major ninja villages. Too strong. Not to mention other aspects, the population alone is as high as 300,000. Note that this is the number of people who are registered. If caravans and temporary population are included, the number is about 500,000, which is no worse than Konoha and is completely catching up with Kyoto, the most prosperous city in the ninja world. The reason why the population of cities in the ninja world cannot increase is that the more people there are, the more troubles there are in terms of food, planning, order, etc. For example, the simplest food. If there are hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds or thousands of tons will be consumed every day. When will it be transported by carriage? But the castle tower is a port city, which means that food can be imported from the sea, which is much more convenient than carriages. At the same time, it is also because self-produced food solves most of the burden, so it can support such an exaggerated population. After the last war, they obtained an area with a radius of about 100 miles, directly expanding the territory by more than 10 times. Well, this is a secret agreement. The castle tower wants the inside, and the daimyo wants the face. At least from the perspective of publicity, this is a tie. Anyway, only the big ninja villages know the truth. The small ninja villages even think that it was the daimyo who was influenced by Konoha and chose to let the castle tower go. The castle tower did not explain this, which was equivalent to acquiescing. Who asked the daimyo to give too much? That is, he did not call in the ghosts, otherwise, all kinds of cultivated land, orchards, pastures, etc. would definitely increase by more than 10 times. It didn't matter before, but now it really can't call back the ghosts. The castle tower is now the focus of observation of major forces. As long as those terracotta warriors appear, they will be discovered in minutes. The castle tower now is not as obscure as it was at the beginning. Even if a piece of news is released casually, there are no less than 2-digit spies who are concerned, so if you don't want to expose the ghosts, you really can't let them return to the castle tower. However, in a closed-door place like the Land of Water, with the Mist Ninjas escorting, there will be no problem. Therefore, now there are countless people carrying farm tools in the castle tower every day, flattening plants, clearing debris, and then crushing the soil and blending it into bird droppings or compost. In the past, when the ghosts commanded the terracotta warriors to reclaim the wilderness, it was not felt, but when it was reclaimed by humans, you can feel how exaggerated the difference is. A terracotta warrior is 3 meters tall, and at the same time has unlimited endurance and amazing strength. It can be regarded as the rhythm of a small excavator. But what about manpower? It takes dozens or hundreds of people to match the efficiency of a terracotta warrior. If simply piling up manpower can achieve the efficiency of the terracotta warrior, then the castle tower will definitely not be stingy with manpower. But manpower is something that you can't just pile up whenever you want. It's like doing a project. It doesn't mean that doubling the manpower will double the efficiency. It also involves management, logistics, planning, and other aspects. So, even if tens of thousands of people have been mobilized to reclaim the land, the effect is very limited. But it's okay, the castle tower has plenty of money and materials, which can be continuously invested in reclamation. In fact, this is the normal cost of reclamation. Before, they didn't consume because they were cheating, not because reclamation doesn't require consumption, but only when they really cultivate like other people can they understand how hard and troublesome it is. Anyway, Uchiha Mei is depressed. Faced with such internal affairs, they can't just rush through, so they can only hand over the matter to Uchiha Yashiro, who is already busy. Du Ping and others returned to the castle tower in this atmosphere. There was no one to greet them. Because they came back quietly. The Liang had no intention of being exposed, so when they were a distance away from the castle tower, they jumped off the ship and took another merchant ship to enter the port. Now the castle tower doesn't have to worry about not finding a ship that goes the way. The daily throughput is nearly 100 ships. You know, there was no port here before, but now there are so many ships coming, it can only be said that the business is really driven by the castle tower. In addition to the safety and sufficient goods here, the biggest reason is probably cleanliness. Note that the cleanliness mentioned here does not refer to hygiene. It means that there are no bureaucrats and nobles. Like in other ports, if you want to do business, at least half of the profit is used to manage. Originally, the risk of maritime trade is the size of the port, coupled with the amount of money spent on arranging, naturally greatly dampened the enthusiasm of merchants. This is also the reason why maritime trade is lucrative but not lively enough. However, these were gradually broken by the castle tower. The emergence of ironclad ships greatly reduced the dangers at sea. Things like pirates can be solved by hiring ninjas to escort, but natural disasters and wind and waves cannot be solved by ninjas, so the emergence of ironclad ships is definitely a breakthrough for maritime trade. If the major chambers of commerce cannot reach the ironclad ships for the time being, then the emergence of the castle tower port directly allows the major chambers of commerce to enjoy what is called an efficient and honest business environment. Efficiency means that the efficiency is amazingly fast, not to mention honesty. As long as the tax is paid, there is no need to make any arrangements or bribes. With such a good business environment, it is no wonder that these chambers of commerce came here. Purchasing/selling goods from here will make more profits than in other places, and you don't have to suffer the anger of those officials and nobles. There is no need to say how to choose. Step. After landing, Tang Ping and his group wore cloaks and walked towards the distant Shashan city. Fresh sea fish, don't miss it if you pass by. Medicinal materials from the mountain country, guaranteed to be worth your money. Dried sandworms from the wind country, sold at a low price. Weijiahu from the thunder country, supreme treasure, the last 10 tons. Various hawking sounds rang in the ears. Commercial street. This is a street where major chambers of commerce gather. Originally, there were none, but later with the development of the castle tower, major chambers of commerce also gathered here. Not to mention other aspects, the rent alone is enough to amaze people. However, no matter how high the rent is, it is not a problem for these chambers of commerce, because the profit from trade is too great. No wonder the business income is getting higher and higher. Hinata Kangyu sighed as he looked at the crowded merchants on the street. The business environment is so prosperous that they have a hard time collecting taxes alone. The reason why we can collect so much tax is entirely due to the scale. Do Ping explained casually. In fact, the tax received by Konoha is far less than that of the castle tower. It is not a problem of system and corruption. After all, ninjas are not bureaucrats, so this aspect can be guaranteed. The key point is the scale. Konoha is located in the inland area, which leads to the use of horse-drawn carriages by caravans. Even if a heavy carriage in the ninja world can pull several tons, even a large caravan has only dozens of carriages and can transport hundreds of tons of goods. This is already a large caravan. In the castle tower, a cargo ship can transport at least 100 tons of goods. If it is a large cargo ship, it starts at hundreds or thousands of tons. The more goods, the more taxes will be collected. Therefore, the economic development of port cities is far from comparable to that of inland cities. Of course, port cities are naturally far less secure than inland cities, which can be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. Several people came to the original Shashan city. Due to the last joint mission incident, the original castle tower was blown away, and now a new building has been rebuilt. It still looks like the Hokage building, but the logo has been changed to Sun. Now Dohei has begun to let go of himself. Because the Hokage building represents the existence of the shadow. If he dares to use the Hokage building today, no one dares to think about what he will do tomorrow. At this time, in the building, Uchiha Mei is facing trouble. Chapter 473. It's healthier to confront Danzo. Sun building. Danzo slammed the table and glared at the figure sitting at the top. Why don't you hand over the technology of the aircraft? Do you have any ulterior motives? He was really angry. It's been several months, and after such a long time, the other party is still not ready to hand over the technology of the aircraft. There is no plan to sell the aircraft. How can he tolerate this? It's hard not to get angry when he thinks that he is a dignified Konoha elder and is treated so lightly. Yes, the delegation sent by Konoha to the castle tower was led by Danzo. After hearing about the intelligence of the flying unit, he came excitedly, but he was turned away unexpectedly. Because the 404 team was not there. Only a few of them were registered Konoha ninjas. Uchihame and other Uchiha from the eldest branch were dead men in Konoha, and they could not control them. As for the others, they were either from the Kizuna clan or ninjas trained by the castle tower itself. None of them were registered in Konoha, so they really did not buy it. If the name is not right, the words will not flow. Even if Danzo was the advisory elder of Konoha, he had no right to interfere in the castle tower. He was directly perfunctorily and pulled, which made him waste a lot of time and did not gain anything. Of course, the route must have some tricks. But for Uchihame, these tricks can be directly handed over to Nono to solve, and there is no need to be afraid at all. Slurp. Uchihame took a sip of hot tea, and then said leisurely. I've said it before, the aircraft does not belong to our castle tower, there is no technology at all. She lied with her eyes open, and she was in a very good mood. The other party is Danzo, the dark ninja. He is a big man that even her grandfather is afraid of, but now she can be on equal footing with him, and in the future she can even. Uchihame didn't take the other party seriously at all. Her current strength is enough to suppress the other party. However, even so, she would not take action, and she would even protect Danzo if someone touched him. There is no way, who let this person be the big brother and ally of their castle tower. Well, these two titles are private complaints from Dohei. Although I don't know why Danzo was given these two titles, the high-level officials of the castle tower all know the meaning of the titles. After all, a lot of good things in the castle tower were contributed by the root, and the plan to dig into Konoha's corners also needed Danzo's cooperation to succeed. Even Uchihame's disciple plan was so smooth with the help of the other party. Facing such an open enemy and actual ally, Uchihame couldn't touch him even if she was unhappy with him. Of course, watching the other party make a fool of himself is naturally not considered touching the other party. You. Danzo was so angry that he almost flipped the table. Are you talking like a human? If there is no technology for aircraft, would you promote hang gliders so vigorously to train pilots? But even if he knew that Uchihame was talking nonsense, he couldn't do anything. Because his status as an advisory elder does not have any deterrent effect on him. Is Elder Danzo too old to speak clearly? Uchihame continued to argue. For an Uchiha, arguing with Danzo is definitely a pleasant thing, so she is willing to take time to meet him, otherwise she would not be so free. Let's not talk about this for now. Where is Uchiha Dohei? Let him come out to see me. Danzo knew that no matter what he said to the other party, it would be useless, so he directly stated that he wanted to meet Dohei. The other party was a member of Konoha, and it was completely reasonable for him, an advisory elder, to meet him. Click. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Hey, isn't this Elder Danzo? I haven't seen you for a few days, a few months. How come you have become like this? Dohei came in with a few people and greeted Danzo. The last time they met, they were still fighting against the Cloud Ninja army together, and then it was when Sarutobi Shinashuk was solved by Obito, the ungrateful wolf. Losing a son in old age is a blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is hard to imagine whether he was angry at the Hyuga clan for attacking them. After all, the death of the eldest son is related to the Hyuga clan. If they had not killed the Cloud Ninja envoy, it would not have caused the Cloud Ninja army to attack. Without the Cloud Ninja army attacking, his eldest son would not have fought, and he would not have died if he had not fought. It can only be said that the logic is indeed correct. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen is submissive to the outside world and strikes hard at home. If he can't cause trouble to the Cloud Ninja, can he not cause trouble to the Hyuga clan? So, the Hyuga clan is in tragedy. Otherwise, if Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality is the same as before, even if he receives information about Hyuga Hayashi from the Anbu, it is very likely that Danzo will stop. It can only be said that the storm stirred up by the butterfly of Dohei is getting bigger and bigger, which directly caused the original plot of the ninja world to deviate. However, after realizing this, he is also trying his best to make up for it. After all, the plot is his real golden finger, so he sent Kabuto to Konoha and prepared to let Shino Aberame go to Konoha to study. On the one hand, it shows the castle tower's submissive attitude towards Konoha, and on the other hand, it is to maintain the original plot. What nonsense are you talking about? Danzo jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Other people would not take it to heart, but when Dohei, the purifying flame, said this, he naturally had to think about it. Even if he was blessed with multiple layers of sealing barriers, his changes were indeed huge after transplanting a large number of Hashirama cells, so he was guilty. Fortunately, Dohei really didn't want to reveal Danzo's little secret. He sat down directly at the place where Uchihame stood up and made way, and then spoke directly. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. The aircraft will never be handed over anyway. Elder Danzo, please go back. He didn't argue with Danzo. Flying vehicles are actually very difficult to make even if the technology is handed over. But even so, Dohei was unwilling. In the past, he had to keep a low profile and trade, but now he can't keep a low profile, and at the same time, there is nothing to be desired in trade. Even the impure world reincarnation was obtained through Konan. Yes, you heard it right. The impure world reincarnation has been obtained. It was obtained from the root. There is also an inside ghost over there to support it. With Konan's divine paper technique, it will not be too easy to get it. It's just that this technique is too complicated, and there are a lot of places that belong to the secret knowledge of the Hokage system, so Dohei's progress is extremely slow. After getting this technique that he coveted the most wanted technique left is Flying Thunder God. If there is no example of the fourth Hokage, it is not impossible to trade. But with the example of the other party, it is simply impossible to get it, so Dohei is strong without desire and directly expresses his attitude. You, hide this technology of the media and don't report it. Are you trying to betray the village? Danzo was angry. He had never expected that the other party would not even give him a chance to trade. Really, Dohei retorted unmoved, according to what Elder Danzo said, if the secret techniques, secret medicines, etc. of the major ninja clans are not handed over to the village, it would be treason, right? Secret techniques, secret medicines, etc. are the foundation of the major ninja clans. Even if the village is jealous, it will never. Maybe he has a plan. Because if he really has a plan, it is obvious that he wants to force these ninjas to rebel. Nonsense, how could the village do this? But the aircraft is related to the safety of Konoha, you must hand it over. Danzo directly ignored the facts and equated the aircraft with the safety of the village, trying to use this righteousness to force him to hand it over. And he has used this trick before, it is completely invincible, and basically it can succeed. Unfortunately, this trick depends on the person. If it is used on the Konoha ninjas, the effect will be amazing, because once they don't agree to hand it over, Danzo's roots have many ways to make them voluntarily hand it over. The arm cannot twist the thigh. The Konoha ninjas will naturally be suppressed by the village's high-level officials, and there is no possibility of resistance. But it is different for Dohei. As long as I have no morals, others can't use morality to kidnap me, so I refute directly. If Danzo can get other ninjas to hand over their secret techniques and secret medicines, etc. to the village, I will also hand over the aircraft. Otherwise, please. Doping tied up other ninjas and said that they should hand them over together, not just me. As for Danzo's use of righteousness and morality to kidnap him, he was not afraid at all, and he didn't care about any rumors he spread. So, the negotiation ended unhappily. Then Doping immediately went to the castle hospital, because Nohara Rin was meeting someone, so he naturally had to be there. Chapter 474 Kakashi, Akane, Who Knows the Truth? The rooftop of the castle hospital. Two figures looked at each other here. Long time no see, Kaka, Akane. Nohara Rin looked at her friend in front of her, who was tall, had short white hair, and looked amazingly charming even with a mask on. After a moment of hesitation, she called out her name. She already knew the other party's situation, and knew that her friend had now become a good sister, so she hesitated to call her. However, it was the ninja training that calmed her down. It was just a good friend who became a good sister. It was not a big deal. Yet, long time no see, Lin. Kakashi, Aki's eyes softened. The death of the other party in his hands was a nightmare in her heart forever. It was only when he learned from Dohei that the other party was not dead that he began to feel relieved. However, since he had never seen the real person before, he was still a little worried even though he knew that the other party would not lie to him. But now Kakashi is finally relieved. As for his own changes, he did not feel anything. Except for the inconvenience sometimes, everything was normal. Well, this is also a good thing. After all, the original plot is online, Kakashi is a single dog, and the gender change does not affect it. However, the white-eyed wolf had to stay in the Mist Ninja before, and had no time to see Kakashi. If he sees Kakashi in the future, I don't know if there will be any changes. After all, compared with the love with Lin, the bond with Kakashi is deeper. In the ninja world, love is really not as good as bonds. For example, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are typical. In their hearts, they may even forget their wives and children, but they will never forget each other. It can be seen that bonds have a high status in the ninja world. I don't know if the bond of the white-eyed wolf will deteriorate. Anyway, Doping is really curious now, and he wants to find out some inside information for fun. You still haven't forgotten Obito? Nohara Rin sighed lightly, and a trace of heartache appeared on her fair face. Of course, she didn't know that the white-eyed wolf was still alive. After all, Doping was not a big mouth. He would say some necessary things and would not say unnecessary things. Who let the ninja world not only have prophecies and divination, but also white zetsu and various secret techniques, and information really can't be said casually. Obito. Kakashi's eyes first showed a hint of gloom, then he cheered up and said, at least I can still see the world with his eyes, right? If Lin didn't die, then he naturally didn't break his promise to Obito, which was his biggest knot. So, now Kakashi is in a really better state than ever before. Of course, he didn't know that the Sharingan in his eyes didn't come from Obito, and the real Obito's eyes were in Dohei's hands. Really? That's great. Nohara Lin made a special appointment with Kakashi to untie his knot. After all, the other party was like a walking corpse before, and she cherished this friend who grew up with her. Well, but Lin, how are you doing in the castle tower? Kakashi began to talk about some daily life. It's not to collect information, but to find out if the other party is really happy. The answer he got was naturally to make him, very happy, because the other party was living better than he thought. After chatting for a while, the two looked towards the entrance of the rooftop. Because the door was opened. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. But after seeing the person coming, both of them had different expressions. Nohara Rin looked like she was caught by her parents for doing something bad, while Kakashi looked calm and not surprised at all. Well, Nohara Rin felt guilty because Doping had told her that if the two of them wanted to meet, she would make arrangements to avoid being discovered. After all, she is a dead person. Especially now when spies are rampant, accidents are indeed easy to happen. But Doping was not really angry. The reason is also very simple, because the current Nohara Rin is completely different from before. When she died, she was just a young girl who had just graduated, but now she is an adult, so her appearance will naturally change dramatically. The changes in image and temperament meant that even if she appeared in Konoha, unless she was someone who was extremely impressed, there was no chance that she would be able to spot her. As for her name, she is now called Lin, which means she has lost the surname Nohara, so she doesn't have to worry about being noticed. Tang Ping's previous warning was just in case, and he didn't really think the risk was high. The biggest risk is just the white-eyed wolf. Once the other party finds out about Lin, she will be in trouble. Fortunately, the chess pieces arranged by the opponent are all under control, and there are dedicated people in charge, so there is no need to worry too much. I said, Lin is indeed alive. Dohei stretched out his hand and said hello to Kakashi Akane. Seeing the other party become like this, the previous grudges with the other party disappeared in my heart. After all, the other party has to face a white-eyed wolf whose bond has gone bad. This fun is indeed enough to make up for the grievances between the two parties. Kakashi didn't say anything, but the gratitude in his eyes said it all. That's right. Tang Ping took out a scroll from his arms and threw it over as if he remembered something. Snap! Taking the mission record scroll in his hand, Kakashi didn't understand what it meant. There is a surprise inside. When Dohei walked up to Nohara Lin, he smelled like dog food. Compared to the two girls who were tit-for-tat and extremely dangerous, Nohara Rinka was safer. At least you don't have to worry about being stabbed in the waist, and you don't have to worry about another dark person destroying the world. Kakashi took the mission record scroll, and after reading what was recorded in it, his eyes became extremely cold. This mission scroll is a good thing that Tang Ping and the others got when they used the Shell Organization vest to attack. If Kakashi hadn't been miserable enough now, turning into Kakashi and working for himself, it would have been impossible for him to take it out. It's also to let him know more about the darkness of Konoha's top brass. Although the other party has long known about the operations of the top management, this is just to deepen his impression. Anyway, after such a set of combos, Tanghei really didn't believe that the other party would still be dedicated to serving the high-level officials of Konoha like in the original plot. In the original plot, the opponent was left lying flat, perhaps because he had no choice but to avenge White Fang. After all, the people who did it seemed to be Danzo and Northeast by East, but in fact the village's senior officials were not innocent either. It was precisely because of their indulgence that White Fang committed suicide with a knife in despair. The record scroll was pinched all over, and Kakashi exuded a terrifying murderous aura. This is the real Kakashi, the super genius who overshadows the geniuses of his generation in Konoha. To be honest, Kakashi is the real genius. After all, not to mention all attributes, his combat IQ is extremely high, and he is extremely talented in ninjutsu development. If he grows up smoothly, he will definitely start at the kage level, and he is expected to be a strong kage. The Mangekyo Sharingan in the original plot was definitely greatly weakened for him, not enhanced, otherwise how could he be just an elite jonin? But this time it was different. With Dohei's intervention, the kaleidoscope was directly replaced with an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan. In this way, Kakashi's talent has not been suppressed, it is himself who limits him. Now the nightmare of killing Lin is gone, and then I can see the truth about her father's suicide. Angry. The endless anger made Kakashi involuntarily exude a strong murderous aura, and also showed his true power. However, this state quickly subsided. He turned to look at Tang Ping and said, "How can we make these high-level officials of Konoha pay the price? The target of his revenge is not just Danzo, so he must use external forces. You just need to continue to stay in Konoha, but I promise to give you a chance for revenge and make the top management of Konoha pay the price, but it may take a long time." Tang Ping shook his head. He really doesn't have much to do for the opponent. He will only activate this chess piece at some critical moments. I've been waiting for a long time, so naturally I don't mind waiting a little longer. Kakashi's tone seemed gentle, but it was filled with determination. Make a deal. Dohei knew that from now on, Kakashi would turn into the shape of the castle tower, and he would never be able to go back. Chapter 475 Guilt and Prologue. Not long after, Kakashi left. This time he came following Danzo on behalf of the ANBU. After all, the matter of flying troops is not only concerned about Danzo, but also concerns the whole of Konoha. As for Dohei, it was a rare opportunity for him not to be stared at by Uchihame and Hyuga Kangetsu, so naturally he would not be in a hurry to go back. He didn't go back until 2 days later. There was nothing he could do about it. Lin was so fragrant that it made him feel like he was happy to miss Shu these past 2 days. The two of them were just going head to head with each other, and the other people's reactions were not that exaggerated. Otherwise, the castle tower might have been blown up by the Rin Egan and Tsang Shengan. That's right, the two of them are afraid of each other. They have the mentality that I can't get it and I won't let you get it. Before the big and small kings, Tang Ping can't even think about doing anything. However, for other people, the two would turn a blind eye, which he gradually discovered. Otherwise, Nohara Lin would have disappeared long ago. That's right. Now Tang Ping also has the status of a noble, so he can reasonably open a harem. He is not like other time travelers who have traveled through time and still demand themselves to follow the rules before traveling through time. Please, if you really want to do that, the first thing is the problem of killing. If you don't kill people when you are a ninja, you are probably not awake. Under the conditions, the harem will naturally open. If you travel through time and don't open a harem, then it's a waste of time, isn't it? However, since the two people around him are too dangerous, this dream can only be hidden in his heart for the time being. Wow! After returning to the house and opening the wooden door, Tang Ping really wanted to say excuse me and close the door and leave. Because Uchihame and Hinata Kenya were drinking tea in the living room, while Uchiha Shizuka was standing in the corner watching the show. At the same time, the 3 big and 1 small 4 children were training in horse stance by the wall. Well, this was Uchiha Mei's daily routine when she was in the castle tower. It was not unreasonable for the 4 children to be afraid of Uchiha Mei. She was the legendary tiger mom type of elder, who could really eat people. If you make a mistake, you will be beaten to death. However, the elders of the children were not angry about this, but more grateful. Uchiha Mei is the famous Queen of Thunder and Fire. She took the time to teach you the basics, and you dared to complain? Beating, just a painful beating. The adults knew better what would happen if you didn't have strength in a place like the ninja world, so they not only didn't support the little ones, but also gave them extra food. Besides, they knew that although Uchiha Mei was trained hard, all kinds of food, secret medicine, medicinal baths, etc., were all free. It can be said that they were trained as the core of the castle tower in the future, so they were given special treatment. There is a huge gap between the strength of the ninja clan and the civilian ninjas. The biggest problem is resources. Now that Uchiha Mei is helping to invest resources, how can people not be grateful? Even Shin, the princess of the demon country, enjoys the same treatment, and even Moroku wrote a letter to thank her. The guardian Ashikaga Kiyomi brought her here every day. And Shin's fate is also different from the original plot. In the original plot, she could see the prophecy of the death of people around her since she was a child, which led to her withdrawn personality. Coupled with her mother's early death, she was extremely rebellious. But under the influence of Dohei, even the mortal enemy of the Miko, Wang Liang, became her own people. With a group of friends around her, how could she be withdrawn? It's just overthinking. After seeing the situation in the house clearly, especially after the 2 auras locked on him, Tang Ping's right hand that wanted to close the door was extremely heavy, and finally he entered the house as if being tortured. It is natural that he is guilty. After going out for 2 days, and then returning home to meet his real girlfriend blocking the door, it is hard not to feel guilty. Ahem, he coughed a few times tactically to attract attention, and then Tang Ping sighed to himself, after working overtime for 2 days, I finally completed the experiment. Working overtime is the norm. Not to mention 2 days, even if he stayed in the laboratory for 2 months, he had done this before. Just like last time, after obtaining the corpse of Otsutsuki, he immediately came back and worked overtime for a week without sleep. Yet, I'm really tired these 2 days. My waist can't stand up straight, right? Hinata Kangyu's words seemed to be careless, which made Tang Ping's expression stunned. Damn it! Is this the rhythm of the end? If the 2 of them really join forces, he won't have any freedom at all, not to mention opening a harem. Who can resist using the samsara eye to catch an adulterer? Humph! Uchiha Mei wanted to say something, but when she saw Uchiha Shizuka, whose face was full of fight, and the 4 little ones who were standing in a horse stance in the corner but with their ears erect, she snorted coldly and lowered her head to drink tea. At this time, Hinata Kangyu threw a look at Tang Ping. It turned out that she was the inside ghost. If she hadn't cooperated, it wouldn't have been so easy to pass this time. Hey! Tang Ping exhaled lightly and sat down on the sofa. Hinata Kangyu skillfully poured tea for him. Soon, we will see a big show. Tang Ping took the lead and directly said something that would definitely attract their attention. This time, in addition to dealing with the flying unit, they also wanted to watch the show. Big show. Not only Uchiha Mei, but also Uchiha Shizuka who was watching the show, focused their attention. Because they knew one thing. If the words were spoken by Do Ping, no matter how absurd and unbelievable they were, they would definitely happen. After all, there were too many such examples, and people couldn't help but believe it. Tisk Tisk, the genius of the Uchiha clan, the instant body Shisui who is more famous than the few of us, isn't it a bit too dazzling? Do Ping was no longer hinting, but making it clear. This is also his style, he doesn't use the trick of being a riddle person at all, either he doesn't say it or he shows that he can't say it, and he never hints in a subtle way. Now, he directly pointed out the theme. Instant body Shisui. The other party's reputation is now at its peak. This is a title that was completely killed by the Mist Ninja, and he is completely invincible in small-scale conflicts. Now the Mist Ninja after the country was closed off from the outside world, the other party returned to Konoha. After estimating the time, it was almost time for the other party to get into trouble. After all, in the current Konoha, the Uchiha clan has shown a tendency to become a bomb. The number of hawks is increasing day by day. After all, being ostracized and treated like a murderer every day would make even an ordinary ninja get angry, let alone the Uchiha family, a powerful family in the ninja world. Clan meetings are often held at the Minamigagawa shrine to vent emotions, and some people begin to propose causing trouble. As for the matter of coming to seek refuge at the castle tower, no one mentioned it. It's not that they don't want to, but they are too embarrassed to do so. It was they who took the initiative to give up the eldest branch of the family in the beginning. It's impossible for them to come and join them now, right? So the only way out is naturally to kill the Hokage. No, it's to rebel. Through rebellion, they will overthrow the Hokage high-ranking officials who are now targeting them, and then their Uchiha clan will take the position of Hokage. So, the big drama that Dohei mentioned was performed by the Uchiha. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Shizuka had no reaction at all. Because their eldest branch of the family has become a stranger to Konoha. After all, they were almost sacrificed by the other side at the beginning. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that the two of them reacted in this way. Shunshin Shisui. Is there anything special about him? Hinata Kangyu glanced at the four little guys in the corner, then asked. As long as they keep their voices down, no one else will hear them. It's not that I want to do it behind their backs, but because some things are really not suitable for them to hear. Have. Tang Ping looked at Hinata Kangyu with appreciation. The other party's intuition was indeed sharp enough. The fact that he could be singled out must mean that he is special. Ordinary people would simply ignore him. So he began to reveal the truth. Chapter 476 B Tian Shen must die. Kaleidoscope. Tang Ping gently uttered these three words, causing several people to look solemn. It's not that they are making a fuss, but because they know what it means. The most magical thing about a kaleidoscope is that its strength is not fixed, but varies depending on the owner, so it is called a kaleidoscope. The Uchiha who opens the Mangekyo is completely different from the one who doesn't. He is only in his teens, he can't be. Uchiha Mei instantly thought of something, so she looked at Dohei worriedly and got a nod of affirmation. Tang Ping had introduced to her before that there are two ways to open the kaleidoscope. If you take a shortcut, you can open your eyes in your teens, but the price is that your mind will be distorted by the huge amount of yin-ton chakra when your eyes are opened. In Dohei's words, it is darkening or perversion. The method of opening the eyes with force is to slowly accumulate pupil power while exercising the body so that the body can withstand the huge yin-ton chakra when opening the eyes. Not only can this route be taken by top geniuses, but it also takes a long time for the eyes to open. Even a genius like Uchiha Madara will only open his eyes in his 20s. The reason why Mei was able to open her eyes earlier than others was entirely because Duping used the glorious potion and power of nature to help her cheat and save a lot of time. Otherwise, she would have to be around 30 years old to open her eyes. After all, Uchiha Madara has a cheat. The value of Indra's chakra reincarnation is fully understood by those who understand it. If you are a person without cheating, you can be faster than him, but you really can't do it without cheating. Uchiha Shisui is only in his teens now, so it is naturally impossible for him to take the route of opening his eyes by force. It's impossible that he is more talented than Madara. He is Six Path's biological son, with a cheat, but he still needs to be over 20 years old to open the Mangeki. You, a teenager, can surpass Madara, unless Six Path himself comes. Therefore, the only way is to open your eyes through a shortcut and go directly to the abnormal route. What is his kaleidoscope ability? Uchiha Shizuka asked for the key. For an Uchiha, the ability of the Mangekyo is the biggest secret and trump card, and will never be exposed. For example, Uchiha Mei, apart from telling Dohei, others also knew some of her performance, but there was no way to know the specific data. Logically speaking, Uchiha Shisui is the only one who knows his Mangeki ability. But Tang Ping is an exception. Because his prediction ability is an open secret, and from his tone, one can tell that he must know about the other party's kaleidoscope. But attention! Tang Ping's voice was full of seriousness, a thing that can permanently modify a person's cognition and memory without being discovered. He himself was a little afraid of this kaleidoscope ability. Because in the original plot, the performance of this technique is truly amazing. Even after the filial son was brought out of the world of impurity, he was able to use this kaleidoscope to free himself from his restraints. In the future, Hashira's state of no matter how many times Konoha abuses me, I will still treat Konoha like my first love may be the result of this ability. After all, normally speaking, Konoha is the murderer who killed the Uchiha clan. Even though the culprit is the village's top leaders, these Konoha villagers are not without accomplices. It can't be that the people who exclude and are hostile to the Uchiha are just those few high-ranking officials, right? But how did Urshiza treat these enemies later? It's such a sin. Prince Ming's personality correction fist plus Butsudan God, even the two pillars with normal values couldn't stand it, and directly became Konoha's lick dog. Therefore, Dohei was also very wary of Shisui, and he didn't even meet him alone. He was afraid too. I didn't have a system, and I couldn't guarantee that I was 100% immune, so even if I had a lot of means to deal with illusions, he wouldn't meet him. It's better to be safe than sorry. In the ninja world, where LYBs are everywhere, there are too many examples of people capsizing because of not being careful enough, and the competition is about who can hide better. Like Liu Dao, the ultimate LYB, who hid in the Pure Land from beginning to end, and finally jumped out at the critical moment to cheat for his two own sons, and directly hung his own mother to the sky again, becoming the final winner. This is a role model. Before, Dohei had no choice, but now he just wants to learn from the role model. After listening to Dohei's description of Kota Amatsukami, several people all felt cold in their hearts. Because this Mangekyo is too against the sky and perverted. Changing a person's memory and worldview forever, without being noticed, is as terrifying as it can be. Don't worry, it will take at least several years or even more than 10 years to use this ability again. Looking at the performance of the three people, Do Ping added. Yes, the cooling time of Kota Amatsukami is terrible, which is the biggest weakness. But before it is used, this Mangekyo ability is absolutely intimidating. That's good. Uchiha Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying ability? But if your pupil power is stronger than the opponent's, you may be immune. Do you want to try it? Do Ping looked at Uchihame in a joking manner. If both have Mangekyo, then the competition is pupil power. And the opponent's pupil power is definitely far inferior to hers, so if anyone can really turn the tables, it may be only her. However, facing Do Ping's words, Uchihame didn't react at all. She is strong but not stupid. Knowing that the opponent's Mangekyo is so dangerous, how could she take the risk? That's right, Red Eyes, you are definitely not afraid. It's time to prove who is the strongest Uchiha. Hinata Kangya was fanning the flames. As long as the other party encounters some unexpected situations, then it will be her turn to take the position. It's not that the fiancé can't be replaced. She has been wanting to take over for a long time. You are dreaming, Vixen. Uchihame retorted unhappily. How could she not see the other party's plan? After all, the other party has never hidden it and has always been thinking about how to overthrow her and take the position. Once she has fought against Kota Amatsukami, even if she is really immune, how can she prove it? Since Kota Amatsukami can't detect it, then it is impossible to prove whether she has been hit or not, so this is the most fatal. When it really comes to that time, even for the sake of the overall situation, the identity of the fiancé must be handed over. No one dares to take the risk. Watching the two people fighting, Dohei and Uchiha Shizuka both started to watch the fun. When the two people were almost fighting, Uchiha Shizuka spoke in a serious voice. Shisui must die. The Mangekyo must not fall into the hands of others. If you can't get it, destroy it. The voice was murderous. It's not that she is not a human being and hits her own people hard, but because they are too dangerous with this ability. For example, if Uchiha Shisui finds an opportunity to use Kota Amatsukami on Dohei, it will be a lot of fun. How about we attack together and send him off? Uchihame was also murderous at this time. Because this Uchiha genius is a dove, he is more inclined to the Hokage system. If he is really sent to attack them, it will be troublesome, so it is better to strike first. When it comes to her own safety, Uchihame will not talk about feelings. Let alone the Uchiha of Konoha, even the eldest branch will not show any mercy. Sometimes, people think you are in danger, not because of what you have done, but what you can do. Like Uchiha Shisui, he did nothing, but because of the great threat of the other gods, and because he was on the side of the Hokage, he was naturally targeted. Otherwise, Hinata Kangya volunteered, but was interrupted by Dohei. No need, we are all so afraid. What do you think the reaction of the Konoha high-level people will be if they know? Yes, if I am so afraid, the Konoha high-level people will be even more afraid. And such a terrifying thing is in the hands of an Uchiha, no matter how loyal the other party is, how can it be compared with his own people? Therefore, as long as Uchiha Shisui exposes his Mangeki ability, it means that he is not far from death. That's right. Uchiha Shizuke nodded in understanding. They have too much confidence in the Konoha high-level people. In other words, they just need to watch the show next, and someone will help them solve this trouble. Chapter 477 The Castle Tower of Infernal Affairs. In the next period of time, with Do Ping in charge of the castle tower, it was clear that there was no talk of flying machines. Although Uchihame had refused, these forces felt that a deputy's refusal did not mean anything, so they did not give up. But now, with Do Ping's personal refusal, the major forces also gave up. But giving up here means obtaining through formal channels. They are ninjas. Stealing, plundering, etc. are their main jobs, so if it doesn't work openly, they will do it secretly. The spies from the major forces immediately played infernal affairs with the castle tower. The show was so exciting that Nanoyu complained bitterly. Too many. In the castle tower now, spies are no longer counted by one, but at least by 100. Fortunately, their system is perfect, and their various defense measures are the strongest in the ninja world, otherwise they would have been unable to withstand it. Let me give you the simplest example. Monitors. There are such things in the ninja world, but they need electricity, so they are useless in ordinary cities and can only be used in places like Konoha and Kyoto. In the castle tower, electricity-related measures have been developed from the beginning, so such things are naturally available. And various buildings have considered public security issues in advance in the planning, so there are very few blind spots in monitoring. Add some alarms. It is an invisible light. Once someone passes through it, it will automatically warn, which will directly make people lose their temper. Because these things are not arranged on the street, but on the roof or secret passages, normal people will not go to such places. The reason Konoha doesn't do this is because it's too expensive. It's better to use the security department or the Anbyo directly. But the castle tower lacks everything except money, so it is very willing to invest in this aspect. Note that there are actually many technological products in the ninja world, even computers. There are surveillance and computers in the original plot. The only disadvantage is that it's expensive. After all, it only provides a small number of customers, and it can't improve the quantity, so the price is naturally terrible. And this is why Orochimaru wants to build the Sound Village. Scientific research is too expensive. Anyway, the order of the castle tower is really good now. If there is any abnormal movement, Uchiha will come to check the water meter in minutes. Especially the system of household registration cards and temporary household registration cards, which can directly solve most of the problems. Not to mention the crazy counter-espionage inside the castle tower. When Danzo returned to Konoha and reported the results, the Konoha high-level officials were directly furious. Too rampant. Your castle tower is a force under our Konoha. If we don't teach you a lesson, do you really think we can't do anything to you? After careful study, they found that they really couldn't do anything to you. Because the castle tower does not belong to Konoha, but to the private territory of the noble Lord Dohei. At the same time, since half of the southwestern ninja army stationed there were transferred away, they also lost their influence. Among the ninjas in the castle tower now, only the 404th team and dozens of Aberame clan are registered in Konoha. Although there are many ninjas from small ninja clans, they were not ninjas before they moved, so they naturally could not be registered. All these added up, Konoha also lost the possibility of directly influencing the castle tower. If it is hit economically, it is even more impossible. Now only talking about the economy, the castle tower is not necessarily worse than Konoha, and it may even be stronger. Maritime trade is too profitable. Not to mention that under the farming strategy of Dohei, both the river country and the tea country have massive output, and even trying to block the goods is a problem. As for using force? Sorry, they dared to think so before. But after the castle tower first swept the daimyo coalition, and then used the flying unit to kill the Mist Ninja army by surprise, and even counterattacked the Mist village, this idea disappeared from their minds. What's more, if the castle tower is moved, it will be a civil war. How many people will support it? The castle tower did not rebel, but just refused to hand over the aircraft technology, which is completely reasonable. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. F4 is holding a small meeting. Damn it, Koharu Utane cursed, what does Uchiha Dohei want to do? He doesn't want to hand over such things. Is he going to rebel like Uchiha? Originally, as an advisory elder, she would not lose her temper so easily, but who made Dohei have a lot of grudges with her. Not long after Doping graduated, the Utain clan had tried to get a healing potion. After being rejected, they had a grudge and had many small conflicts. Now that she has a chance, she naturally doesn't mind spreading some dirty water. Koharu, Doping is Doping, Uchiha is Uchiha, they can't be mixed up. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and reminded Utain Koharu calmly. Yes, he was also very dissatisfied with Doping, but he didn't have too many ideas. It would be best if he could hand him over. If he didn't hand him over, he didn't want to play dirty, but he couldn't mix him up with Uchiha. That's right, Doping has nothing to do with Uchiha. Mito Kato-en also echoed. There's no room for negotiation on this. Now the Uchiha are getting more and more fierce, and it will be troublesome to equate the two sides. It's not too difficult to suppress the Uchiha alone, because the most capable Uchiha Shisui is their man. Without this strong man, even if there is a rebellion, they can quickly suppress it. If the castle tower is also considered as a part of Uchiha, then Konoha can't stand it. After all, there are too many strong people in the castle tower. There are 3 titled strong men alone, plus a group of elites without titles but equally outstanding strength, which makes them very afraid. If the castle tower is really involved in the Uchiha rebellion, let alone the current situation of the disintegration of the 3 ninjas, even if the 3 ninjas are still there, they may not be able to deal with it. Therefore, it is no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato-en are anxious to send Dohei, or some people say that the castle tower is different from the Uchiha. Humph, Hiruzen, you are too weak. Danzo's unhappy accusation. As long as Dohei is involved in the Uchiha rebellion, the village will have an excuse to deal with him. After dealing with him, the castle tower can be swallowed up. Once you eat the castle tower, you can make Konoha great again. Danzo believes that Konoha is invincible, so there is a reason for his iron head. That's enough, let's discuss now whether we should study gliding, aircraft. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally understood what Danzo's little plan was, but he knew better that he really couldn't force the castle tower to the enemy's side. You can invest 100 million taels in the ninja tool class first, let them start developing it, and then invest more after the results are achieved. Xiao Chun, who was in charge of the finances, spoke. 100 million taels. It's just a joke number. However, they had only seen hang gliders and felt that such things had no technical content at all and could be made with just a little money. As for aircrafts, they would not be that complicated. Well, Tang Ping can only say that they are really brave. If tens of billions are invested to start, and Orochimaru is brought back to take the lead in tackling the problem, then it is possible to come up with some similar aircraft. 100 million taels? Who are you looking down on? Even Tang Ping came up with these aircraft because of his deep accumulation. Especially the above technologies, any one of them can change the world. Chakra core. Although it can only store chakra for a period of time, it solves the problem of chakra's versatility and no longer can only use one's own chakra. This is also the biggest change. In the future, you can even use chakra to replace various energies. Coupled with the anti-gravity barrier, communicator, chakra material, etc., the gold content is really high. Now, Konoha wants to invest 100 million to carry out research, but let the ninja team be responsible. Well, it's hard to describe how money is wasted. Of course, if it was just a hang glider, it would definitely be possible. Of course, the final result of the discussion could not be only 100 million taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not so stingy. 1 billion taels. At the same time, let the roots participate in the research. At this moment, a special Anbu came to report. Chapter 478 Shisui Self-Destructs. The half-kneeling Anbu had short black hair, a round nose, and a small sword behind his back. Uchiha Shisui. At the same time, he is also the first Uchiha tribesman to join the ANBU. Of course, the other party is from the Uchiha mirror lineage and is also a representative of the Dove faction within the clan. As for Uchiha Kagami, he is a disciple of the second Hokage, and is also considered a sect member of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Calculating this, the relationship between Uchiha Shisui and the Hokage system is indeed subtle. Maybe it was because of this relationship that he was able to join ANBU. But compared to the family, he is more on the side of the Hokage family or the village, and he is considered a pawn to monitor the family. Double agent. The Uchiha clan hopes that their only clan member who joined the ANBU can gather information, and the Hokage clan also asks him to monitor the family. It can only be said that the ninja world is indeed cruel, and a teenage boy has to bear this kind of torture. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan will gather at Nanga Shrine tonight. Uchiha Shisui reported the information. As the leading figure of the Uchiha clan, as long as he is in the village, it is naturally impossible for him not to participate in the meeting. And it can be heard from his report that Uchiha is becoming more and more dissatisfied with the village. Especially the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. He used to be a neutral, but now he has changed to a hawk. Don't worry, I will find a way to resolve the conflict between the village and Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted the other party. No matter what he thinks in his heart, at least on the surface he does it extremely well. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I have a way to resolve the conflict between the family and the village. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth and spoke. Because he has realized that if he doesn't stop it, the family will take action soon. Oh, what is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was having a headache about how to deal with Uchiha, asked curiously. Even a few other people looked over. Because they also want to know what Uchiha Shisui can do. Uchiha Shisui, who had been half kneeling with his head bowed, suddenly raised his head, which shocked the four of them. Because at this time, Uchiha Shisui's pupils had turned blood red, and his black pupils had turned into a four-cornered spiral. Mangeki Sharingan. Several of them recognized him. For Kaleidoscope, no one knows how scary it is better than them. With the Kaleidoscope, Uchiha is completely starting at the cage level. If combined with the exclusive ability, it is even possible to kill at first sight. That's right. I didn't expect you to have a Kaleidoscope, Shisui. It's great. Now your power to protect the village has been strengthened. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up in great surprise and stepped forward, patted Shisui on the shoulder and praised him, while avoiding looking at him. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for the compliment. Uchiha Shisui touched his head in embarrassment. I don't know what your plan is, Shisui. Is it related to the kaleidoscope? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the window and looked outside with his hands behind his back and asked. Not only him, but also several others dared not look directly into the kaleidoscope. They knew how terrifying these eyes were. Well, I have to say that the deterrent power of the Mangekyo is far beyond the 3 Megatama. My Mangekyo ability is the illusion Koda Amatsukami, which can modify a person's mind forever. If the clan leader can give up the rebellion, the conflict between the village and the family can definitely be resolved. Uchiha Shisui told his plan. This is a plan that he thought about for a long time before coming up with. Unfortunately, the excited Shisui did not notice the small movements of F4 in the office. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en lowered their heads to process documents, and Danzo's right hand wrapped in bandages had been quietly untied. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing in front of the window with his back to Shisui, his face did not show any joy at hearing the news, but was full of vigilance. Nonsense, it would be strange if he was not afraid of Koda Amatsukami's heaven-defying Mangekyo ability. Guilty. They were the ones who had been suppressing the Uchiha. Now that they had encountered a wolf slayer among the Uchiha, even if the other party pledged allegiance to them, it did not mean that they were not afraid. Let me think about this matter first, Shisui, you should leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. And his response was also normal, because this was not a trivial matter. How could he agree casually? Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui disappeared in the office. After he left, Danzo spoke first. Hiruzen, leave Shisui to me, I will deal with the Uchiha. He was a little excited. With the heaven-defying Mangeki ability of Koda Amatsukami, he even felt that he was invincible. Not to mention the Uchiha in the village, even that guy Dohei would turn into his own shape. Enough, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice, Shisui will never be handed over to you. But if we have Koda Amatsukami, not only Uchiha, but also the castle tower can be solved, just hand him over to the root. Danzo has no intention of giving up. Who made Koda Amatsukami so coveted? Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's words and strongly expressed his disagreement with handing him over to the root. He knew his old friend too well. Once he went to the root, he might not come back. And Uchiha Shisui was not an ordinary subordinate. He would never hand him over, especially after the other party had the Mangeki, so he used his identity as Hokage to force him. After hearing these familiar words, Danzo slammed the door and left angrily, leaving behind a familiar sentence. Hiruzen, you will definitely regret it. But when the door was closed, his angry expression disappeared instantly, and he instantly regained his calmness. It turned out that the look in the office just now was completely fake. After leaving the building, he returned to the route immediately and called his subordinates. Go inform Shisui, I want to see him. After saying this, Danzo's left eye flashed with excitement. With Kota Amatsukami, he can make Konoha great again. So he is determined to get this pair of Mangeki. The other side. In the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugako looked at the yard in front of him with disappointment. Because his son did not come. He was going to take him to participate in today's meeting, but he did not expect that he did not come at all. Is Ataka not here? Uchiha Mikoto looked at her disappointed husband and could not help but step forward to comfort him. She knew very well how much pressure her husband, as the clan leader, was under, but she could not do anything and could only comfort him. Not far from the clan leader's house, several figures were watching the show. Red Eyes, you Uchiha are really interesting. The stronger you are, the more you seem to like being spies for the Hokage. A voice wearing a cloak and a bone mask on his face sounded. They don't deserve the surname Uchiha. An angry voice answered. Okay, let's hurry to Shisui's place. A voice stopped the two from arguing. Humph. Asterisk 2. Two cold snorts were almost made at the same time, and then several people mysteriously disappeared in the Uchiha clan. Yes, they were Doping and his group. And they had been here for a while, watching every move of the Uchiha every day. No one thought it was a waste of time. After all, Uchiha Shisui was too dangerous, and no one would feel at ease without staring at his eyes. And Doping also had a rare opportunity to relax and have some fun, so he didn't refuse and took the two of them to sneak into Konoha, hiding in the Uchiha clan. With Uchiha Maze inside Ghost, it's not easy to hide. After a period of observation, the entire Uchiha has almost no secrets for them. It can only be said that the current Uchiha is completely a powder keg. Especially after having a titled strongman like Uchiha Shisui, they have the confidence to rebel, and they frequently hold meetings just to discuss how to start. Yes, it's already the stage of action. Chapter 479 Civil War Phantom God, Danzo. It didn't take long for several people to find the target. Uchiha Shisui. The entire Konoha is only a few kilometers in diameter. For Hyuga Kangyu, there are almost no secrets. The reincarnation eye is not the Byakugan, and it is far superior in terms of insight range and insight. It can even remember the target to check carat. Yes, it can identify the target's identity through chakra. It is a magical skill. The chakra of a ninja can be called the rhythm of an identity card. There has never been a same chakra, which is more accurate than DNA. By the way, after such a long time, Hyuga Kangyu's reincarnation eye has also stabilized and started to change. First, the observation range has doubled directly. 10 kilometers. Yes, the observation range of the reincarnation eye is so exaggerated. Although it sounds not as good as the Kagura heart eye, which can easily have a perception range of dozens of kilometers. But the perception range of others can only roughly know the number and the amount of chakra. How can it compare with the perspective, microvision, locking, and other effects of the reincarnation eye within a range of 10 kilometers? In addition to the increase in observation range, chakra is also skyrocketing. Before, Hyuga Kangyu's chakra was only 31 cards. But now it has grown to more than 50 cards. The reason why the data is uncertain is that the chakra limit is increasing every day. The real Samsara eye, although it doesn't have enough chakra to catch up with Shitanla, it's definitely not less. After all, the Samsara eye mode, the Golden Wheel Samsara explosion and other big moves that can destroy the world at any time must consume a lot of energy. It's impossible that they can't be used because of lack of chakra, right? The plot that the genin can directly use the Samsara eye after obtaining it is a complete myth and is not realistic at all. 6 paths, you keep scolding. Well, these changes are just the tip of the iceberg, which can be regarded as the incidental effects of the Samsara eye in the growth stage. With Hyuga Sogetsu, they can easily track the whereabouts of the target. At this time, Uchiha Shisui was following an Anbu. The meeting place was at the edge of the village, behind the Hokage rock, where there was a stone statue on each side. An old man with almost half of his body wrapped in bandages and an X scar on his chin was waiting there. Shimura Danzo. It was him who wanted to meet Uchiha Shisui. The people following behind, Duping and others, did not know that Shisui had already blown himself up in the Hokage's office, but as long as they saw Danzo privately meeting Shisui, they could understand the reason. It seems that today is the time to take action. Uchihame sighed as she looked ahead. After this period of time, she finally understood how naive her clansman was. He actually believed in the Hokage system. You know, the exclusion and suppression of the Uchiha clan was caused by the other party. Especially Shimura Danzo, who said evil Uchiha every day. You actually think that the other party can accept Uchiha, which is not even naive enough to describe, but can only be described as stupid. It should be. Duping nodded. Although he didn't know the details because he skipped the process at the beginning, he was able to confirm this based on some rough information he knew. If he hadn't planned to use the Manjiki, Danzo would never have met Shisui privately, and the meeting place was not chosen in the route, but in such a remote place. Because he knew that there must be Sarutobi Hiruzen spies in the route, so he chose the meeting place here. Let's start. Hinata Kangyu reminded. Shimura Danzo suddenly stretched out his left hand towards Uchiha Shisui, but when he was about to touch him, he stopped abruptly. It's an illusion. Uchihame gave an explanation. Even if she thought the opponent's illusion ability was extremely outstanding, it was definitely not inferior to her own aunt. It can only be said that geniuses are an unreasonable group. A teenager can already rival the elites who have been tempered in blood and fire for many years. After controlling Danzo with an illusion, Uchiha Shisui turned around and prepared to leave. Failed. Hinata Kangyu frowned. Because she was counting on the other party to help her solve this huge threat. Yes, Uchiha Shisui has been regarded as a threat by them. Who made the other party, the other god, so rebellious and standing on the side of the Hokage system? The threat is indeed too great for them. No, Danzo never disappoints when it comes to stabbing his own people. Doping explained it. Although I didn't see the detailed process before crossing, Danzo succeeded in the end. And the opponent's record is really amazing. Whether it is the famous super ninja White Fang, the three ninjas Orochimaru, or the wealthy Uchiha who dominates the ninja world, they all fell in front of him. Therefore, he is definitely the type of submissive to the outside world, but strong punches to the inside. In foreign wars, the opponent is definitely a layman in foreign wars, but in civil wars, the opponent is an expert in civil wars. How is it possible? The opponent has no way to break free from the illusion of the Mangekyo. Uchihame retorted. It's not that she doesn't believe what Doping said, but because this possibility is really small. Only after seeing the Mangekyo, you know how exaggerated the bonus to illusion is. For the same illusion, if the power of the three Megatama is 1, the power of the Mangekyo is more than 10, which can be said to be a qualitative difference. Is that so? Dohei looked at Uchihame, who was only tough on her lips, and did not continue to provoke her. Because he was afraid that the other party would be embarrassed and angry, and directly give yourself a knife. Anyway, the facts will make her understand that Kaleidoscope is really not omnipotent. In fact, this is also true. Just as the three of them were communicating in a low voice, Danzo, who had been standing still, seemed to disappear like a bubble, and then Danzo appeared in front of Shisui, giving him a direct punch. Suddenly, Danzo stabbed Shisui's right eye with his left hand and pulled it. As a lot of blood spattered, a kaleidoscope fell into his hand. And this cruel scene not only did not make Tang Ping and the others unable to stand it, but instead made them breathe a sigh of relief. The kaleidoscope is on Shisui and following Danzo. The threat to them is not at the same level. If you want to grab the Mangekyo from Shisui, you are likely to be counterattacked by the opponent, but as for Danzo, they have many ways to deal with it. That was it just now. Uchihame had vaguely thought about it, but she didn't dare to ask out loud yet. That's right, it's the secret technique of your Uchiha clan, Akinaki. By sacrificing one Sharingan, you can change the things that are not good for you that happened within a period of time into never happening, and only choose the things that are good for you to become a reality. It can be called the ultimate illusion. Tang Ping's sigh sounded. Even he was deeply impressed by this technique. Because this technique is indeed a bit supermodel. If used well, it can be used to counterattack in desperate situations. The key is that the sacrificed eyes don't have to be your own. A Sharingan is a life. No wonder Danzo wants to kill the Uchiha clan. Just having so many Sharingan eyes is a pile of resurrection coins. Plus, he has always been hostile to Uchiha. It would be strange if he doesn't kill the other party. Danzo. The resentment on Uchiha Mei's body was felt very clearly by Dohei and Hinata Kangetsu around her. Because she, a real Uchiha, didn't know this technique before, and she only acquired this technique from the tomb of the mountain later. But an outsider knew this technique, so how could she not be angry? But she was angry, and she knew very well that nothing could happen to Danzo now, because the other party was now their ally. Without Danzo, the top management of Konoha will only become more difficult to deal with. Just then, a name appeared, surrounding Uchiha Shisui who had lost one eye. Let's go. Tang Ping turned and left. He didn't think that Shisui, who had the title of Shunshen Shisui, could not even break through this kind of encirclement. Not to mention other aspects, once he uses his artistic teleportation technique, these routes are completely impossible to stop him. Even if he is ruthless, he might be able to kill Danzo. But not only did Shisui not do this, what he did next was simply an insult to his intelligence. Even if he didn't see the details, Tang Ping could still infer the other party's follow-up. This time, he just came to have fun and find a way to locate the whereabouts of the kaleidoscope, but he didn't want to interfere too much. The three people left this place. Chapter 480 Konoha Illusion, Will of Fire. Nanhi River. Although it is within Konoha, it is far away from the village buildings and is considered Uchiha territory. Konoha was originally founded in the Uchiha clan, so the Nanga shrine and the land in this area still belong to the Uchiha. A slender figure wearing an Anbu vest and a fox mask was leaning against a stone in the woods next to Nanga River Falls. Why hasn't Shisui arrived yet? This figure dressed as an Anbu is naturally the filial son who refused his father to participate in today's gathering. Uchiha Taki. He and Shisui agreed to meet here. However, the agreed time had passed, which made him feel a little anxious. Sand, sand. A few leaves suddenly fell from the tree. Is it Shisui? Itaka lifted up his mask to reveal his extremely mature face under the two nasolabial folds, and looked up at the tree. Whoosh! A figure jumped down from above and landed next to him. It was Uchiha Shisui. But the situation is tragic. In addition to the hollow left eye, which was stained red with blood, there were a lot of wounds on his body. Shisui, you! Seeing Shisui, whom he regarded as his older brother, like this, Itaka panicked for a moment. Itaki, the Uchiha coup cannot be stopped. Once the village is in civil strife, other ninja villages will definitely invade and a war will break out. I originally wanted to use other gods to stop the rebellion, but I didn't expect to be attacked by Danzo. He has never trusted me at all. He only wants to protect Konoha in his own way, so my eyes have been used by him as a weapon to protect Konoha. Now, I am ready to entrust the remaining eye to you. I hope you can protect the village for me and protect Uchiha's reputation. The two sides talked at the same time and walked to the side of the waterfall outside the grove. And in the small woods not far away, there were three figures staying here in advance. Tisk, tisk, if there is BGM to cooperate, this scene can be called touching. It is such a precious brotherly relationship. Tang Ping looked at the scene dozens of meters away with bright eyes. Here he used a concealment barrier, which was enough to ensure that they would not be discovered, and at the same time they could hear each other's words. A cock that loves its mother, what is that? Hinata Kangyu turned to look at Tang Ping. I am very interested in the novel words he pops up from time to time, such as blow the post, big brother on the list, pretending to be like the wind, etc. Now that I heard a new word, I naturally wanted to ask. Ahem. Tang Ping explained without pretending, just like the song No Love that I composed for Kakashi and the others, if it is a sad song, wouldn't it be interesting to play it when the brothers say goodbye? In the past, for some new words that only time travelers know, Do Ping has always been extremely cautious and would not say anything. But now he is the boss of the castle tower, naturally there is no need to hide, so there are more new words. Well said. Hinata Kangyu thought about Do Ping's description in his mind and found it very interesting. The sound of a crow sounded. Pib. A dark crow came from the sky, it should be the summoning beast that hides the kaleidoscope in the original plot. Here it comes. Uchiha Mei's eyes suddenly turned into a kaleidoscope. After such a long time, with Hashirama's cells and White Zetsu's cells in hand, her pupil power has long been replenished and restored to its peak state. So she will be the key point later. Crow. This crow must be intercepted by some means. Because it is a summoned beast, it must be blocked and disappear after the summoning is released. Then it will be the turn of the kaleidoscope ability of Heaven's eternal standing to appear. Turn off the lights and turn off the power. Just grab the things and leave. Anyway, Uchiha Itachi can't know the detailed information of this ability, and he is not afraid of being recognized. At the same time, the other party is even less likely to tell this matter. After all, once it is said, it involves why Shisui gave him the kaleidoscope and why he gave Danzo, or the village's top leaders will be involved, and then the civil war will break out directly. Well, for Itachi, who regards the village as above all else and thinks with the Hokage mindset, he would rather bear the suspicion than say it out loud. Dohei, who had thought of this long ago, dared to snatch it openly from him. And this may be the only chance. With the intelligence of a filial son, after missing this time, there will definitely be no chance to snatch it again. But there is no rush for the time being, wait until Shisui gives the eyes to the crow. At this time, the two people by the waterfall had no idea that someone was staring at them, and they were still performing a final farewell. For this situation, Dohei not only did not empathize with him, but he wanted to howl a little, looking at his fiancée and sighed. You Uchiha have all produced such crouching dragon and phoenix child, it's hard not to think that there will be no trouble. He really felt sorry for the Uchiha clan. Obviously, the clan had no major problems except for being a little arrogant, but because of the weirdos, the clan was forced into a ditch. No one else could compare. Humph, from now on, the Uchiha clan will only have the Tenshikaku lineage. After hearing the ridicule, Uchiha expelled several branches from Konoha from the Uchiha clan. Shame on them. That's what I felt. It was fine that they licked the Hokage clan everywhere before, but later they were ready to rebel, but it was just like playing house. They held meetings every day to discuss, fearing that the higher UPS wouldn't know. And the geniuses in the clan all stood on the side of the Hokage clan, so how could she look down on them? She felt that it was a complete humiliation that the other party also had the surname Uchiha. It's not their fault, because Sarutobi Hiruzen's illusion was too strong. Doping defended the Uchiha from Konoha. Because he really thought so. Illusion. Hinata Sogitsu thought for a moment and found that he had never heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen was good at illusion. As a ninjutsu doctor, the other party must know illusion, but knowing and mastering are two different things. Yes, let's learn about Konoha's strongest illusion, Will of Fire. Doping also told the truth while joking. The Will of Fire is a brainwashing illusion. It is under this kind of brainwashing that those who are affected can stand on the side of the Hokage system. Because in the propaganda, the Hokage system represents the Will of Fire. In the ninja world, although physical training is important, spiritual construction must also be grasped. Having one's own will and ideals can make ninjas stronger. After all, the chalk position is related to spiritual will, so it is not surprising that there are more geniuses who believe in the Will of Fire. Of course, what Doping did not say is that the strongest illusion in the future is Prince Naruto's mouth-to-mouth, which can even widen Nagato and the ungrateful wolf. It's disgusting. Anyway, Dohei was extremely unhappy with the Will of Fire and the mouth-to-mouth combat. The former was just talk and no action, specifically used to fool innocent ninjas into devoting themselves to enjoy themselves. As for the latter, you can just open the 6 paths LYB, why are you still pretending? Yes, Dohei felt that the reason why Prince Naruto's mouth-to-mouth combat was so exaggerated was that the 6 paths helped him to open it. Otherwise, Nagato had been evil for so many years, but he was whitewashed by a mouth-to-mouth combat, and directly used his last life to revive hundreds of thousands of people who died in Konoha. He simply didn't care about his face. The Will of Fire. I see, no wonder you want to promote the Will of the Blazing Sun in the castle tower. Hinata Kangya was puzzled at first, but immediately understood that the Will of Fire is a brainwashing tool, which can indeed be said to be an illusion, and the Will of the Blazing Sun is their own brainwashing tool. Do it. Although Doping was chatting, he was always staring at the corner of his eyes dozens of meters away. When he saw the crow swallowing the eyeball in Shisui's hand, he immediately gave the order. Tianji Chongli. Uchiha Mei's left eye suddenly lit up. A large area around suddenly fell into darkness. Who? Uchiha Itachi noticed something was wrong at the first moment, so he drew his sword and shouted. On the contrary, Shisui, because he had lost his eyes, did not notice the darkness getting lower. Whoosh! At this moment, the crow, which was supposed to turn into feathers flying all over the sky, suddenly flew towards the woods behind it. Oh no! *2. When they heard the sound of breaking air, This thought flashed through the minds of both Daxiaozi and Shisui, because they knew very well that the kaleidoscope was on the crow. Untie. Uchiha Itaka quickly formed hand seals to cancel the summoning. But what made his face change drastically was that the psychic beast did not disappear. Tianzi Chengli is under blockade and no one is allowed to enter or leave. In the woods. Puff. Hinata Kangyu clenched his fingers into claws, wrapped in translucent chakra, and made his claws like a divine weapon to tear open the crow's belly and dig out the eyes that he had just swallowed. With the samsara eye, it is impossible to hide this kaleidoscope. After getting the things, Uchihame released the Mangekyo, and the three of them left instantly. The process happened in a flash. Soon, the waterfall returned to its previous calm. Chapter 481 The Filial Son, Open Your Eyes. In front of the waterfall. People should leave. Itaka made a cautious judgment. Who is the other party? Uchiha Shisui frowned. Even if he handed over the kaleidoscope, it doesn't mean he doesn't care. It was because he thought this eye was so important that he specially came to give it to Itaka, but he did not expect it to be snatched away by someone. Have no idea. Itaka shook his head. Just now the surroundings suddenly became dark, without any light at all. Of course he couldn't see clearly. Maybe it's someone from the route. Itaka, you must promise me that you will find a way to protect the village and safeguard the family's reputation. Shisui, who had been holding on, felt that he had reached his limit. Then Shisui. Itaka had already noticed Shisui's plan. I have left a suicide note. I believe my family will be calmer because of my death. Zishui slowly retreated to the edge of the cliff. Below him was the bottom of a 100-meter-high waterfall. If he jumped down, he would be in great danger. It's impossible to tread water in such a strong current. Shisui's plan was very simple. He used his own death to delay the family rebellion and at the same time eliminate the matter of Danzo stealing his eyes. Otherwise, once the family knew that Danzo had stolen their eyes, they would definitely rebel immediately. With his hands open, Shisui leaned back with a smile. Shisui. Itaka subconsciously stepped forward and stretched out his hand, as if trying to pull the other person back. If it were you, Itaka, you would definitely be able to protect the village and safeguard the family's honor. Please forgive me, an incompetent guy, for leaving first. The sound of Shisui falling reached Itaka's ears. He chose to commit suicide not only because of his injuries but also because he was desperate about the situation and chose to escape. Shisui. Seeing Shisui, who was closer than his brother and had similar interests, falling into the waterfall, Itaka's defense was rarely broken. You know, he is a super genius of Uchiha and he is extremely calm no matter what situation he encounters. But at this moment he was extremely out of control, which shows how deep his feelings for Shisui were. Even if my father died, it would only be like this. Suddenly, his aura changed, and a cold and dangerous aura emerged from him. Itaka's blood-red eyes, filled with tears, had now turned into the shape of a triangular dart. Kaleidoscope. Stimulated by Shisui's death, he opened his eyes. And in the tree canopy 100 meters away, the three figures that were supposed to leave were still there. Red eyes, other people opened their eyes in their teens. How old were you? It seems that you, the Uchiha genius, really don't live up to your reputation. Hinata Sogitsu twisted and taunted Uchihame beside her. If there is a chance, we will naturally strike back at the other party. Well, as her samsara eye grew, she felt that the sky had cleared, the rain had stopped, and she was fine again. It was not impossible for her to fight for the position of fiancé. It's just a shortcut. Uchihame didn't take this to heart. Opening his eyes at a young age sounds like an incredible genius, but after listening to Tang Ping's introduction, I realized how dangerous it is. Even she almost had her mental will distorted by the huge Yintun chakra. What's more, these little ones are far inferior to her original ones. Stop arguing, let's leave first. Tang Ping put away the saline jar containing an eyeball and interrupted the quarrel between the two. If nothing was done, the two of them would fight each other all day long. Even the usually taciturn Uchihame would turn into a completely different person when facing the provocation of Hinata Sogitsu. Humph. Asterisk 2. The two of them turned their heads and snorted coldly at the same time. Looking at their state, Tang Ping was also helpless. Obviously, they are all his wings, but because they are targeting each other, he can't gain any advantage at all. He is not the standard incompetent male protagonist in those novels. He really wants to have a harem, but he just doesn't have the chance. Don't you think it's unfair? Soon, they left quietly. Even though Uchiha Itachi opened the Mangeki, he was not a perception-type ninja, so he naturally could not detect Dohei and the others who were prepared in advance. After returning to the hidden wooden house, Tang Ping started researching immediately. Each kind of kaleidoscope is a good opportunity to understand the rules of the ninja world. He would not use it as a tool like Danzo did, it would be a complete waste of natural resources. Yes, the kaleidoscope represents the code. Otherwise it wouldn't be so magical. For example, with the kaleidoscope obtained from Kakashi, Dohei has already achieved some results. The barriers placed in some core areas can prevent spatial abilities. In addition to sealing techniques, they are also related to his research gains. Of course, while Dohei was studying, he was also thinking about whether he could use a kaleidoscope to promote Mei Uchiha. He has not forgotten that the kaleidoscope is not the end. There is an eternal kaleidoscope and the samsara eye on it. The eternal kaleidoscope requires brothers' kaleidoscopes to fuse, simply because there are only 2 pairs of fusion examples, and both pairs are brothers. Madara and Izuna. Itachi and Sasuke. As for others, it's difficult to even open the kaleidoscope, let alone take it out and fuse it, so it doesn't really need the eyes of a brother. And it's not that Tang Ping doesn't have a trump card in his hand. Jump Potion. Own Blood. A super potion that combines professional fusion and evolution. However, since there is not much experimental material, proceed with caution. It's just that Uchiha Mei and Hinata Kangyu both left immediately. The 2 of them were like this during the period of lurking. Without action, they will disperse and disappear. It's not to do anything bad, but to observe your disciples. Don't forget, both of them have book disciples. Uchiha Mei's Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Suzuki's 2 pillars. It is not easy for the 2 of them to fight directly. Naturally, if there is any problem, the disciple will do his duty. In the future, if the disciples fight to determine the winner can be considered. The 2 of them also understood that the continued stalemate was simply giving opportunities to others. For example, Nohara Rin, isn't this how she rose to the top? Therefore, the 2 people will use this method to determine the winner. The original agreement was that they could only be accepted as disciples when the 2 of them officially graduated, but it was not said that they could not observe, give guidance, or lay the foundation before then. Anyway, as long as you don't directly accept disciples, just teach them ninjutsu and secret techniques. Tang Ping was naturally aware of this competition, but he had no intention of interfering. Anyway, you are neutral and will not help each other. If you really dare to help, believe it or not, the other one will immediately destroy the world for you to see. In comparison, it is safer to conduct experiments. As for the kaleidoscope in Danzo's right eye, let's keep it in the other person's eyes first. In his eyes and in Shisui's eyes, the threat to them was completely different. They could easily get it by looking for an opportunity, either by calculation or by accident. And next, Konoha will have a series of dramas to watch. Uchiha Shisui. The death of such a strong person in charge of the facade would cause quite a stir. But those are things that happen later. Tang Ping is now eager to study the kaleidoscope in his hand. The other side. While Dohei was doing research, Uchiha Mei was already wearing the uniform of the Shell organization and came to the Hyuga clan. There is nothing interesting about Hinata Kangyu, and the second pillar is boring. Well, the nickname was given by Tang Pinky. I don't know what he thought. He specially gave them some weird names, which directly led them astray. But her side is very interesting. The Crown Princess, of course, is also the title given by Dohei, that is, Hyuga Hinata. She has undergone tremendous changes in less than a year. It's not like Uchiha Mei has never seen each other before. But at that time, the other party really didn't catch her eye. If Tang Ping hadn't commented on the other person's potential, it would have been completely impossible for her to have considered accepting him as her disciple. But now. Hit her. Get out of the Hyuga clan. Looking at the Hyuga girl who was holding her sister with her head down and being punched and kicked by a group of children, Uchiha Mei nodded with satisfaction. If the other person's bowing of his head was fearful and introverted before the accident occurred, then he is tolerant now. The environment can really temper people. Yes, the princess at this time has turned dark. Chapter 482 The Reborn Crown Princess. Black End. It's really not a word in the ninja world. Because character and will can affect chakra, and conversely chakra can also affect ninjas, so there will be a situation where the blackened one is 10 times stronger and the whitened one is 3 times weaker. Just like a certain Jingdianzu, when he was black, he was tyrannical and cool, but once he was cleared, he was beaten in all kinds of ways. If Hyuga Hinata now fights with her original personality, she will definitely win easily in just a few rounds. It's not a gap in hardware, but a gap in mentality and personality. The corner of the house. Perhaps because they were tired from the beating, these Hyuga children left. Bullying. This kind of thing is not something that existed before Dohei traveled through time. It will only become more serious in the ninja world. Because the division of status here will only become more serious and obvious. This kind of thing is not rare at all, but the norm. Therefore, it is completely natural for Hinata to be bullied. Even if she is adopted by the Great Elder, she is considered a member of this lineage. Without the support of your elders, even the Zong family will have people bullying you. At the same time, due to the conflict of interests, the Great Elder's lineage's absolute Lithe will bully her even more, and let her get into trouble is the best. After all, she occupies the position of the heir of the main family, so all the people in the lineage of the Great Elder can only be a branch family. And even if it is a branch family, it is the key that there is no support from the main family with close blood. Under the interests, it is no wonder that Hyuga Hinata is in such a difficult situation. That is, the clan rules are too strict, otherwise it is not impossible to let the sisters disappear together. The main family and the branch family are completely heaven and hell. That is why, even if she will be bullied in the clan, Hyuga Hinata rarely leaves the clan, because she knows very well that if she really leaves the Hyuga clan, she has a high probability of accidents. Thinking about Hyuga Kangyu at the beginning, you will know how deep the water is inside these wealthy families. If she hadn't met Dohei at the beginning, she would have been beaten to death in the grove, so she would have a deep resentment towards the Hyuga clan. Now Hyuga Hinata is in a worse situation. If it weren't for the protection of the branch family genius Hyuga Niji, she and Hanabi would have died long ago. In such a situation, she couldn't help but turn evil. Ahem. Hyuga Hinata coughed and hugged Hanabi to get up, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Children's bodies are not as strong as adults. It's strange that they didn't get hurt after being beaten for so long. Do you really think that every Prince Naruto has the 6 paths to help them cheat? However, after getting up, Hinata didn't leave, but walked towards the wooden stake next to her, obviously to practice soft fist. If she wants to survive and protect her sister, she has no other way, so she must exercise even if her body hurts. If I were you, I would go to Konoha Hospital immediately. A voice woke up Hyuga Hinata who was getting ready, and she subconsciously looked up at the roof on the side. A figure wearing a bone mask and a black robe appeared in her sight. She rushed to the sparks at the first time, ready to hug the other party and run away. I can only say that Hinata Hyuga has really grown up a lot now. If she had been in the past, she might have just stayed where she was. Hinata Hyuga, who was rushing forward, bumped into someone, and then almost fell down under the reaction force. Not bad. Looking at the little one in front of her, Mei praised. Even though the other party was still immature, at least she was completely different from the silly and sweet in the past. Well, she was always around Dohei, so she was naturally polluted and even used this word that had never appeared in the ninja world. You, what do you want to do? Hinata looked at the other party's sister behind her worriedly, and did not warn loudly. Once she warned, the other party would definitely have to escape, but she and her sister would not know what would happen to them. At this time, although she was only 1 year older than before the incident, her mind had grown a lot. Looking at the weakness on the other person's face, Uchiha Mei naturally knew that her inner self after the blackening was not like her appearance, but she didn't say much, took out a bottle of healing potion and threw it to the other person, and ordered coldly. Drink it. Faced with the stranger's order, Hyuga Hinata, who took the potion with 2 bandaged hands, was a little at a loss. But when she saw the other person's eyes fell on Hanabi, she made a decision. Gulp. Drank the potion directly. Because she had thought about one thing clearly. If the other party wanted her life, it would be impossible for him to do it in the clan, so it must not be a member of the Hyuga clan. And outsiders who can enter and leave the Hyuga clan are not something she can resist, so she has no other choice. You see, the personality of the current crown princess is completely different from the original one. It can only be said that the introversion and shyness are completely spoiled by the environment. Now that the environment is gone, if she doesn't want to die, she can only blacken and grow. For this kind of training, Uchiha only has one thing to say. Increase the intensity. After all, she was willing to be ruthless to the 4 little ones in the castle tower, so this future disciple with infinite potential would be beaten to death as long as she couldn't kill him. But beating him doesn't mean destroying him. That's why she gave him a bottle of healing potion to repair his injuries. The undiluted version of the healing potion had an immediate effect, which made Hinata react immediately. Although the other party was mysterious, he really had no ill will towards her, so she asked timidly. Who are you? If there was such a strong man who could freely enter and exit the Hyuga clan to protect her, she and her sister would be safe. You don't need to know this, just understand that I have no ill will towards you. Uchiha naturally couldn't reveal her identity. At the same time, she was not afraid that the other party would complain to the elder, because the other party also understood her situation. The elder only let her inherit his family because of his promise. If she herself got into trouble, she would be able to accept it with pleasure. After all, everyone can see Hyuga Hinata's personality and talent. She is the kind of person who can't be helped. The elder really doesn't like her. If it was Hyuga Niji, he would definitely care for her. In the ninja clan, the more talented you are, the more you are valued. If you are not talented and block the way for others, you will naturally be excluded and suppressed everywhere. Then can I still see you in the future? Hinata asked in a low voice. Although the other party only gave her a bottle of potion, she saw a ray of light. I will leave you something that you can use to improve yourself. When you live to graduation, that's when we meet. Uchiha gave the answer. She is now willing to. She would definitely not accept him as her disciple. She would have to wait until he graduated as agreed. However, she would definitely find a way to help him solve some secret medicines, potions, medicinal baths, and basic training methods. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't need to worry, but she has to worry about it, because she looks like a head family, but even eating is a problem, let alone these things. Especially the point of eating. At the beginning, Du Ping said that his potential was delayed by the family. Now she wants to accept him as her disciple, and she must train him up. It would be best if he can help her defeat that vixen, and at least she can help her win more attention from Du Ping. Ahem. Don't think that Uchiha doesn't know how to compete for favor. She is the princess of Uchiha. In addition to ninja skills, she has even learned flower arrangement, etiquette, and other aristocratic female abilities since she was a child. It's not that she doesn't know how to compete for favor, but she didn't like Du Ping before and didn't care at all. Later, when her heart gradually fell on him, she naturally wanted to compete for favor. I can only say that Dohei was able to live without being stabbed, thanks to the education Uchiha received since childhood. After telling Hinata some things, Uchiha suddenly left. The prerequisite for becoming his disciple is to live to graduate from the ninja school. Chapter 483 Arrogant Uchiha. The next day, Daohei and his friends sneaked into the Uchiha clan territory early in the morning to watch the show. The clan leader's house. A large number of Uchiha elites surrounded the yard. Because Shisui's suicide note has been discovered, and it is also known that the other party has been missing since yesterday afternoon. For ninjas, disappearance is almost equivalent to death. Shisui. After reading the suicide note in his hand, the dovish second house elder collapsed. Because he raised the other party and watched the other party become the pride of Uchiha, he didn't expect it to become like this. It must have been done by the village's top leaders, an elite Jonin Uchiha suddenly said, they don't want to see our Uchiha rise, so they killed Shisui. Well, the truth of this Uchiha who took his anger out on others was revealed. Yes, it must have been done by the top leaders. Go find them and ask for an explanation. Various voices rang out. The Uchiha were already dissatisfied with Konoha's suppression and exclusion, and almost the entire clan was turning into hawks. Now that the moderate or dove Shisui is dead, they are naturally very irritable. The other party is the hope of the Uchiha. It was because of the other party that they dared to choose to rebel, but now the person is dead, and left a suicide note, how can they accept it? Enough. A low roar sounded. Itaki Uchiha walked out of the crowd. Shisui couldn't stand the conflict between the family and the village, so he chose to commit suicide. No matter how sad he was, he didn't want to see someone use Shisui's death to frame the village, so he explained. Even if the truth was like this, he had to deny it. However, he looked different among the Uchiha when he said this. Just kidding. The current Uchiha has the most hawks. How can you stand against everyone like this? It's because he is the son of the clan leader, otherwise he would be taught a lesson on the spot. Itaki. Uchiha Fugako looked at Uchiha Itaki, who was a little out of control. However, he didn't notice his son's abnormality, thinking that he lost his composure because of Shisui's death. Itaki, you are close to Shisui, and you were the last person to see each other. Are you sure he committed suicide instead of dying at the hands of the upper echelons? The second elder wanted to confirm again. Many people in the clan knew about the relationship between the two. At the same time, Uchiha Itaki's whereabouts yesterday afternoon were not a secret if he had the intention. Yes, Shisui should have committed suicide. Itaki was silent for a while, then gave a positive answer. And what he said was also a stand for the village, proving that Shisui's death had nothing to do with the village's top leaders. In this way, Uchiha naturally had no way to use Shisui's death as an excuse to take the opportunity to attack the village. After all, your clan's young clan leader has personally testified, and you still want to use this matter to make trouble, isn't it a bit unreasonable? It can only be said that if Itaki said this, no one can continue to blame the top leaders, but he will have to bear the resentment of the clan members. I was already full of anger because of Shisui's death, but you, a family member, sabotaged it. Who else should I trouble? As the son of the clan leader, you speak for those damn village top leaders. Maybe you colluded with the village to kill Shisui. An elite Uchiha ninja was extremely dissatisfied with Itaki's eating from the inside, so he couldn't help but speak out. Uchiha Itaki stared at the other party. He was already a little emotionally unstable because of Shisui's death, and now he heard the other party's words, which made him a little out of control. Don't think you are great just because you are the son of the clan leader. Just when the Jonin was about to taunt, he found that Itaki's eyes turned into blood-red 3 Megatama, so he immediately showed the 3 Megatama and started to fight. The way to distinguish between the strong and the weak among the Uchiha is naturally the Sharingan. Both sides have 3 Megatama, but the result is that they get out. The 3 Megatama Uchiha fell to the ground and was knocked down by Itaki's illusion. Itaki, you are so rude! Uchiha Fugako shouted angrily. He couldn't believe that this was his proud son. Itaki also found that he was indeed impulsive, so he left silently. What an arrogant Uchiha! When he walked to the door, he glanced at the clansmen in the yard, and then used the instant body technique to go to the Anbu. Not far away, among the 3 people who had just watched this big show. Arrogant Uchiha! Doping dubbed for the filial son who just looked back. In the eyes of the other party, Uchiha is a stubborn citizen who seeks death everywhere and does not put the village in his heart, and has no concept of the big picture. But he never thought that the current dissatisfaction of Uchiha is due to the targeted suppression by the village's top leaders. In general, whatever the village does to Uchiha is right, and whatever Uchiha does to the village is wrong. Don't be too obvious about double standards. He is the arrogant one. Uchiha commented on the filial son. She didn't understand why Dohei cared so much about Itaki before, but after seeing him awaken the Mangeki last night, she realized that he was indeed qualified to be noticed. It can only be said that people who can be noticed or complained by him have something special. As for Uchiha Itaki's words, in her opinion, he didn't regard himself as an Uchiha at all, and his butt was not sitting right at all. Who let me be evaluated by the Hokage as being able to think with Hokage thinking when I was only 4 or 5 years old? Dohei's quiet voice pointed out the truth. Is it Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha is not stupid, and she understood it instantly. It turned out that the other party had been planning to target Uchiha Itaki since a long time ago, and successfully brainwashed him with the will of fire. After all, Dohei told them that the will of fire is the strongest illusion in Konoha. If you instill it into a child of a few years old, it will not be too easy to make the other party become one of your people. You are worthy of being the strongest Hokage. Hinata Kangyu taunted. Not to mention the strength, but they have seen the means. Without Shisui, Uchiha shouldn't rebel, right? Uchiha looked at Chongping. Retreat, who knows? Dohei Xiaoxiang spread his hands and did not answer the question. Because this is not a mandatory question. An Uchiha only needs one, right? At the beginning, he was only indebted to the Longhouse, not the entire Uchiha, and it has always been a transaction with them. Even the demigod plan that cooperated with the other party has been more than a year, but there is no follow-up. Of course it is not without effect, but the effect is explosive. However, Uchiha chose to play with Konoha, so, anyway, the finished product has fallen into Konoha's laboratory and is being borrowed, plagiarized, by the other party. It can only be said that some people will die, and it is really their own fault. Uchiha Fugaku licking the Hokage system was the biggest mistake. It would be fine if he licked it from the beginning to the end, but now he is dissatisfied with the village and has begun to change his position. He almost always chooses the wrong side. It is no wonder that Dohei thinks that he is fine as a good father and a good husband, but he has no chance of being the clan leader. He really doesn't have the ability. Really? Uchihame didn't get a positive answer, but she had already vaguely sensed something. After all, according to the intelligence analysis, the outcome is really easy to guess. The spies sent by the family are all traitors of the Hokage system, and the strong ones are all brainwashed by the will of fire. If the rebellion can succeed in this way, it is incredible. But even if she knew, she had no intention of taking action. After all, the first branch of the Uchiha family was sold by Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing that the Uchiha in Konoha was in trouble, it was good enough for her not to take action. How could she help? After watching this big show, the three of them naturally went their separate ways. However, Dohei took off his mask, changed his clothes, and became an ordinary genin, and began to buy materials in Konoha. During this period, he had consumed a lot of materials, so he naturally had to purchase some to replenish them. But when he passed the izakaya, he heard a familiar female voice, which slowed down his pace. Chapter 484 Hong, who was hidden in the code. What? They actually forced you, Hong, you didn't agree, did you? Even if you didn't say so, you did it this way, right? Hongdu's voice, which couldn't suppress her anger, made Dohei, who had already purchased things and was about to go back, pause for a moment, and then walked into the izakaya. From the name, you can tell that this is a place that sells alcohol. It can be seen as the rhythm of a restaurant. In some special places, you can even order some poor girls to accompany you to drink, like Jiraiya usually likes to inquire about information in such places. However, this place in Konoha is really just a place for eating and drinking. The three walls of the hall are divided into small rooms by wooden boards, and there are tables in the middle area, where many people are drinking. There are not too many places to go for food, so why come here specifically? It's an izakaya, so it would be unusual not to drink here. At this time, most of the seats were filled with people. The table Tang Ping chose was naturally a table in the private room in the hall near Enko. After all, the two of them have some friendship with me, so why should they care about it? Well, it's definitely not because Hong's looks are too good. After sitting down, Tang Ping ordered a set meal and a bottle of wine, and then started eating. Even though genin is somewhat incompetent among ninjas, in the eyes of ordinary people, ninja is an extremely enviable profession. Otherwise, outsiders, ordinary people would not call sir when they see a ninja. Therefore, it was completely natural for Dohei to disguise himself as a genin and come to this izakaya to eat. Listening to Hongdu's obviously drunken voice in the wooden partition, Tang Ping finally understood the whole story. It turns out that a senior member of the village hinted at Kurane and asked her to persuade Asuma to quit guarding the ninja and come back. I will do this because the situation has changed. In the past, because Sarutobi Hiruzen had his eldest son, he could tolerate Asuma leaving Konoha and even joining the guardian ninja. But now? Naturally, it is impossible to tolerate the other party continuing to be outside. Even if Sarutobi Shinoshoku leaves behind a posthumous child, Asuma must come back. Because the Naruto department needs an iconic figure of the new generation. In the past, this role was Sarutobi Shinoshoku. Now that he is dead, someone will naturally take his place. Sarutobi Konohamaru was just born, so it was naturally impossible for him to play this role, so Asuma was the only candidate. Otherwise, if the people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. But if Asuma could be called back so easily, she wouldn't have wandered around for so many years. So, they set their sights on Hong. It's no secret that the other party likes Hong, so he hints that Hong will persuade him back. As for how to persuade, it's Hong's business. It was precisely after knowing this that Hongdu was so dissatisfied. It is simply using power to oppress others. But there was no way, she was no longer a son and disciple, she didn't even dare to call herself that, so she could only be helpless and furious. But even if there is no other way, she still has the courage to complain after drinking some wine, and she is still very brave. In the cubicle. Hongdu, please lower your voice. Yuri Hong whispered to her best friend who was fighting for her, for fear of being overheard. She was also very angry, but she knew better that she had no capital to resist. Although she is already a special jounin now, before the word special is removed, she will not have much status in Konoha. She was naturally not afraid when her father was around, but if she was left alone, she would be completely helpless. Those people may not do anything to themselves openly, but if they embarrass themselves in some places, no one can fault them. It's okay for her alone, but if those people attack Hong, it's absolutely not possible. Hong made up his mind. Because Anko's teacher is an S-level rebel ninja, it took the third Hokage's intervention last time to get out from the route. If it happened again, it would be absolutely impossible to get out from the route again. The case is solved. In the original plot, Asuma did not quit the Guardian Ninja after getting tired of playing, but was summoned back by Kurene's honey trap. No wonder he fell in love with the other person later, or even got married. All I can say is that if you have a background, you can do whatever you want. The water in Konoha is really deep. After listening to this information, Tang Ping grasped an important point. The Hokage department was a little anxious. Losing Sarutobi Shinashuk was definitely a huge blow to the Hokage faction, which made them even look at someone like Asuma. Yes, Dohei looks down on the two sons of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they are all elite jounin, for the son of Hokage, this strength is simply a shame. You have enjoyed the best resources since you were young. You can choose from various secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and ninjutsu at will, not to mention that you can find instructors ranging from tutors to sunin. Under such conditions, elite jounin is only the lower limit. If you work harder, you can definitely reach the shadow level. But you guys can't even reach the shadow level, how can Tang Ping be able to see you? Now Asuma's elders actually want to help him play the hidden code, which naturally makes Tang Ping extremely unhappy. As a fun person, he is not afraid of big troubles when watching a show, and is ready to find opportunities to surprise the other party. Before time travel, he was not happy with the hidden code. After time travel, when he became capable, he naturally had to strike hard. With a plan in mind, Dohei paid the bill and left the izakaya. No one suspected that there was something wrong with him as a genin. A few days later. It's time for them to take action. What action? Naturally, it's the kaleidoscope recapture operation. It's impossible to really let Danzo have that Shisui right eye, right? No god. Although the threat is greatly reduced in the hands of Danzo. But as long as there is a trace of danger to them, they can't take risks. After all, under the premise that it can be solved in advance, ignoring the danger is completely seeking death. However, Tang Ping is not a death-seeking character, but rather a coward, so he must get this kaleidoscope back. And the sooner the better. In addition to not giving Danzo a chance to waste his pupil power, it was also because he wanted to gather a pair of kaleidoscopes to verify whether the eternal kaleidoscope must be brothers in order to be integrated and promoted. That's right, the eternal kaleidoscope. Dohei has already told Uchihame about this, which has made her extremely excited these days. She doesn't know this, after all, even if Uchiha had records, they could only record that after Madara replaced his brother's kaleidoscope, he regained light and gained stronger power. But little do they know that after two pairs of kaleidoscopes are fused, they can have an eternal kaleidoscope. Not only will the pupil power change qualitatively, but the curse of the kaleidoscope will no longer exist. The curse of the kaleidoscope. It means that if the pupil power is exhausted, the light will be lost. And there is no way to recover the power of the pupils. The future Urja successfully performed a unique skill from opening his eyes to losing his sight in just a few days. It's really amazing. Kaleidoscope can be used sparingly, not to mention a few days, it can be used on the battlefield for a few years, but the second pillar is so pretentious that it can be used as a flat A, and it will be useless in just a few days. However, the eternal kaleidoscope can solve this biggest flaw. Therefore, Uchihame couldn't help but be careless, and prepared to find ways to gather Shisui's pair of kaleidoscopes and hand them over to Dohei for study. For a few of them, it is not difficult to snatch Danzo. The key point is how to minimize the impact. This is the key. However, Tang Ping had already thought of a plan, so he decided to take action tonight. Because Danzo will leave Konoha tonight. There are too many concerns about taking action in the village, but if you leave the village, it is not easy to touch Danzo. As for entering and exiting Konoha, even Itaki and Orochimaru in the future can enter and exit freely, do you think they can? Come and go as you please. It can be described as such. Many years ago, Dohei was able to enter and exit. Now he is more familiar with Konoha's barrier than the village's barrier class. There are too many loopholes. This barrier erected with the help of the Uzumaki clan has not been updated or repaired for many years, and some people have done some tricks from time to time. It is difficult to imagine that there are no loopholes. For example, there are special channels for dark parts and routes. Chapter 485 The Cursed Seal Package of Other Gods. Chapter 485 Other Gods and Heaven's Curse Seal Package. Under the bright moonlight. Whoosh, whoosh. Several root ninjas surrounded Danzo and passed through the Konoha barrier. After the team left for a while, 3 more figures appeared wearing red cloud patterns on a black background and hats. One of the figures stretched out his right hand, and a large number of black runes floated on the transparent barrier like tadpoles, gnawing a gap in the barrier like real insects. Yes, it is Tang Ping and the others. Let's go. Tang Ping took back his hand and said something to the 2 people behind him who were dressed in the same Xiao organization as him. Among them, Hinata Kangya was holding a sack in her hand. Judging from the outline, it contained people. That's right, Tanhei brought out an unexpected person from Konoha. Due to the special nature of this incident, the vest Xiao was needed. Anyway, this blame must be put on the opponent's head, not on the Shell organization. In this way, both the Shell organization and the Akatsuki organization have taken action against Konoha, so it would be good to distract Konoha's energy. Hinata Kangyu and Uchihame nodded slightly and followed Dohei through the barrier. This time, they will also drop by the castle tower. There is nothing good to watch here in the village for the time being. Although Uchiha was still dissatisfied, without Shisui, a strong card player, he calmed down as if a head of ice water had been poured on him. But as long as the village doesn't stop suppressing and ostracizing Uchiha, this dissatisfaction will still accumulate and eventually explode, and it won't take long. But of course Dohei and the others can't stay in Konoha forever, so they plan to go back to the castle tower first. But before going back, of course, I must get the kaleidoscope in Danzo's eyes. After leaving Konoha, Dohei and the others were not in a hurry to catch up, and were ready to take action when they were further away from Konoha. Hey! It's just that Tang Ping suddenly discovered something interesting. What's wrong? Uchihame, who was following him, looked over. This direction, don't rush to take action. After Tang Ping muttered something to himself, he changed his original plan. Yes, he is prepared not to take action for the time being. Because Danzo was heading in this direction, he had already vaguely thought of the other party's destination. Sound Ninja Village. If it had been anyone else, they might have thought that Danzo was out to cause trouble. Of course Tang Ping wouldn't think so. Because there is a poisonous snake hidden over there, Danzo should be looking for him this time. Orochimaru. Dohei is really interested in this most powerful scientific research madman in the ninja world. It's not like he hasn't looked for traces of the other party before. The problem is, there is no way to find it. I don't know how the other party did it. He hid it so well that even Hinata Kangyu couldn't find him. However, if they have a leading party this time, the situation will be different. An unexpected surprise. It was never that Dohei couldn't defeat Orochimaru, but that he couldn't control him. Methods such as the heavenly curse seal used to deal with Yekeng are of little use to him. Because the opponent can definitely crack it quickly, or even pretend to be tricked. It will be a tragedy if he bites back. But today is different from the past. He has a big move in his hand. No god. Dohei would be reluctant to use it on other people, but it would be absolutely worth $1,000 if it could be used on Orochimaru. And it can be used by future filial sons, which means that this technique does not necessarily need to be used by Shisui himself. May, would it be a problem if you were asked to put on Shisui's kaleidoscope and use another god? Tang Ping asked aloud. Even if he thinks there is no problem, he still has to ask to make sure. Can. Uchihame nodded. If she is of non-Uchiha blood, it may take a long time to get familiar with it before she can use it, but she is an Uchiha herself. Using other people's Manka pupils may cost more than the original owner, but there is absolutely no problem. That's good. Tang Ping nodded. Aren't you Orochimaru able to escape? This time, I will give you a heavenly curse seal and other gods package. It depends on what you do. Especially the curse seal of heaven. If used alone, it has little effect on Orochimaru. The problem is that if there are other gods, it will be impossible for Orochimaru to break it, and after a long time, This curse seal targeting the spirit and soul can turn the other party into the shape of dumping. Anyway, under double insurance, if Orochimaru can break free from control, then Dohei will only admit it. And regardless of other gods or the cursed seal of heaven, they are aimed at the spirit or soul, which is Orochimaru's Achilles heel and weakness. When he started studying immortal reincarnation, his soul was already his weak point. Otherwise, I won't be knocked down by a dutiful son with a random illusion. If you can't even withstand the ordinary illusion of kaleidoscope, how can you fight against the ultimate illusion of other gods? It's time to take Orochimaru. And there is only one chance. If Orochimaru knows the information about other gods, he will definitely not have another chance. Not to mention the opponent's combat ability, his ability to survive is really strong, completely comparable to the rhythm of Liu-Daolyb. Are you going to use another god against Danzo? Hinata Kangyu, who was tracking with his reincarnation eye, turned around and asked. No, Danzo is not worthy. Tang Ping shook his head. This is also what he has in mind. Although Danzo has a special status in Konoha, having the opponent as his chess piece will definitely bring a lot of benefits. But for Tang Ping, no matter how many benefits the other party brings, that's all. And even if Konoha gave it to him, he wouldn't dare to take it. It's poisonous. If you really want to get involved, you might be deceived by various plot killings, and you might become the target of Prince Ming's slap in the face in the future. Therefore, Danzo's value is far less than that of Orochimaru. With Orochimaru as the chosen researcher, it would be much easier to research Dohei in all aspects, and some ordinary research could be left to him. In terms of truth researchability, Tang Ping is actually not as good as the other party. But whoever asked him to come up with such a heaven-defying product as the Qingming potion, which directly improved the learning efficiency by dozens or hundreds of times, was completely inappropriate, so he was able to surpass Orochimaru. And besides the Qingming potion, his blood is the most unsolvable thing. He was able to grow to this point all because of his own hard work, and blood. For a naturally chosen researcher like Orochimaru, Dohei was determined. One day later, Tang Ping and the others arrived at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Fields. After arriving here, Danzo asked several routes to be on guard nearby, and then stood in the center of a flat ground. And 100 meters behind Danzo, Tang Ping and the others were hiding in a cave. If Hinata Kangyu is here, it will not be a problem to dig such a hole silently. As for those routes? Sorry, for them with Hinata Kangyu here, they can really pretend that the other party does not exist. You have a clear view of the opponent's location and layout. It's not easy to get close. What's more, if the other party is really too close, Uchihame's illusion is not a decoration. She is a third-level ninja genjutsu practitioner. Although her genjutsu is not as good as Shizuka Uchiha's, it doesn't mean that anyone can do it. These ninjas can really be knocked down with one look. However, because it was hidden so well, it was naturally not discovered by a few routes. The routes today are completely different from before. After several visits by the Shell organization, the elites suffered a lot of losses. Later, a group of them were annihilated by Nagato. When they wanted to annex the Aberme clan, they were intercepted again, resulting in the route's strength being far less than before. Under such circumstances, at most there are only a few root ninjas who are jounin, and it is completely a dream to find Dohei and the others. In the cave, Hinata Kangyu directly transformed into a humanoid excavator, silently dug out a passage, and arrived dozens of meters behind Danzo. It was only a thin layer away from the ground, enough for them to hear and see clearly. Out of the observation hole. Seal up! Tang Ping slapped his hands on the ground, and a large number of sealing runes spread, hiding the sounds, smells, and chakra from them. After making preparations, the three of them quietly waited for the protagonist to appear. Soon, the waiting protagonist appeared. Chapter 486 Root Blade. The visitor has golden vertical pupils and long straight black hair. He is wearing a white kimono and looks slim and slim. Orochimaru. I just don't know why, but this silhouette gives people a strange feeling. Of course, only Dohei and the others were aware of this feeling, not Danzo. Orochimaru, you're late. Danzo asked with some dissatisfaction. I came late in order to prepare what you need, Elder Danzo. Orochimaru's feminine voice sounded like a snake hesitating, which makes people's scalp tingle. Trade. It turns out that Danzo quietly left Konoha to meet Orochimaru to trade with him. Dohei was not surprised by this. In the original plot, there are actually many places that hint that Danzo is related to Orochimaru. For example, in the Konoha collapse plan, Danzo and the root seem to disappear, which is an obvious hint. And the limbs that Danzo made with Hashirama's cells were provided by Orochimaru. It is simply ironclad evidence. Otherwise, it is impossible that the researchers of the root made it, right? Research work has always been a field for geniuses. A capable researcher is better than countless mediocre researchers, not to mention a chosen researcher like Orochimaru. The root actually has a research department, and the scale is okay, but they are asked to do some low-tech work step by step. Don't count on them for creation. In the environment of the root, it is impossible to have any creativity. Therefore, Danzo and Orochimaru, one has technology, the other has money and resources, they are a perfect match. It's just unknown what research Danzo asked Orochimaru to do. What? Danzo asked, he couldn't wait to see it. Hiss. With a hissing sound, a giant snake emerged from the ground and spit out a humanoid monster. Yes, a humanoid monster. It's about 3 meters tall, but it looks like a fusion of snakes and humans, covered with snake scales, and has cold snake eyes. I gave you so many resources, and you made this thing. Danzo took a look at the monster in front of him, and then questioned Orochimaru with some dissatisfaction. Yes, in his opinion, this thing is a bit too bulky. For ninjas, bigger is not better. Elder Danzo, the experiment you gave me was only about the strength of a chunin, but now after my transformation, it is equivalent to a special jonin who specializes in physical skills. You can test its strength yourself. Orochimaru confidently introduced his work. It turned out that this monster was an experiment given to Orochimaru by Danzo, and it became like this after being transformed and enhanced. That's right. It is the product of the demigod plan. At the beginning, Dohei cooperated with Uchiha and planned to use the other party to fish and attract investment from Konoha's high-level officials. But unexpectedly, after getting the finished product, they kicked him away and joined forces with the village's high-level officials to study. After the village's high-level officials obtained several finished products for transplanting 2 hearts, Danzo's roots secretly intercepted a finished product and handed it to Orochimaru, entrusting the other party to analyze the technology and find ways to transform and enhance it. Damn! Dohei cursed in his heart a few dozen meters away. He knew that Uchiha Fugaku was unreliable, but he really didn't expect it to be so unreliable. You can get rid of yourself and cooperate with the village, but you are willing to hand over only a few finished products to the village leaders. You are simply a pighead. Looking at the finished product transformed by Orochimaru, even if he only looked at the appearance, Dohei knew that this must be a technology to skim funds. Because his demigod plan is to implant a second heart for the genin with the cheapest funds, so that it can be improved in all aspects. And Orochimaru's transformation and improvement is to squeeze the 2 hearts madly, forcibly force out the potential, without considering the consequences. Even if there is no battle, this experiment will not live long. Danzo suddenly threw away the crutches in his hand and punched the monster covered with snake scales in front of him. The fist hit the snake scales, causing it to stagger back a few steps before stabilizing its body. The power of the punch blessed by Chakra is not low. Let Elder Danzo see your strength, attack. Orochimaru could see that Danzo wanted to test the goods, so he also gave the order. Hey! The sandbag-sized fist smashed towards Danzo with a strong wind. If it hit, it would definitely be no less than several tons of force. The exaggerated force was naturally due to the body size. With a body size of 3 meters and a weight, it is more than 100 times easier to hit several tons of force than with an ordinary person. A very clever idea. This body of muscles and scales can be regarded as an alternative power armor. Normally, the heart of an ordinary human cannot afford such a body, but with a second heart, supporting such a body is not a problem. It is only 3 meters tall, not because Orochimaru does not want to continue to grow taller. It is because the heart can support it, but the meridians, bones and the like cannot support it at all. If the body is bigger, it is easy to be crushed by itself. Of course, the price is extremely tragic. It has completely turned into a monster. A 3-meter tall body, how can it be considered a human? The physical changes are fine, but the problem is that the IQ has obviously been affected, and it looks rigid and mechanical. What a sin! Orochimaru and Danzo, they can really do anything. Just as Dohei was evaluating the information about this monster in his mind, Danzo also understood the strength of this 3-meter tall monster. Not bad, I am very satisfied. Danzo looked at the 3-meter-tall humanoid who stopped under the order. The monster slowly rubbed the opponent's smooth snake scales with his hands, as if he didn't see the opponent's ferocious appearance. Because the time is too short, it is only to this extent. If you are willing to continue investing, you will definitely be able to make more improvements. Orochimaru's voice was very seductive. It's like an entrepreneurial boss constantly preaching to investors about how good his project's investment prospects are, and that as long as you invest, you will make money. But in fact, only you know how many pitfalls there are. Anyway, Tang Ping has already seen a lot of pitfalls. At least the second heart technology, the other party should not have completely solved it yet. Even if it can be solved, it will definitely not be easy to do. Otherwise, it will not only be an experimental product, but also dozens of experimental products. It's okay to continue investing, but Orochimaru, only I can provide you with these things now, so you'd better not deceive me. Danzo agreed to Orochimaru's proposal for additional funding, but also gave the other party an implicit warning. He had never seen anything like Ren Jian, and Orochimaru knew his character well. Of course he knew that the other party was defrauding him of funds, but he still agreed. No way, who made Konoha study for such a long time, but got nothing. Although Orochimaru required a lot of resources and funds, they really achieved results. Snap! A scroll was thrown to Danzo by Orochimaru. This is research data, but the success rate is less than 5%. The second heart is too difficult to transplant. I don't know how Tanhei-kun did it. It's really curious, hiss. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, as if he was curious about whether Dohei's second heart could be transplanted 100% successfully. Yes, among the transformation surgeries studied by Orochimaru, transplanting a second heart was the most difficult to overcome. For this reason, he could only use various drugs to try to stabilize it, resulting in a huge increase in mortality and costs. After reading the information on the scroll, Danzo coldly snorted. Humph, I will send you enough materials and resources. I need to get enough root blades as soon as possible. As for the name root blade, naturally it was just given by him. These modified experiments will become sharp blades at the root, tearing apart any enemy who threatens the village. Next, after the two agreed on the next transaction matters, they separated. The three people in the cave also nodded and separated. Hinata Kangyu tracked Orochimaru. The 10-kilometer field of view of the Tsanjikan allows her to track at ultra-long distances and see through all kinds of disguises and arrangements, without worrying about losing her. And Dohei and Uchihame naturally went to deal with Danzo and snatch the kaleidoscope back. Of course, they were also carrying the sacks. Chapter 487 The Battle to Recapture Kaleidoscope. Stop! Danzo suddenly spoke, and at the same time glanced around. How cautious! A voice sounded from their side. A figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe with red clouds appeared. Tang Ping felt a little unhappy at this time. Due to his own condition, there was a flaw in his breath concentration ability, which was noticed by the root ninja who specializes in perception next to Danzo. Yes, his current condition is not good. Although his body is becoming more and more adaptable to natural energy, it also affects his combat effectiveness. The skin under the robe is light blue because there is a lot of natural energy in the body. Now most of his energy is focused on adapting to the natural energy, which is why he always has people with him wherever he goes. Who are you? How dare you intercept me? You are so brave. Looking at this mysterious figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black-red cloud robe, Danzo shouted. Xiao. Tang Ping said the name without politeness. Well, I think Nagato wouldn't mind doing some GG for him. As an Akatsuki member, how could he remain unknown? Even though this organization is quite famous in the black market, it is extremely low-key. Not many people know about the Great Ninja Village, except for the IWA ninja who likes to hire bounty ninjas. Akatsuki, what exactly are you going to do? Do you want to become our enemy in Konoha? Danzo asked while gesturing behind his back, asking the roots around him to take action. No matter what the other party's purpose is, as long as he catches the person, he is confident to torture him out. As for whether it can be successful? Just kidding, not to mention the few jounin around him, his own strength has returned to its peak, and he is confident to suppress even Orochimaru. If we didn't have this kind of confidence, how could we dare to come to the border to trade with the other party? Whoosh, whoosh. Dohei suddenly shot several kunao at Danzo and others. Strike first to gain the upper hand. He knows the other party's personality very well, so even if he can't see the small movements behind the other party, he can still guess what the other party is doing. Catch him! Danzo also gave the order almost at the same time, and several roots rushed towards Dohei. But he didn't notice that a smile appeared on the corner of Tang Ping's mouth. Because his goal has been achieved. Attract attention. There was someone else who actually took action. Zira. The sound of current surging. A figure appeared in front of Danzo, and the veil of the hat was lifted due to inertia, revealing the face underneath. But Danzo didn't see his face clearly, and his attention was already firmly attracted by the blood-red eyes. Who are you? Just when he was about to say the 3 words Uchiha, he fell into a dazed state. Illusion. It took effect. Uchihame spent a lot of pupil power and performed the Genjutsu Sharingan, the Sharingan's exclusive illusion. She is also proficient in illusions, but she is not as good as Uchiha Shizuka, so this time it is completely powerful to create miracles, and the direct power of the eyes is so strong that the effect of this illusion becomes extremely terrifying. The kaleidoscope has a qualitative improvement in illusions. Coupled with Uchihame's terrifying eye power, Danzo was restrained in one encounter. Poof! But Uchihame's heart was also stabbed through by a wooden thorn. It's Danzo. He actually silently controlled a vine that grew from the sole of his right leg, burst out of the ground, and stabbed Uchihame's heart diagonally. Hidden enough. Danzo's move was completely unexpected. If it were anyone else, a punctured heart would be almost impossible to save. It can be replaced by Uchihame Eye. Choking. The ninja sword was unsheathed and cut off the vines, and then she firmly held the vines and shook them. Poof! The vine that pierced the heart was pulled out, and a large amount of blood spurted out. It's a wolf killer. It hurts to look at it, let alone do it with your own hands. Just when he was about to fall, Uchihame's left eye's needle-shaped kaleidoscope flashed, and he directly used the ability of Heaven Standing. The injuries on her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Apart from a hole in her clothes, revealing her white and tender skin as white as snow, there were no traces left. Even the large amounts of blood that spurted out disappeared out of thin air, making people wonder if what they just saw was an illusion. In fact, it's nothing. Even a Kinaki has such a forbidden technique that defies the sky, so where is the permanent standing of the sky? Yes, compared with a Kinaki, 10 stand has too many similarities, which is equivalent to the effect shrinking to itself. As expected of Shinobi's darkness. A flash of admiration flashed in Uchihame's eyes. Although she doesn't like the other party, she also admires Danzo's combat experience. Although she clearly had the advantages of intelligence and strength, she was still tricked by the other party. If it weren't for the permanent standing of heaven, the ship might have capsized. But if she didn't have the will of heaven, she wouldn't take such a risk. Danzo-sama. The few Genbu who had just reached Tang Ping's side naturally sensed the change behind them, so they wanted to turn around and come back for reinforcements. Super. Weighted rock technique. Tangheija Ian performed this earth escape ninjutsu. Buzz. The invisible gravity came and directly pressed several root ninjas around him to the ground, unable to move. With his mastery of earth escape, this technique has also reached the level of Onoki. There is no way. Although his time to practice earth escape is far less than Onoki's, when it comes to the study of ninjutsu, he is far ahead of him. It is not strange to catch up with him in this aspect. That is to say, he has not entered the immortal mode now, and his condition is not good. Otherwise, even a large psychic beast can be defeated with one move. Poof, poof. A kunao pierced the throats of several roots on the ground. It's really embarrassing. After finishing dealing with the enemy, Dahira felt the natural energy in his body begin to boil due to the invocation of chakra, and sighed with dissatisfaction. He really didn't expect that after such a long time, his body would not adapt to the natural energy. The good news is that his body is evolving towards the pseudo-immortal human body just as he expected. After all, I have been invaded by natural energy. As long as I can adapt, it would be strange not to become a pseudo-immortal. The price is that his combat effectiveness is greatly limited, and at most he is only at the quasi-shadow level. It still won't last long. When he walked to Danzo's side, Dohei slowly formed the seal. The biggest problem with the sealing technique is that it takes too long to form the seal and prepare, making it difficult to use in battle. But now that he had enough time, Dohei naturally had to control Danzo first. He won't give the other party any chance. Even if it is a kaleidoscope illusion, it does not mean that the opponent cannot escape, so it is better to be careful. This time, if it weren't for a sneak attack and the absolute advantage in intelligence, it would be impossible to take down the opponent. As long as you give it a little time, the other party will definitely be able to escape. Apart from other aspects, if you don't know that the opponent has limbs cloned from Hashirama cells, and you really think that the opponent is a cripple, you will definitely be killed. And they didn't give the other party any chance to use a Kinaki. Therefore, being able to capture Danzo face to face was not because of the huge gap in strength, but because of the superior intelligence. If the intelligence advantages of both sides were reversed, the situation would definitely be reversed and Danzo could easily defeat them. After Tang Ping imposed many seals, he breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Of course you can't do the surgery here. You have to find a place to rest for a while before starting the surgery. Soon, they came to a small cave. Untie. Tang Ping formed the seal and took out the surgical instruments sealed in the scroll. He would not do such a thing by directly pulling out the eyes with his hands, even if he knew that the kaleidoscope would not be so fragile. After taking out the kaleidoscope, Tohei also took out a 3-Magadama Sharingan from the opponent's arm and inserted it into the opponent's right eye to prevent the Hashirama cells in the opponent's body from going out of control. Alas, since he is the top brother on his list, he naturally cares about his health. After putting away Shisui's Mangeki, Tohei turned his head and looked at a corner of the cave and asked, "Are you done? Next, it's time to have some fun." Chapter 488 Personal Grudges. The sack opened, revealing the person inside. Asuma Saratobi. Yes, they had tied him up from Konoha. The person was a private pie transaction between Konoha and the daimyo, and was assigned back to Konoha with a task to make it easier for Kurane Ui to persuade him. It can only be said that the plan of the village's top leaders is completely watertight. If Tohei hadn't happened to encounter it, he would never have known their calculations. Before crossing over, he was extremely upset every time he saw Kurane, the beautiful big sister, fall into the hands of Asuma, the second generation of Kage. Now, if there is a chance, he must give the other party a little shocking education. Personal grudges don't need to be reasonable. Illusion. Asuma has now fallen into the illusion carefully woven by Uchihame. It has only a little effect. Now he has married his goddess Ui Kurane, and it is time for him to. Yes, Doping is having fun and wants to do this to him. You, Asuma, have enjoyed the benefits of being the second generation of Kage since you were a child. It is impossible that you do not enjoy the risks of this identity, right? Just like those young men who died on the battlefield, but they were sent to the battlefield by the Hokage system, and the high-level Hokage system did not go to the battlefield in the village, and called it sitting in the rear. Bah, they simply don't care about their face, and the double standards of the will of fire are too much. Asuma did go to the battlefield, but he was taken care of in various ways, and he didn't receive any dangerous tasks. After getting these benefits, he met Doping, who was not interested in the Hokage system, and it was reasonable to be retaliated, right? Besides, Asuma is not a good person. He has been bullying people with a group of younger brothers since he was a child, and he smokes and drinks. Doping has seen all this with his own eyes. It is impossible that he is wrongly accusing him, right? Therefore, he used to not give the two second-generation Kage's face everywhere, and even beat Asuma with a big slap. This time, he will give him an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. Gurgle. Pour bottles of potions into the other party's body. It's not poison. It's good stuff that can replenish nutrition and endurance, and there are even healing potions. If there is a problem with the body, it can be treated immediately. It would be strange if the body is not destroyed at once. Let's go. After everything was done, Doping put the other party next to Danzo and lay him down. Well, Danzo was sealed by illusion, and it would take at least a day for him to wake up. He would not wake up before then. Anyway, Doping really wants to know how the other party will face reality after waking up. Well, it might not be surprising to form a new bond in the future. After all, Danzo's true love is Saratobi Hiruzen, so it is understandable that he has changed his target to the other party's son. Of course, this move of Tohei is not only a trick, but also a way to shut up people. Because if Danzo tells about the attack, he must explain the cause and effect clearly, and then. I hope that the person is fine. And this matter also involves his meeting with Orochimaru, so even if he is angry about being attacked and having his Mangeki stolen, he can only hold it in his stomach. After leaving the cave, Uchihame looked at Dohei who was sealing the exit, and her eyes twitched. She really didn't expect that Dohei would be so inhuman. Do you have any grudges with Sarutobi Hiruzen? After Dohei blocked the exit, she asked curiously. Because Dohei has been full of malice towards the third Hokage since the beginning, at most he didn't show it because of his lack of strength in the past. No, I just don't like the double standard dogs and White Lotus, as well as the tribesmen who enjoy the benefits brought by them but are considered gentle and kind. Do Ping was inspired. In the future, some people may even think that Asuma is a good person. What a hellish joke! Not only has the other party bullied people since childhood, but he even defected to the Guardian Ninja and became a traitor. He can be called a good person. That's really unfair. Anyway, he will take action if he doesn't like it. For those who still fear this and that after crossing over, and eventually become the people he hates, he really doesn't like them at all. If you have already crossed over, and you can't do whatever you want after you have the strength, what's the point of doing it? This is also the reason why he dealt with Asuma. It doesn't matter if you don't have the strength. Now I have the strength. Since I don't like you, the second generation of the shadow, I will naturally deal with you directly. In the future, we will deal with the third Hokage, and we will not let him sacrifice gloriously and wash away all the black materials in his life. Uchihame naturally saw that Do Ping was not joking, so she stopped asking. As for the words double standard and White Lotus, he used them a lot, so of course he knew what they meant. Well, after the two of them finished these, they left directly, and they didn't mean to stay to watch the live broadcast. After all, it was too hot to the eyes. If it were two girls, Do Ping might still be interested, but Danzo and Asuma, forget it, he didn't want to have a nightmare. However, on the way out, he kept humming something like chrysanthemums are broken, buttocks are full of wounds, which made Uchihame look at him strangely from time to time. A few hours later, at dawn, they also caught up with Hinata Kangyu. Is this right here? Tang Ping looked at the lake in front of him curiously. Yes, Orochimaru's base is hidden down here. A very clever choice. Because the lake water seems calm, but in fact it is in a state of constant fluctuation. Not to mention the white eye, even the reincarnation eye is not easy to see through. Unless you stare and observe continuously, you can see some clues. That's right, but I can't see what's going on inside either. Sun nodded towards Kangyu. Although the opponent has made a lot of arrangements, she is not the Byakugan, but the real reincarnated eye. Even if she has not grown to the peak, her reconnaissance ability is not comparable to the Byakugan, so she has discovered something, but not much. Mei Yi, please put on Shisui during this time to familiarize yourself with your eyes, and then take action when the other party comes out. Tang Ping made a decision. There is only one chance. He will not break into the opponent's lair and take action. He can only wait for the opponent to take the initiative before taking action. Although Orochimaru is a scientific research madman, if it is for research, he can squat for any length of time. But his current power has not yet grown, and he does not have many people to use. He will naturally have to personally take part in some major matters. For example, the capture of important experimental subjects cannot be left to the Sound Ninja Village, which does not even have Jounin, right? Good. Uchihame nodded directly. In other words, if it were Tang Ping, if it were anyone else, if you said this, she would kill ruthlessly as soon as possible. Ninja is a suspicious profession. Hinata Kangyu immediately found a very good observation point, and directly used her hands blessed by the razor edge to dig out a temporary stronghold on the mountain wall. And Tang Ping immediately started the operation. Although the Sharingan can be plugged in and used as if it were hot swappable, doing so would actually be a burden on yourself and your eyes. But with his level of medical ninjutsu, combined with drugs and surgery, there would be no such problems at all. Eye replacement surgery is not difficult. After all, even the original Nohara Rin can play. How difficult can it be? But everyone can perform surgery, and the effects vary. If Tang Ping takes action, the effect will naturally be the best. After Uchihame put on Shisui's kaleidoscope, she didn't feel any discomfort or burden and was able to use it almost immediately. Next, there is the arrangement and preparation before hunting. If it were anyone else, they would naturally not need to be so cautious. The problem is that this time the prey is Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. In terms of strength, he may be at the cage level. Note, what I'm talking about here is strength, which is evaluated based on chakra, physical fitness, etc. But if you add the ninja data of Xian, then Orochimaru's combat effectiveness is at least strong shadow level. At least you won't lose. After all, when he was the commander-in-chief, he once blocked strong shadows like Oniki or the Third Raikage head-on. His real record is here. Orochimaru is the type who can use his strength to be stronger than his data. After waiting for almost half a month, I finally found the opportunity. Chapter 489 Hunting Orochimaru. A secret underground passage opened next to the lake, revealing the deep stone steps inside. For ninjas, as long as they are proficient in earth escape, it is not too difficult to create an underground base. At most, it's just a waste of chakra. Chakra is life, and ordinary ninjas are naturally reluctant to waste it, but of course Orochimaru doesn't care. Wearing a black kimono, Orochimaru didn't look like a ninja at all, but looked like a nobleman, and stepped into the trap area. With Hinata Kenya here, after such a long time, except for the internal situation of the base, the surrounding environment is all clear, so it is natural to lay targeted traps. For a sealing master, he has enough time to come up with too many things. Anti-gravity barrier. A few hundred meters to the side, Tang Ping formed a seal with his hands and slapped them on the ground. But Orochimaru, who felt something strange and was about to use the teleportation technique to leave the place, suddenly found his body lightened and his whole body lifted into the sky like a balloon. Yes, this is Tang Ping's plan. Orochimaru's earth escape ability is too good, so just cut it off. Directly deploy an anti-gravity barrier so that the opponent cannot keep their feet on the ground, and naturally cannot escape underground. As for why not use the kaleidoscope ability of Ama Iwato, which is more effective? Naturally, it's because Uchihame's eyes have now been replaced by Shisui's kaleidoscope. In this case, there is no way to use Ama Iwato. But without Ama Iwato, Dohei had other ways to achieve the same effect. Floating. Just don't let Orochimaru touch the ground and escape. After being hit, Orochimaru reacted immediately, bit off his index finger and spread it on the back of his hand to form a seal. Obviously, this is preparation for using spiritualism. With the help of the psychic beasts from Longdi Cave, it would be much easier to counterattack or escape. The key is that these psychic beasts are still the best human shields. I can only say that this choice is a big one. However, the prerequisite is that you must be able to use psychic skills normally. All things are led by heaven. A voice sounded not far from Orochimaru. Along with this sound, there was also a strong suction force, sucking the floating Orochimaru towards the man wearing a black cloak and wearing a bone mask. Hara Organization. Orochimaru, who flew towards the opponent, recognized it immediately, and was also a little confused as to why the opponent would attack him, as there was no conflict between them. However, when the time came, Orochimaru would not be afraid, and stretched his neck directly, letting his head bite the opponent who was holding the claws like a snake. Software Transformation Technique. This operation made Orochimaru completely fearless of any physical attack, and at the same time he could perform some amazing actions. Clang! Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a sharp long sword. Kusa's sword. Facing this unexpected counterattack, normally even a cage-level strongman would be caught off guard. But would Hinata Sogitsu panic? Not at all. This time, after she temporarily stopped nurturing the use of the Samsara Eye, she realized how exaggerated the difference between the real Samsara Eye and the previous fetal movement period was. If the Samsara Eye was just a match before, it is now TNT, the kind that can destroy everything at any time. Therefore, most of Hyuga Sogitsu's energy was used to limit the Samsara Eye. She was afraid that the Samsara Eye would get out of control. She was like a child wielding a weapon of mass destruction, which could easily lead to terrible consequences. She stretched out her other hand flatly, and her palm blocked the sharp Kusanagi sword. Note, it was not Shinra Tensei. If you look closely, you will find that a thin layer of chakra was spinning at high speed in her palm. Kaiten. It's just another way to use the razor's edge. It can be seen as the Raise Nan has a form change. The terrifying chakra control ability allowed Hyuga Sogitsu to develop a series of techniques such as Razor's Edge based on the secret technique of Kaiten, which was provided by Dohei. Discovering that the Kusanagi sword was blocked, Orochimaru immediately changed his moves, and the right arm of the body flying behind him stretched out. Hiding Shadow Snake Hand. No seal, low consumption, high lethality, it is indeed extremely difficult to deal with, no wonder Orochimaru likes to use it. Sizzle. A dozen poisonous snakes that flew out from his arms were cut off in mid-air. A figure holding a long sword, with a pair of red demon horns on his head and his whole body wrapped in electric current appeared. Orochimaru's face instantly became extremely ugly. Starting from the level of Kage, using ninja swords, good at lightning escape, and having red demon horns. If it were just one of these characteristics, it would be difficult to know the identity. But if all four conditions were added together, especially the pair of demon horns, it would be too easy to find out who the other party was. Uchihame. She is also the Queen of Thunder and Fire of the Castle Tower. I didn't expect that the other party would actually join forces with the Kara organization. So the route was attacked by the Kara organization several times before, maybe it was because of the influence of the Castle Tower. Whether it was the village or the route, they had been trying their best to collect intelligence on this organization, but they didn't get any results. It turned out that the other party was lurking around them. No wonder they were so familiar with Konoha and could not find any traces. After knowing this secret, Orochimaru not only did not feel happy, but gradually became cold. Because the other party exposed such a big secret, it also proved one thing. Will not let me go. And have absolute confidence to solve me. Mysterious and confident. It was Orochimaru's evaluation of this ambush. Pa! Orochimaru fell into the palm of Hyuga Kangyu, but was thrown away immediately. Because it was an empty shell. Orochimaru drilled out from under the empty shell like shedding skin, and at the same time spit out Kusanagi sword from his mouth. It can only be said that his hand-mouth swordsmanship is really hard to defend against. Who can use the head to wield a sword? Unfortunately, it was Hyuga Kangyu who fought him in close combat, and he handled it perfectly. If it was just a physical skill, even Uchihame would not be Hyuga Kangyu's opponent. The Samsara Eye has an ability that the Sharingan can never have. 360-degree full vision without blind spots. Even if you attack from behind or from a blind spot, you will be seen clearly. It is even more ruthless than Pain's six paths, because it is just a shared vision, which is directly the rhythm of God's perspective. With such a big advantage, combined with the soft fist of the Hyuga clan, close combat is really impossible. The Hyuga clan is weak, but it does not mean that Hyuga Sogetsuo is also weak. Orochimaru was knocked away like a rag bag. However, his body still had no intention of falling to the ground, still floating in the air. At this time, Dohei was maintaining the anti-gravity barrier at the edge of the battlefield. Anyway, he was not in good condition, so he just acted as an auxiliary. Hyuga Sogetsuo and Uchihame. Such a super combination can escape unscathed even when facing the peak of Senju Hashirama. If the Samsara Eye grows to the peak, it can even fight head-on. Under such a premise, it is indeed not lacking Dohei's combat power. What is more important for him is to prevent Orochimaru from escaping. The anti-gravity barrier was just an appetizer. The opponent's technique was his real target. Reverse summoning technique. This technique is a super life-saving trick. It can summon people to the three holy places, and then summon the summoned beasts from other places in the ninja world. It is a killer life-saving skill. Force. Although Yugu is also a new holy land, Tanghei has not yet developed this technique, so he does not know how to use it for the time being. Orochimaru will definitely do it. Although the other party has never used it, Tang Ping, who knows the other party's information in advance, will never ignore this. Intelligence superiority is extremely important to ninjas. Don't even think about escaping. Hinata Kangyu suddenly reached out to the side in mid-air. Everything is inspired by heaven. Under the terrifying gravity, Orochimaru, who had left his substitute behind and wanted to escape, was captured. Sure enough, you can see through this. Orochimaru, who flew back, murmured to himself, while his eyes flashed. The opponent is able to track him without being discovered, and has the blind angle vision during close combat, coupled with this ability to see through. There is only one possibility. Chapter 490 Yamata no Orokai and Other Gods. Sun Xiang Kangyu. Confidence flashed in Orochimaru's vertical pupils, and he also called out the name of the figure wearing a bone mask. Upon hearing this name, Hinata Kangyu, who was holding the mask in her left hand, stopped using the Vientiane Sky Guide and slowly took off her mask. As expected of Orochimaru senpai, his wisdom is truly extraordinary. She is not afraid of exposure either. Anyway, from the moment Uchihame took action, she was destined to be exposed. Dare to play like this, because this plan is absolutely foolproof. Even if something goes wrong, they will not be unable to bear the consequences. Orochimaru is an S-class rebel ninja. You actually believe a traitor but not us. Is this ridiculous? Unless the other party dares to stand up and testify. But does Orochimaru dare to stand up? So after considering all the situations, they naturally dare to use everything they have without worrying about the consequences. What's more, this area has been blocked by Tang Ping, and neither messages nor sounds can be transmitted out. With enough time, he naturally made a lot of preparations. That means he is not in good condition. Otherwise, Dahira could use the sealing technique to take down Orochimaru just by himself. It's really you, your eyes. Orochimaru was a little stunned after seeing Hinata Kangyu's eyes. The dark blue eyes that exude a faint light are as gorgeous and deep as the stars in the sky. But it is impossible for Byakugan to have this situation, so there is only one possibility. Phew! A harsh sound exploded from behind Orochimaru, and a blue lightning spear stabbed Orochimaru, but was avoided by his twisted body. Software transformation is really scary. As long as you are willing to be unworthy, this technique can really increase the upper limit of being strong. Fierce. Zera. 2 wings, one red and one blue, appeared behind Uchihame. In this way, he could fully unleash his speed while floating. Single challenge. Uchihame is responsible for single-handedly defeating Orochimaru, while Hyuga Kangetsu serves as assistance and interceptor. With her reincarnation present, she could ensure that Orochimaru couldn't escape quietly. At the same time, Dohei was responsible for controlling the field and cutting off Orochimaru's escape ace, reverse psychic technique. Under the ambush of Trinity, and knowing Orochimaru's trump card, if Orochimaru can't be caught in this way, then there is no need to think too much in the future. Mei Uchiha, who had no shortcomings in ninja physical skills, could still beat Orochimaru even though his strength was slightly affected by Shisui's eyes. At the same time, she didn't even use the kaleidoscope, just to ensure that her pupil power was sufficient so that she could activate the full power of the other gods later. You forced me to do this. Orochimaru was soon put into the ghost state. Uchihame, whose strength had soared, was so embarrassed that he directly used his ultimate move. Hachi no Jutsu. Orochimaru's body expanded rapidly and turned into a huge monster covered in white snake scales and with 8 snake heads. With a body size of dozens of meters tall, it is no smaller than an ordinary tailed beast. No wonder the ninja world will enter the Gundam era in the future, simply because the large size is such an advantage. The terrifying defense even made most of Uchihame's attacks ineffective. Even if it could cause damage, it could be recovered quickly. Not far away from the edge, excitement flashed in the eyes of Tang Ping, who was maintaining the barrier. On purpose. Because he wanted to determine Orochimaru's soul or mental state. Even if based on the intelligence analysis before time travel, it is known that there is something wrong with the other party's soul. But the real ninja world is different from anime. If you really play like that, you will definitely be tricked to the point of vomiting blood, so you need to confirm it in person. This is also the biggest reason why you don't just open up and catch Orochimaru as soon as you come. If there are no flaws in the opponent's soul and spirit, then the control may cause it to break free and then backfire, so it really needs to be confirmed. Now that the opponent has used the H-chi technique, it means that he has indeed used the immortal reincarnation and has a soul-level weakness. After knowing this, Hinata Kangyu slightly loosened her grip on the reincarnated eye, and opened her hands towards the Yamata no Orokai below. Spicy and watery, Shinra Tensen. Phew! As the terrifying repulsive force spread, the atmosphere made a sharp whistle. As soon as Yamata no Orokai appeared, he was hit hard by this terrifying repulsive force. Rumble! The atmosphere was evacuated and the ground was torn apart. The real reincarnation eye is not as powerful as the previous 4 fetal movements. Its power is not inferior to Nagato at all. Although the opponent's Samsara eye is more mature, Hinata Kangyu's is an original accessory, so after some calculations, the power is indeed about the same. Still amidst the sound of crushing mixed with the sound of broken flesh and blood. Since Hinata Kangetsu was suspended in the air, after Orochimaru turned into Yamata no Orokai, his body was too heavy and naturally fell to the ground, so the angle between the two sides was one up and one down. At such an angle, the Yamata no Orokai will not be bounced away, but will be crushed towards the ground. There is no need to worry about something happening to Orochimaru. In the entire ninja world, in terms of life-saving ability, perhaps only LYB from Pure Land can be better. Other than that, he is the strongest. Even death has a means of resurrection. In the original plot, the filial son obtained the special spiritual weapon like a cheat, and then successfully sealed Orochimaru. Otherwise, there would really be nothing he could do against him. Although their offensive is terrifying now, it is still early to kill Orochimaru. Soon, the Yamata no Orokai turned into a pile of minced meat, and the deep pit pressed by Shinra Tenzen was dyed blood red. Normally speaking, Orochimaru is too dead to die. Even if Hinata Kangya uses the Tsennogan, there is no way to find Orochimaru. But at this moment, Tang Ping noticed through the barrier, as if someone was using reverse spiritualism, but with his barrier, the use naturally failed. They don't have a super sealed spiritual weapon like the Ten-Fist Sword, so Orochimaru must still be alive and preparing to escape, and Hinata Kangyu's reincarnated eye can't detect it, unless the other party is no longer a human being. During this preparation time, Tanghei had told them Orochimaru's information in advance, as well as his own guesses, so there was no need to worry about accidents. In a fight with Orochimaru, the opponent is simply a bright card. If you want to escape their hunting, the chance is really slim. 0. A flash of blue thunder and lightning pinned the little white-scaled snake as thick as an egg to the ground, unable to move. Yes, this is the incarnation of Orochimaru's identity and obsession. If you didn't know the plot in advance, who would have thought that this was Orochimaru? However, even after confirming the target, they did not rush to stop, but first looked around bit by bit. This operation is too important for them to be careless. In the end, it was confirmed that nothing was missing, and a weak Orochimaru was found in White Snake's body. Quick! Tang Ping immediately stepped forward to seal the White Snake and brought it to a temporary stronghold not far away. While it's hot, Orochimaru is now in a weak state of depleted chakra. It is more effective to strike at this time than when the opponent recovers, so it is really necessary to take advantage of the heat. This White Snake looks small, but there is actually space inside, so Orochimaru can hide inside. After getting Orochimaru out, Uchihame had already started to take action before the other party could recover. No god! Her pupils suddenly turned into kaleidoscopes, and she opened up to perform this technique. Although it can be performed with one eye, the effect is not as good as that of both pupils. Therefore, this god is the ultimate illusion in its full power. At this time, Tang Ping naturally stayed outside the cave and was on guard. Even the guard is a shadow clone, and his real body has gone to clean the battlefield. Well, he is afraid too. Even if you know that you can't use this kind of pupil technique at will, what if you can do it? And if it can be used again, it is not impossible for Uchihame to use it on him. It's not that it will harm him, but if he gets married, or something like that, the world might be destroyed, so we really can't take this risk. When Dohei finished cleaning the battlefield and returned to the temporary cave, the shadow clone threw over a jar containing Shisui's pair of kaleidoscopes, and then deactivated the shadow clone himself. The person who had just replaced Uchihame's eyes was naturally the shadow clone. Well, Tang Ping is so sincere. The next step is naturally another method. Chapter 491, It's okay to deceive others with ninja sect, but don't deceive yourself. Thank you for cleaning up the battlefield. When Uchihame saw Dohei coming in, a smile flashed in her eyes. As the fiancé of the other party, she naturally knows the other party's character and understands why the shadow clone was used to replace her eyes. Haha! What can Tang Ping do? Naturally, he can pass the test with cuteness. Didn't you see that even Rixiang Kangyu stayed outside to be on guard and didn't even come to the cave? It was definitely not unnecessary for him to be careful. Uchihame was also a little disappointed. If Hinata Kangyu had been here just now, she wouldn't have been able to try an illusion on the other party so that he would not have any thoughts about her fiancé's position from now on. Therefore, if Dohei really looks at Uchihame according to the impression in the anime, he is guaranteed to be tricked to the point of vomiting blood. A bloody lesson. In the ninja world, you can refer to the information in anime, but you really can't believe it all. Okay, it's your turn. After Uchihame finished speaking, she stepped aside and adjusted to her newly replaced eyes. Dohei came to the weak and unconscious Orochimaru, formed a seal with his hands, and began to prepare to use the curse seal of the sky. The heavenly curse seal on Yakang's body has proven the effectiveness of his curse seal. It was okay at first, as if it was useless at all, but later it turned into its own shape, and because it took effect in a subtle way, it did not count as illusion or control, so naturally there was no way to cancel it. Just like Orochimaru in the original plot, in the future, there will be subordinates such as Hong Lian, Kagaya Kimimaro, etc. who are willing to become his vessels. It is very likely that this is the influence of the curse seal. Tisk tisk. I can only say that snakes know how to play. Dohei is a copycat. He borrowed the other party's creativity and then used this set on Orochimaru. It is completely the law of nature that has its own cycle. Now Orochimaru himself is also enjoying this set. The brainwashing effect of the Heaven Curse seal is not very strong in the early stage, but it becomes more and more terrible in the later stage. It is comparable to the god of the sky, and there is no way to remove it. Even if the Heaven Curse seal can be removed, the eroded and distorted worldview cannot be corrected. And this is the most terrifying part of the Heaven Curse seal. Therefore, Dohei only used it on Yekang. This thing really cannot be abused. Just like Orochimaru's Heaven Curse seal, the targets of use are pitiful. Only Red Bean and Nabashi used it. Others also have curse seals, but they are not Heaven Curse seals, but Earth Curse seals. Although the Heaven's Curse seal consumes a lot of energy, if it is used on Orochimaru, Doping will naturally not hesitate to invest this little bit. In the entire ninja world, there are only 2.5 people whose research ability can make him look up to. The two refer to Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru, and the half refers to Yakushi Kabuto. Senju Tobirama is completely out of the question, as Kabuto is now in his hands and is lurking in Konoha according to his orders. Now, he has to control Orochimaru. In this way, in terms of research ability in the future, no one can really compare to the castle tower. Soon, a golden red flame pattern like a blazing sun appeared on Orochimaru's neck. After a while, the Heaven's Curse seal will erode into Orochimaru's body, and then into his spirit and soul, which is why the seal is difficult to remove. Like Hongdu, the village knows about the curse seal on her body, but there is no way to remove it, so they can only apply a new seal on it. And the Heaven's Curse seal on the body of the second pillar cannot be removed if the filial son has not obtained a special spiritual weapon. Doping's Heaven's Curse seal will only be more difficult and powerful. After all, it was originally borrowed from Orochimaru, and with his own special advantages, it is natural to make the Heaven's Curse seal he developed stronger and better. Piracy kills the original. Whether it is the world before crossing or the ninja world after crossing, it is not uncommon. After finishing it, Doping gasped violently. It's not that the consumption of Heaven's Curse seal is really so exaggerated, the problem is that he is not in the right state now. Most of the spirit and chakra are used to suppress the erosion of natural energy in the body, so it is like this. If it were in his prime, it would be a little tired at most. Is it done? Uchihame looked at the seal on Orochimaru's neck curiously. Doping also released the Heaven's Curse seal in the exchange system of the castle tower, and there was a brief introduction, so it's not surprising that she would be curious. Because it can greatly improve strength. As for the fact that this thing can add ingredients, Doping didn't say it, and he wouldn't use it on his own people. Yet, Dohei nodded, then stared at Orochimaru. Next we have to see the effect of Kota Amatsukami. There are risks in illusion control, even if Infinite Tsukuyomi may wake up, Kota Amatsukami may fail. However, as long as Kota Amatsukami can play a role in the early stage of Heaven's Curse seal, there is no need to worry about it later. Orochimaru, this scoundrel, is not afraid of death. Once he dies, maybe the backup plan can be activated. But sealing and control are another matter, because he is not dead, the backup plan will naturally not be activated. Just like the reason why LYB of Six Paths did not kill his mother. As for the reason that he could not bear to kill his mother, it is completely untenable, because he was willing to hang his mother on the moon for thousands of years, what else could he not do? As for the concept of turning chakra into a bond between people of the ninja clan, it can be used to deceive ordinary people, but don't deceive yourself. After all, it has been so many years. If chakra can really make people understand each other, the war in the ninja world would not have never stopped. That's why Dohei is wary of and hostile to the Six Paths Sage. This is not his conspiracy theory. If you only listen to the concept, the ninja sect is indeed very good, but some things can't just be promoted, you have to see how they do it. The Six Paths Sage has been hiding in the Pure Land and watching the ninjas fighting, but he has never stopped them. Double standards. This is completely contrary to the concept of the ninja sect he created. From this point of view, the other party is very similar to the high-level officials of Konoha, who use their own concepts to brainwash others and enjoy the results themselves. What are the results of the ninja sect? Of course, it is the souls of the strong in the Pure Land. The Six Paths Sage controls the Pure Land, and the souls of the ninjas will enter the Pure Land after their death. It is equivalent to the more ninjas there are and the stronger their combat effectiveness, the more he can harvest in the future. This is the real LYB, the big boss behind the scenes. Although it is not shown in the anime, combined with the reality of the ninja world, plus some prophetic intelligence, Dohei can naturally analyze this terrible truth. Of course, before he has the strength to fight, he will not expose the truth. Just when Dohei was complaining about the six-path sage, the wolf slayer, in his heart, the unconscious Orochimaru woke up. So he was nervous and would attack if the opponent made the slightest move. There was also Hyuga Sogitsu outside to finish him off, and he would never give Orochimaru any chance to escape. Dohei-kun. Orochimaru stood up and greeted him, as if he felt it's normal for them to be here. Koda Amatsukami. The effect was designed by Dohei. It would be too discordant to distort the personality directly. Even if you don't notice it, other people who have been with you will find it instantly. Even if you can't find any traces of illusion, your personality change is clearly a sign of being tricked. In this way, as long as the IQ of the person being tricked is online, he will be able to detect the abnormality with a reminder. After all, Koda Amatsukami can modify the worldview and memory, but not the IQ. So the effect of Koda Amatsukami this time is not to make Orochimaru loyal to Dohei or the castle tower. It is to insert into the other party's memory that he has a very good relationship with Dohei, and that they both agree with Liang's will, become like-minded, and have a good impression of each other. With such a modification, Orochimaru will naturally be normal, and it is impossible for people to see the flaws. Even if Orochimaru himself can't detect the problem, it will definitely be too late to find out in the future. Senior Orochimaru, it's been a long time since we last met. Doping found that the other party was not unusual, so he also began to greet and test. Yes, it has been almost a few years since I left Konoha. Orochimaru nodded, his voice was feminine and hoarse. Doping naturally continued the play. Anyway, for the next period of time, they would keep an eye on Orochimaru, plundering his achievements and confirming the brainwashing effect. In Orochimaru's memory, this time the three of them came to visit at his invitation, preparing to reach some cooperation in secret. So, the next step was for Orochimaru to take them back to the laboratory. As for what he had planned to do before, he could naturally do it later. Chapter 492 Orochimaru, as long as the liver is not dead, the liver will die. Half a year. Doping stayed in Orochimaru's research base for such a long time. Uchihame left after staying for a month and returned to the castle tower to take charge. Then he and Hyuga Sogitsu were responsible for monitoring Orochimaru. The reason they stayed was not entirely to watch Orochimaru. After a month, they actually knew how terrifying Koda Amatsukami was. Orochimaru did not find anything unusual about himself. After all, there were not many places to modify, and the current relationship between the two sides was a private cooperation between the castle tower and the Sound Village, so it was normal for them to visit. Since Orochimaru could cooperate with Danzo, why couldn't he cooperate with their castle tower? Even if he knew their identity as the Kara organization, Orochimaru was still a member of the Akatsuki. Well, he had already joined the Akatsuki group. It can be said that Dohei used Koda Amatsukami this time to make Orochimaru recognize his fiery son will. At the same time, the relationship between the two sides has always been good, and he admires himself very much. If the memory and worldview were modified simply and roughly, it would be guaranteed to be quickly detected by the other party. But now under this reasonable situation, Orochimaru will naturally not notice it. Besides, the Heaven's Curse seal has begun to take effect, making the relationship between the two sides better. Now, Dohei has obtained all the accumulation of the other party. You heard it right, he did get the ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, secret techniques, research materials, etc. accumulated by Orochimaru. And this is why he stayed for nearly half a year. The other party's huge accumulation was actually unguarded and allowed him to obtain it all. This is the real treasure. You must know that Orochimaru is the direct descendant of the Hokage and has inherited all the research results of the Hokage system. Getting the other party's accumulation is equivalent to swallowing up Konoha's accumulation. If it is said that Dohei was stronger than Orochimaru in the research field before, relying on the jump potion and the clearing potion, now even if he no longer uses these two things, he is definitely stronger than Orochimaru. Of course, during this period, he also outsourced some projects to Orochimaru. Pay money for the other party to research, and then they reap the results. It was just like what Danzo asked Orochimaru to do, except that Orochimaru was more serious about his project and cheated less money. No matter how good the relationship was, Orochimaru would not be soft-hearted when it came to cheating money, at most he would just be more careful. However, with Orochimaru, some important research that Dohei had no time to do took off instantly. For example, power stations. Although there were power stations in the ninja world, their efficiency was too low, so Orochimaru directly made a multifunctional power station. Not only could chakra be converted into lightning escape and then turned into electricity, but also the black rod could be used. Note that the black rod here refers to the condensation of negative emotions, which is the technology obtained from Zero Tail. The sun uses the black rod. However, this kind of power station has more ways to use it and a higher conversion ratio. For this project, Dohei spent hundreds of millions of taels to succeed. That was Orochimaru. If it were someone else, you wouldn't be able to make it even with tens of billions of taels, let alone hundreds of millions of taels, let alone in such a short time. Researching technology is countless times more expensive than researching ninjutsu. As for Orochimaru's research method, it makes Dohei's scalp numb. Shadow Clone Technique plus 007. Yes, you heard it right. Orochimaru used Shadow Clone Technique when researching, and he worked almost 24 hours a day. He is simply a born liver emperor. Capitalist Ecstasy.jpg. No wonder he changes it every once in a while. If he works this hard, even the best body can't stand it. Anyway, if we don't talk about technology and only talk about efficiency, Orochimaru can definitely beat 10 of Dohei. He's too hard-working. Dohei himself doesn't dare to play like this. In addition to the power station project, Orochimaru also helped them conquer a more important project. This project also brought changes to the ninja world. Just like the emergence of the flying unit changed the future war mode, after the completion of this project, it will also change the transportation. Airship. This is a project that Dohei has wanted to study for a long time. The problem is that he is not a simple researcher, and there are too many projects to carry out, so he is naturally too busy. Now that he has Orochimaru as a coolie, he can use money to make him work for him, so he will naturally not be stingy. The castle tower is not short of money now. In fact, the technical content of airships is really pitiful. Many forces have enough technology to make them, and at most the versions are different. The key is creativity and gas materials. The ninja world has not developed this thing for such a long time, which shows that they have never thought about researching it. You know, the ninja world has even aircraft and floating fortresses, but how can the technology of airships compare with these two? Creative Dohei, the time traveler, naturally has no shortage of them, so what he lacks is what kind of gas to use as the material for the airship. It must have strong buoyancy, be safe and reliable, and be able to be produced in large quantities. He himself is not a chemical master, so naturally he can't make it. But Orochimaru can. He can be said to be the master of all fields. After all, he has obtained all the accumulation of Konoha, the strongest village in the ninja world. After solving the gas problem, the remaining technology of the airship is not difficult at all. At the same time, the materials in the ninja world are far superior to the world before the crossing, and the version made will definitely be shocking. After all, this is a world with chakra. So far, the airship has broken through all obstacles and can begin to appear. As for the changes brought about, well, what is the most common means of transportation in the ninja world now? It's a carriage. As for how slow the carriage is and how small the transport volume is, everyone knows it. The biggest reason why the ninja world is so backward is naturally those corrupt nobles, and the second is the transportation problem. Some goods take more than 10 days or even more than half a year to travel. Who can bear this? Not to mention that the quantity is not large, and the cost and risk are high. With the emergence of airships, the transport volume starts at least hundreds or thousands of tons. After all, the materials in the ninja world are too reliable, and the technology is not enough to make up for the ninjutsu. This transport volume is only in the early stage, and it is not impossible for airships to transport tens of thousands of tons. Such a huge transport volume, coupled with the ability to ignore obstacles and the flying speed, can directly bring about earth-shaking changes in the transportation industry. Really change the world. With this technology, the development speed of the castle tower will definitely increase significantly. After all, its own production capacity is off the charts. Previously, it was limited by transportation power and could not bring out its advantages. Now with airships, it can directly bring out its advantages to the fullest. And it is not just about researching technology. A slender airship floated about 100 meters above the lake, with a ladder hanging down. "How is the test product I made, Dohei-kun?" Orochimaru's feminine voice sounded from behind Dohei, who looked up at the airship. He came to see him off. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Orochimaru undoubtedly regarded Dohei as his disciple. Dohei had no objection to this, even though he was better than Orochimaru in all aspects. After all, Orochimaru was the best teacher in the ninja world, and it was not shameful to be his disciple, and there was another benefit to being his disciple. Because the Hokage system has the tradition of killing the teacher. Like in the original plot. The third generation Hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru. The fourth generation Hokage died at the hands of the ungrateful wolf. Jiraiya died at the hands of Nagato. Orochimaru died at the hands of the second pillar. One vivid example after another fully illustrates that in the Hokage system, disciples have extra lethality to their teachers. Under such a benefit, Tang Ping naturally did not mind playing the role of Orochimaru's disciple. After all, he had taken all the knowledge and technology from the other party and gained great benefits. Very good. Tang Ping retracted his gaze and replied. At the same time, the Heaven's Curse seal on the other party's neck had disappeared. It was not ineffective, but because it had eroded Orochimaru's spirit or soul. It would only appear as long as the other party used the curse seal. If there are any projects that need my help in the future, you can ask someone to bring them, but the cost will not be as cheap as this time. Orochimaru said coldly, then turned and entered the underground base. It seemed that he was not here to see him off, but to say this on purpose. It can only be said that tsundere ruins one's life. During this period, they reached an agreement that they would only cooperate secretly in the future and would not restrict each other. Let's go. Tang Ping looked at Orochimaru's disappearing figure, and then left with Hinata Kangyu. At this point, the two tasks of retaking the Mangekyo and controlling Orochimaru have been completed, and we can return to the castle tower. Chapter 493 Black Oil? On the airship. Dohei controlled the more than 10-meter-long airship and flew slowly towards the castle tower. The power comes from the thrust generated by the rotating propeller at the tail. Energy source if it is a specialty of Dohei. Chakra core. It is just an enlarged version. The speed is not very good. Even with the wind, it is only 100 km per hour, and against the wind, it may be only about 10 km. This small airship made by Orochimaru has no decoration in the cabin. There is only a flight rudder and 2 chairs. It is terribly simple. However, in such a short time, not only can the airship technology be researched and integrated, but also a finished product can be made by hand. This efficiency is really amazing. If it is the world before the crossing, from research and development to finished product, it will take several years, and a large number of people will be needed. But in the ninja world with chakra, can it be done by just looking at a sentence? I think. As long as there is enough knowledge and chakra, it is almost as if you have achieved your wish. If it is Dohei, if he is determined, it is not impossible. But he will definitely be so busy that he will vomit blood. He had no choice before, but now that he has Orochimaru, the chosen one to study the holy body, he will naturally not work so hard. And the fact that the height of the airship can be adjusted freely is also due to his contribution. Gravity barrier. Anti-gravity barrier. All these are technologies obtained from the air fortress, and the fiery sun has already used them, but now they are just used on the airship. It can be said that some technical difficulties of the airship were all overcome by Dohei and Orochimaru with technology, and they successfully created this kind of transportation or transport tool that can change the ninja world. With the airship, even ordinary people can experience the feeling of traveling 1,000 miles a day. It took Dohei and his team less than a few days to go from the Sound Village in the north of the Land of Fire to the Castle Tower in the south. It's really scary. Although this speed is far less than that of the Jonin who uses the instant body technique regardless of consumption, it is definitely faster than the Chunin and Genin. Go in a straight line without rest. With these two advantages combined, even if the Jonin can be faster in a short time, they can't beat the airship in a long time. After all, chakra is not infinite. However, when the airship passed through the Land of Fire, it also fell into the eyes of some forces. It was okay before, the sky was really not a target for defense. But it's different now. The sky is also a target for monitoring by major ninja villages. However, before Konoha could react, the airship flew directly to the castle tower. And this information also made the major forces boil. No one is a fool. Whoever controls the sky controls the ninja world. This sentence has been proposed by Nara Shikaku, the military strategist of Konoha, and has been recognized by major forces. The major ninja villages have already put the research and development focus on related projects. Not to mention flying ninja tools, some flying ninjutsu have also been put on the research agenda. Forget about Onoki's super light and heavy rock technique, this is an A-level earth escape secret technique. Let's not talk about whether it will be taken out for people to learn, the difficulty of learning alone is a problem. After all, the higher the level of ninjutsu, the harder it is to learn and the more energy it consumes. Don't think that A-level ninjutsu is easy to learn just because the two masters of Chidori and Rei's Nan were mastered by the two masters of Naruto Prince in the original plot. You should also look at their bloodline. One is a descendant of the wealthy Uchiha clan, and the other is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, not to mention that the two are the reincarnations of the chakra of the two sons of the Six Paths Sage. They are simply the celestial dragons of the ninja world, and it is normal for them to learn A-level ninjutsu. For ordinary graduated genin, learning a C-level ninjutsu can be used as a big move. Even the 12 little strong men of Konoha in the plot mostly only master C-level ninjutsu. This shows the difficulty of learning and using ninjutsu. Therefore, there is no possibility of popularizing A-level flying ninjutsu. Now, all ninja villages are developing some secret techniques that can make people fly. It was at this time that a target was targeted. However, before they could make a move, they found the airship, a better prey, so they had no choice but to gather intelligence first. The castle tower, the top of the Liang building. Do Ping jumped off the airship with Hinata Kangyu. Is this the airship? Uchiha Mei, who came to greet them, looked at the airship with airbags on top and pods on the bottom, and her tone was a little curious. Because she knew what kind of changes this thing would bring to the ninja world. Although the Liang was more magical, it was their trump card, so they naturally couldn't take it out, so they kept blocking the news. Even the Ghost Country, which was running the Belt and Road, tried every means to clear the venue. Since it was located on the edge of the ninja world, the major ninja villages naturally wouldn't waste their strength there, so they didn't know the information about the Liang. But the airship was different. This was the technology that Do Ping was going to use. The reason was the same as explained before. Only by changing the new track could the castle tower have an advantage. Otherwise, the caravans in the castle tower would have no chance to create a transport team. Horses, vehicles, trade routes, etc. are all monopolized by the major chambers of commerce, and there is no chance for them to have a chance. For example, the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce now has many ships on the sea, but very few land transportation tools. The key is that they are stuck everywhere, which greatly affects their development. So, Tang Ping directly flipped the table. Innovate the mode of transportation. Don't use carriages directly, use airships. Compared with the aerospace craft, the transportation efficiency of horse carriages is completely scum. Although the technical content is not too exaggerated, it is easy to be copied into a low-end version, but at least it can give the castle tower an advantage on this track. Uchiha Mei had already seen this kind of thing once in the flying unit, so she was so concerned about this aerostat. Even supporting facilities have been built and materials have been purchased in large quantities, just waiting for production. The good news is that aerospace craft production is much more convenient than ironclad ships. But it's not without its difficulties. The gas refining technology Orochimaru developed for them requires a raw material. Black oil. A kind of thing produced on the border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire. Well, it can be regarded as the ninja world's version of oil. Although it can also be burned, the burning effect is not very good, and because it will pollute the land, it is also called evil spirit blood by the natives of the ninja world. The rules of the ninja world are different from the world before Dohei traveled through. So even though there is oil, its value is directly lost due to the weakening of its combustibility. How could Tanghei not know about this thing, but he thought it was useless before, but who would have thought that this thing could have other effects under the development of Orochimaru? The aerostat's gas requires black oil to be refined, and a solution must be found. Since the oil area is located on the fire/wind boundary, with the Kingdom of Rain above and the Kingdom of Rivers below, naturally we can only attack quietly. Of course it is impossible to let the River Kingdom take action. Although it is controlled by the United Fruit Merchants Association, interested people naturally know the relationship between the other party and the castle tower. If they really want to take action, their own situation will be exposed. So I can only buy it from the Kingdom of Wind. But it's a bit funny when you think about it. Before Tang Ping traveled through, the Kingdom of Wind was completely a land of poor mountains and bad water. If it weren't for this, the Sand Ninja wouldn't be thinking about invading the Land of Fire every time their mission share is robbed. Because they rely on task sharing to support themselves. You are not a human being in Konoha. You are robbing me of the foundation of my survival. If you don't invade, who will you invade? And this is why Konoha will appease the Suna Ninja after the war. They can't survive the invasion. If you just fight back, it's useless. You might as well come up with something to appease them and let them survive. Not to mention the black oil incident, the castle tower is extremely lively right now. Uchihame looked down at the T-mountain. Well, the airship is currently parked on the top of the castle tower, so this is the highest point in the city, and it is natural to look down from other places. Uchihame would say this because there are a large number of powerful spies currently staring at this aerospace craft. Chapter 494 The Tragic Star Ninja Village. Whatever they want, I didn't want to hide the aerostat anyway. Tang Ping did not take the spy to heart. With a good thing like an aerostat, and the major forces not being blind, how could they try their best to find out information? They are not pigs. Most nobles and bureaucrats are pigs. But not ninjas. If he were as stupid as a pig, all the ninjas would have died long ago. After all, it's a profession where you use a knife to make a living. Once you make a mistake, you have to pay for it with your life. How dare you be stupid? Therefore, this is also the reason why spies from various major forces have appeared before the aerostat has returned to the castle tower. Even more than that, missions from major ninja villages will arrive soon. Regarding this, Tang Ping was already mentally prepared when he let the aerostat show its face openly. Anyway, he won't give out the technology, but the finished product can be sold. Yes, this will allow the major ninja villages to have finished products for reference, and then develop aerospace crafts. But this was his goal. Only in this way can major forces carry out reforms in the transportation industry. Anyway, even if the other party gets the finished product, it will only be the foreign trade version, without the chakra core and gravity barrier. Based on this research, at most we can only come up with a low-end version. So Tang Ping is really not afraid. Anyway, everyone is starting from a new track, and his side will only get faster and faster. Just like maritime trade, now most of the say has fallen into the hands of the castle tower. Who makes their family the only one in terms of ironclad ships. While other forces are still researching and building, they have already created a large number of ironclad ships like dumplings. The shipbuilding industry is now one of the pillars of the castle tower. Siphon effect. There are more and more shipyards here, and they are constantly recruiting shipwrights and training apprentices, which directly makes the castle tower's shipbuilding speed extremely fast. A shipyard can build thousands of tons of ironclads in less than a few months, which shows how fast it is. Anyway, the ships in the ninja world do not have precision instruments. As long as the keels can be replaced with steel and equipped with some auxiliary machinery, it is not surprising that they can be built so quickly. With these advantages, it is natural for China to have an increasingly important say in maritime trade. Now, it is natural to start to seek the right to speak on land trade. Same operation, same routine, no need to change at all. Disrupting the industry, this sentence is really familiar. The alien who said 996 blessings before time travel seemed to like saying this very much, and Tang Ping was paying tribute to him by doing this. Knowing that Dohei didn't care about these spies, Mei Uchiha changed the subject and said, "The Star Ninja Village you are paying attention to is now being targeted by a large number of forces." Star Ninja Village. Tang Ping, who was walking towards the rooftop entrance of Liang building, frowned. Because there was something in that place that he couldn't let go of, so he was always being watched, but he didn't expect that someone wanted to cut him off. Iwagakur Village, Sand Hidden Village, Cloud Hidden Village, Konoha and other forces have sent people to infiltrate and may take action at any time. Mei Yi also had a headache. If it was just one or two families, it would be okay, but with so many forces, the Tianshao Pavilion really wouldn't dare to mess around. Why are you being targeted by so many people? Hinata Kengyu, who was following behind with a pleasant smile on her face, asked curiously. During this period of time, she was in a good mood because she could be alone with Tang Ping. And this issue is also of concern to Tang Ping. Because he really couldn't imagine what there was to target in Star Ninja Village? Do these forces know the principle of his star-shattering spear? Peacock's magic trick. Uchiha spit out a name, and Dohei and Hinata Kangetsu instantly understood the reason. How do you say this technique? It's really strong, but it's not as strong as a supermodel. It is equivalent to the level of the Nara clan's secret arts, and there will not be any great ninja village trying to influence the opponent. The problem is, this wonderful peacock trick, it can fly. Just because it can fly, it is worth taking action from all the major forces. Although it is not impossible for them to fly, it is either difficult to do or cannot be popularized. As for a secret technique like the peacock magic technique that can be popularized on a large scale and is not troublesome to others, I am indeed very interested in it. Now all the major forces are studying flight capabilities. If you master the sky, you will master the battlefield. If you master the battlefield, you will master the world. They can't help but not be interested. So the Star Ninja village in the Bear Country was targeted. Why didn't anyone pay attention before? Naturally, it's because in the past, even if someone saw the peacock's magical ability to fly, they wouldn't be too interested. But now that he knew the devastating power of the flying troops, he was naturally very interested, so he set his sights on the Star Ninja village. It's really troublesome. Tang Ping said something unhappily, and then entered the building. Then shall we take action? Mei Yi followed up and asked. Tang Ping did not reveal the detailed information about the broken star spear, but they could naturally see the importance he attached to the Star Ninja village. No, the castle tower will not take action. Tang Ping smiled mysteriously. And these words also made the eyes of the two people around him flash with a look of surprise. Sure enough. Just because the castle tower can't take action doesn't mean they can't take action. Shell organization. This vest is meant to be used at times like this. But, you. Mei Yi looked at Tang Ping's body worriedly. The natural energy erosion has not been resolved yet, and if he takes action, he will not be able to exert much combat effectiveness. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything this time, not to mention Kang Yu is here. Tang Ping said confidently. With Sun Xiang Kang Yu here, and in this period that has not yet entered the rampant period of evil, he really dares to say that everything in the world can be achieved. After 6 months of cultivation regardless of cost, the Tsanjikan has now entered its adolescence and can be used normally, as long as you don't use it too harshly at one time. It's also because Orochimaru works for free to help, otherwise it would definitely take a long time for the reincarnated eye to grow to this stage. The nutrient solution and materials alone are worth at least several billion taels. It can be said that the reason why Hinata Kangyu's reincarnation eye is able to grow so fast is entirely due to the Krypton gold. With such a big harvest, plus having fun playing with Tang Ping for half a year, how could she not let the smile disappear from her face at all? For this reason, Uchiha Mei's face looked horribly smelly. That is to say, seeing that the two of them did not go any further, otherwise her face would not only turn dark, but it might also turn black. And Hinata Kangyu, who had gained a huge advantage, did not make any noise during this meeting. It was also because she knew that the other party's emotions were already on the verge of breaking out, so she did not irritate the other party. Otherwise, how could she not cause some trouble? After returning to the office, Dohei immediately checked the documents about the changes in the castle tower during this period. First, I watched a show in Konoha for a while, and then went to Orochimaru to study for half a year. Of course, I had to understand these things first when I came back. Well, the income at the castle tower is increasing day by day. As for the reclamation, the progress is not good. It's not that there is no effort, but if manpower is used, even if there is no shortage of various materials, the reclamation speed is frighteningly slow. In such a long time, the original land has only less than doubled. You must know that the resources invested in the castle tower are huge. If it were the terracotta warriors and horses, it would only take a few days and no investment to cultivate so much. The efficiency gap is really exaggerated. However, with these hundreds of thousands of acres of newly reclaimed land, it is definitely good news for the development of the castle tower. At least you don't need to worry about material shortages. As the population continues to grow, the shortage of food and various aspects will also increase, so the wilderness needs to be reclaimed. Otherwise, it all depends on sea transportation. If there is any trouble, people will block the sea routes and you will be in tragedy. In addition, these reclaimed lands it can also be used to win people's hearts. Only with land can people's hearts be stabilized. Of course, the castle tower is just an appetizer, and the main course is in other places. Chapter 495 The Huge Castle Tower Power. River Country, Tea Country, Mist Village. These places, plus the castle tower, are the real castle tower power. In the eyes of outsiders, although the castle tower is very strong, its territory is not large, but in fact it is far beyond their imagination. As for the river country, it still occupies the previous territory and has not continued to expand. After all, the two big countries next to it have already set their sights on it, so there can be no unusual movements, and even the black oil behind it is not easy to let the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce of the river country come forward. However, the area there has not increased, but the population has almost doubled. There is not much in the ninja world, but there are too many refugees who can't survive. That is, if the transportation is not developed and the distance is too far, the refugees can't escape to the area they control. Otherwise, the population will not double, and it will not be difficult to double it by dozens of times. In the ninja world, the average number of people who starve to death every year is more than millions, not including the war period, otherwise this number would have to be multiplied several times. Yes, the number of deaths is so exaggerated. That's why people say that life in the ninja world is worthless. That is to say, there are enough births, otherwise no matter how many people there are, they can't stand such deaths. Although the population of the river country has only doubled, it has actually doubled more, because they have been sending people to the tea country. Now, the number of people they directly control in the tea country has reached more than millions. Note that this is the population that directly belongs to the castle tower. For example, the tea country has tens of millions of people, but these people have nothing to do with the castle tower, and belong to the daimyo and lords of the tea country. Don't dare to make too big a move. Although the tea country is not like the river country, which is sandwiched between two big countries, the fire country is to the north, so you have to be careful and not reveal too many flaws. The development of the tea country is proceeding step by step. The previously reclaimed land and factories have gradually produced output, which is considered the core production base of their castle tower. The biggest change is the Mist Ninja Village. The new Mist Ninja Village has been put into use at this time, and because it has moved to the seaside, the materials of the castle tower can be transported directly, saving a lot of energy and time. Countless materials from the castle tower no longer need to be sucked by countless local snakes, and can be directly transported to the Mist Ninja Village, and then distributed to the water country from here. Huge profits fell from the sky. The former Mist Ninja was so poor that it could only roll inward, so it took the elite route and also killed a fierce reputation of Blood Mist Village. They didn't want to, but they had no choice. Who made the ninja consume too many resources? When the resources can't support so many people, they naturally roll inward. Now it's good. With this huge profit, the Mist Ninjas can completely stand up straight, and there is no limit on the number of ninjas. As long as they are qualified, they can be trained. These benefits make the Mist Ninjas ecstatic. Because they can enjoy these profits, plus the basic salary and various benefits after registration, they have become loyal supporters of the castle tower. It can't be said that they are not loyal to the village, but because the former Kirigakure was really not worthy of their loyalty. Now that they have been conquered by the castle tower, they are living a good life that they never dared to think of before. And every time they distribute supplies, the Miko distributes them in the name of the castle tower, and every detail shows the benefits of joining the castle tower. So, it's not surprising that these Kirigakure ninjas are biased towards the castle tower, because they really give them benefits. Especially young ninjas are brainwashed by the will of the scorching sun and become the shape of the castle tower. Of course, they are not without trouble. The nobles of the land of water are extremely dissatisfied. Because the castle tower is playing like this, it is stealing food from their mouths. In the past, in order to transport supplies to the land of water for sale, in addition to arranging the ninjas along the way, it is more important to arrange these nobles, and most of the profits fall into their hands. But now, since the Kirigakure village has become part of the castle tower, the ninjas along the way naturally dare not attack. At the same time, the supplies are distributed in the new Kirigakure village, so the nobles have nothing to do. The other party wanted to collect taxes, but he died of illness halfway, which directly angered the nobles. The natives have a natural filter for the nobles, but it does not mean that Dohei also has it. He has fought against the daimyo coalition directly before. Now you nobles dare to collect taxes, and it is good enough that they did not let the other party commit suicide with 17 kunao in the back. You still want to collect taxes, it is completely a dream. And the escort of the transport fleet is the responsibility of the Kirigakure ninja. If anyone dares to cause trouble, the Kirigakure ninja will fight back regardless of everything, even for themselves. Therefore, the nobles can't do anything small. They have some power in their hands, but it is definitely far less than the Kirigakure ninja. With the Kirigakure village in hand, the goods of the castle tower can be dumped in the land of water. With their goods, the goods that the nobles smuggled or cooperated with would naturally be difficult to sell, at least they could not be sold at the high prices before. This is why the nobles must make trouble. The market is so big, the more you sell, the greater their losses. Of course, the nobles will not consider one thing. That is, the castle tower will also purchase a large number of specialties while dumping them, which can bring a lot of benefits to the water country and form a win-win situation. What the nobles will consider is that you have damaged my interests. As for bringing benefits to the water country, what does that have to do with me? Therefore, the better the castle tower develops, the more it is destined to be in opposition to the noble class. After all, other ninja villages are mainly task-oriented, and no one does business. Even if they do, they don't play it this way. You, the castle tower, eat alone and snatch food from our bowls. Who else should we do it to? In the past, the castle tower would definitely not dare to play it so obviously. But in the water country, with the hidden mist village in hand, if they don't dare to play it this way, then they might as well be dogs for the nobles, give the profits to the other party, and ask the other party to reward them with some leftovers. As for whether the mist ninja is willing to obey the orders of the castle tower and confront the nobles, the answer is yes. If those nobles dare to cut off their financial resources, the mist ninjas don't mind letting the other party understand what the truth is only within the range of the kunao means. However, regarding profits and benefits, Dohei only glanced over them, his eyes were fixed on those he had instructed. Brainwashing. This is the key. Whether it is the ninja school or the shrine maiden, they are all spreading a truth all the time. The current happy life is brought by the castle tower. The hard days in the past were all due to the selfishness and incompetence of the previous Mizukage. Yes, Dohei stepped on the previous Mizukage and the top leaders to death. Even though he knew that this would offend many people, he had no choice. If he didn't step on the Mizukage and positioned the castle tower as a liberator, he couldn't say that he was an invader, right? Although stepping on the previous Mizukage would make some people unhappy, such as Nagai Takashi, Yuanchi, Terumi Mei, and others. But they were just unhappy. After all, the real masters were lying in the cemetery and it was impossible for them to jump out and refute. What's more, the changes brought by the castle tower are completely visible to the naked eye. The current mist ninjas are definitely unwilling to return to the bloody and cruel hard days in the past. But there are opponents. The master and a group of mist ninjas became more and more excited. Because they knew that the longer time passed, the harder it would be for the hidden mist village to return to its previous state. The conservatives, or the unwilling mist ninjas, began to take action in secret. Putting down the intelligence in his hand, Dohei looked at Uchihame and said, "In the hidden mist village, let the master contact the nobles and find ways to cause damage. It would be best to get evidence of collusion." Yes, this is his plan. And the nobles of the land of water will definitely step into the pit he dug. At that time, not only will the hidden dangers of the hidden mist village be eliminated without disgusting the mist ninjas, but it will also alienate the nobles of the land of water and the mist ninjas. Win. After reading these things, it was already afternoon, and some uninvited guests had also arrived. Chapter 496 Meeting and Share. The envoys of the major ninja villages. Except for the closed-door hidden mist village, the remaining 4 major ninja villages have all arrived. The nobles and daimyo's envoys should not expect the other party to react so quickly. Also, although it is an envoy this time, there are only a few people coming, at most important figures from each village. The meeting place is naturally the office. Anyway, with an area of hundreds of square meters, it is not impossible to squeeze in hundreds of people, let alone a few people. There is another advantage in choosing such a place to meet. There is only one seat. That is, behind the huge desk, everyone else has to stand, which highlights the noble status of the person sitting. To meet these people, of course, it is impossible for only Doping to come alone, and several senior officials have been called. However, people with sensitive identities such as Nono, Uzumaki Kazumi, Nohara Rin, Manzuki Kizuki, Abarame, are not included. Finally, Doping sat on the chair, with Uchihame and Hyaga Sogitsu standing on his left and right, followed by Uchiha Shizuka, Ashiakyu, Yashiro, and Yaking. Well, although Yaking wanted to continue training the students brought from the Wind Country, he was rejected. Because Doping knew very well that once she did this, it would be easy to create a Sagakure faction inside the castle tower. It's not that factions are not allowed. After all, if there are no factions in a large force, the people above will be worried. The problem is that it's too early to form cliques now. Anyway, Doping's attitude is very clear. No matter what happens after graduation, they will sooner or later be divided into a small group because of their background, relationship, etc. But don't even think about it when you are in school, and try your best to feel the baptism of the scorching sun will. Closed teaching, all-round brainwashing. If it is used on adult ninjas, the effect will definitely not be very good, but for ninja school students, this trick is a bit too shameless. As for the effect, just look at the fact that most of the Konoha ninjas believe in the will of fire and dream of being a Hokage to know how great the brainwashing effect is. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really good at brainwashing, not to mention other aspects, and can be called the strongest in the ninja world. Even Tang Ping borrowed a lot of methods from the other party, and combined with some methods he had seen before crossing, he came up with an enhanced version. He can't guarantee that there will be no traitors in the future, but the proportion will definitely be pitifully small. The will of the scorching sun can not only greatly increase the loyalty of the members of the faction, but most importantly, it can increase the centripetal force. Everyone has the same concept, centripetal force. How could he not be strong? Anyway, Dohei can be careless in other aspects, but he is completely obsessed with propaganda and brainwashing. And Yeking has no objection to Dohei's arrangement. Now she has long become the shape of Dohei. Heaven's Curse Seal. The effect is really overbearing. Of course, the Curse Seal is not only for brainwashing, but also can greatly improve strength. If it is really fully activated, it can definitely improve one's own strength to a higher level. It is completely different for an ordinary ninja to improve one level and for a cage-level strongman to improve one level. Anyway, Yaking treasures the Heaven's Curse Seal. Tramp. Several people came in under the leadership of two Uchiha. Maki from Sand Village, Huangta from Uegakur, Tutai from Cloud Village, and Narashikaka from Konoha. Well, other ninja villages did send people, but how could they see Dohei? It was okay before, but now the castle tower is definitely only one level lower than the 5 major ninja villages. There is no way. The population of the castle tower, only in the Land of Fire, is now several 100,000, which is no less than that of Konoha. As for ninjas, they are no longer just a few big and small as before. They have absorbed a large number of ninjas, and now they have exceeded 2,000, plus those they have trained themselves. Yes, that's the number of registered ninjas in the castle tower now. This is without counting the mist ninjas. If the mist ninjas are counted, the number of registered ninjas is at least more than 6,000. The situation is set. At this time, the castle tower is qualified to challenge the sand ninjas, rock ninjas, and cloud ninjas alone. As for Konoha, even if the flying troops are counted, it is impossible for them to be opponents. If they start the attack now, they will be besieged by the entire ninja world, so Dohei will divide several territories to avoid being exposed. But even if we don't count other forces, the 2,000 ninjas in the Land of Fire plus the 5,000 flying troops are enough for him to act like a superior in front of the 4 people. Lord Dohei. *4. The 4 people greeted him in unison. This is true even though Dohei is younger than the other 3 of them. In the ninja world, status is never determined by age, but only by strength. Even Naranaku, the military strategist of Konoha, called him sir at this time. Because this is not Konoha, and he is talking to the castle tower on behalf of Konoha, not as a Konoha ninja of both sides, so it is not strange to call him like this. If they were Konoha ninjas of both sides, maybe just Dohei-kun would be enough. At least Narashikaku is also a Konoha military strategist and a Jonin squad leader, so he still has some cards. I already know what you are here for, it's for the airship, right? Dohei was too lazy to talk nonsense and broke the previous nonsense. Then I wonder if you are willing to hand it over, Lord Dohei. The old fox Dodei spoke first. The right to speak of the 4 people is naturally linked to the strength of their own village. Just like Maki, not only is he the youngest, but he also has the least confidence. If the Sand Ninja had not tied with the Rock Ninja in the Land of Birds some time ago, they might not even have the qualifications to come with the others. Although the Sand Ninja is also one of the 5 major ninja villages, the other major ninja villages look down on them. It is this concept that made the Rock Ninjas not go all out in the early stage of the Guano War, and were restrained by the Cloud Ninjas when they wanted to go all out later. If they had gone all out from the beginning, the Sand Ninjas would really not be able to hold on. After finding that there was no chance to mobilize manpower to defeat the Sand Ninjas in one fell swoop, the Rock Ninjas adopted a war of attrition, preparing to bully the other side's logistics supply. But they did not expect that the Sand Ninjas secretly had all kinds of supplies continuously imported from the land of rivers. Even if the price was not low, it would cost a lot to transport it to the front line, but relying on this, they directly dragged down the Rock Ninjas and got a tie. Now you understand how difficult it is for the Sand Ninjas to tie, right? Anyway, even if Maki lost to Dohei in the Chunin exam, he has a good impression of him now. Well, no matter who it is, they may have this attitude when they see the financial sponsor. There are already many people in the Sand Ninja who rely on the castle tower for their livelihood. The two sides can even be called allies, but there is no signed alliance. As for Narashikaku, knowing that Dohei is a traitor, he will give up the right to speak to avoid offending him. The technology cannot be handed over. Dohei refused flatly, and before the 4 people changed their faces, he added, but the finished product can be sold. And his words also made the 4 people relax. It's good to have something to talk about. The most feared thing is that there is nothing to talk about like the previous aircraft. Don't know how to sell it. Huang Tu spoke. It's impossible for him to be a decoration all the time and give the right to speak to the old fox to tie. Share, Tang Ping said his plan, we will use half of the airships produced by our castle tower for our own use, and the remaining 5 major ninja villages will each purchase 10% of the share. If they do not purchase, they will be deemed to have automatically given up their share. Yes, he plans to pull the 5 major ninja villages onto his chariot. This cake is too big. If the castle tower dares to take it all, believe it or not, the entire ninja world will come to besiege it in a minute. The impact of the ironclad ship is not so great. It is because ordinary ships can also sail on the sea, at most they are much worse in all aspects, and they can also sanction themselves. Now there is a finished product, at most they are much worse in all aspects. But airships are different. This is an exclusive monopoly, there is no similar product at all. You want to take it all by yourself, but you are totally overthinking. Even Konoha, the strongest village in the ninja world, dare not play like this. So Dohei is also very cunning, directly pulling the 5 major ninja villages onto his chariot and letting them share the pressure with him. Although there is only a 10% purchase share, the ninjas are not stupid. Naturally, they have long thought of the large-scale use of airships and understand how great the impact will be, so they attach so much importance to it. Subversive product. This is the consensus of all the major ninja villages. After getting a 10% purchase share, whether it is bought for personal use or resale, it can bring huge benefits. Chapter 497 Black Oil Petroleum. Chapter 497 Black Oil equals petroleum. With the finished airship, it can be quickly imitated. Who can resist such a great temptation? Who can resist? Anyway, Maki can't resist it and directly expresses his position on the spot. The Sand Village agrees. The other 3 people looked at Maki unhappily after hearing this, but they couldn't do anything about it. Because although they tacitly agreed to advance and retreat together, there was no agreement, so it was not impossible for them to do so. Konoha also agrees. Narashikaku also nodded. Since he couldn't get more benefits, he would naturally agree. Although the village's top leaders gave him the order to squeeze out the maximum benefits. But he was not stupid. If they really did that, the village or the top leaders would be able to gain huge fame and benefits, but what does this have to do with him and the Nara clan? On the contrary, if they really did that, they would offend Dohei and the castle tower to death. It can be said that you get the benefits and I bear the hatred. There have been such people before. White Fang and the Senju clan. But the major ninja clans in the village saw what the other party's fate was. Therefore, even Narashikaku, a staunch Hokage, may not have his own little calculations. After all, he is not alone, and there is the Nara clan behind him. The Hokage clan does not only represent the F4. At the beginning, Narashikaku and his clan, Inoshikacha, openly supported Minato Namikaze. If it were not for the Nine-Tails Knight, they would not have supported the third Hokage again. Do they really think they admire Sarutobi Hiruzen? The major ninja clans are very clear about the other party's methods and style. It's so ugly. The last Ninja World War even tricked the major ninja clans. Now they have not recovered their vitality, which means they have no better choice, otherwise they will re-elect Hokage in a minute. During the Chunin exam in the original plot, the performance of the major ninja clans has well explained the dissatisfaction of the Hokage clans with the F4. Otherwise, there would be no way to dissolve the four purple flame formation, and at the same time, as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen died, the major ninja clans immediately exerted their strength to easily defeat the Sand Ninja. It's simply a clear performance. Therefore, Narashikaku's behavior at this time is completely reasonable. If you really use your own family as a stepping stone to gain benefits for the village's top leaders, that's a brain drain. With Maki and Narashikaku's statements, Huangtu and Tutai had no choice but to nod helplessly. Okay. Asterisk 2. As for the Mist Ninja who didn't come, no one was worried that the other party would not agree, as this was a free benefit. So, this significant cooperation was reached. Ninjas are not businessmen, so it's not surprising to have this efficiency. If they were businessmen, it would be normal to negotiate for 10 days or half a month. Of course, the four of them also understood that this 10% purchase share was not so easy to get. The pressure in the future will also be shared with the castle tower. However, compared with the benefits, this little price paid is nothing. By the way, there is a kind of raw material for the airship that is extremely critical, and I need your help to purchase it. After negotiating the share, Dohei threw out the biggest problem. Yes, after taking advantage of me, if you can't solve some troubles for me, what's the use of you? Originally, he planned to cooperate with the Sand Ninja secretly. Now that the 5 major ninja villages have been tied to the warship, naturally, there is no need to be polite. Besides, black oil has a special feature. Burning stickiness. It can be used as a key material for incendiary bombs. When attacking the Hidden Mist village before, the horror of incendiary bombs had been demonstrated. But that version is too expensive. With black oil, it is entirely possible to make a more powerful and cheaper incendiary bomb to fill the gap of airburst bombs. Airburst bombs are good in all aspects, but the quantity and price are two pitfalls. Even the castle tower can't withstand such consumption. And incendiary bombs, although they are not very effective for ninjas, after all, given the mobility of ninjas, it is not surprising that this thing can't hit them at all. But for buildings and slow targets, it is exaggerated. For example, ships. If incendiary bombs are used against ships, the effect will definitely not be much weaker than airburst bombs. Black oil is only less flammable, but it is not incombustible. It can even burn on the water surface and walls. It is absolutely the best material. So the major ninja villages are asked to help get black oil. In addition to being used as a material for refining airship gas, it can also be used to store materials for incendiary bombs. What material is it? Narashikaku asked urgently. Because if it is really an indispensable thing for airships, then the value is too high. Just look at Bird Country. Originally it was just a remote village. Even the daimyo fled to other places. Because of the presence of bird droppings, it became a battlefield between two major ninja villages. They fought for it until rivers of blood flowed. This shows its value. I want as much of the black oil located in the area where fire and wind meet. When Dohei was studying with Orochimaru, he also studied black oil. It was found that except that it cannot be used as engine fuel, it is completely fine in other aspects. It is definitely an extremely important raw material. In addition to refining gas and incendiary bombs, black oil is also a raw material for manufacturing plastics, films, asphalt, and other products. As for these technologies, sorry, in the ninja world it's all about Sunsea. As long as you think this can work, there's nothing that can't be done. Even the dead can be resurrected, space can travel, and nuclear explosions can be triggered by hand. This little bit of technology is nothing to worry about. It's just, as the importance of black oil increases, I don't know how many people will die in the future. If you look at the world before time travel, you will know how many wars were fought for oil. If you want to get this thing, you will die. But Tang Ping deliberately used it to deceive people. Anyway, the more chaotic the ninja world is, the better. If there is no chaos, how can the castle tower be in power? If Suna Ninja conflicts with Konoha because of this, it would be best. Konoha's collapse plan in a few years will be fully implemented as promised, and then it will be the time for Dohei to annex Suna Ninja. Once the Sand Ninja is taken down, and the Kirigakure village is developing crazily, the 5 major ninja villages will account for a small part of it. Together with their own castle tower, they will be able to compete with the ninja world immediately. It can only be said that Tang Ping's strategic vision is really terrifying. But whoever gave him the advantage of prophecy was simply to control the entire map. In order to predict the advantage, he even sent Kabuto back to Konoha to continue to act as a spy, and Abarame Shino also returned to Konoha to go to school. Everything, try to maintain the original plot, so that his prophecy advantage will be maximized. After Konoha's plan collapsed, the 4th Kazekage died, and Yaking took the position of Kazekage. Then it was time for the castle tower to officially lift the table. Leave it to us, Sand Ninja. Marky's eyes lit up and he immediately grabbed the job. They have already tasted the sweetness from bird droppings. If oil can also intervene, they will be full in an instant. They even dared to invade the fire country. How could they back down now when they encounter the opportunity? No, we, the IWA ninjas, must be responsible for this matter. The Lois is no longer dry. In the kingdom of birds and Suna Ninja, they were already extremely dissatisfied when they shared the profits from bird droppings. If Suna Ninja was allowed to get the black oil business again, how could they, the IWA ninjas, play any more? And the kingdom of earth is only separated from the black oil production area by the kingdom of rain, so Lois is not afraid of inconvenience. Isn't it just a country of rain? Let's build it. Even if there is Hanzo, a demigod, they don't take it to heart at all. If they weren't afraid of irritating Konoha, they would have occupied it. The 5 great ninja villages are so domineering. The black oil is between our Konoha and Suna ninjas, and is too far away from UIWA ninjas, so I won't bother you anymore. Narashikaku spoke immediately. Smart man. He immediately drew the Suna ninja to his side. After all, if Konoha really dared to monopolize Konoha, it was impossible for the Suna ninja to agree, so it was better to win over the other party to block the IWA ninja. And blocking the IWA ninja, in the cooperation between the 2 parties, Konoha has many ways to get the majority of the dominance and benefits. As for Narashikaku's little trick, Dohei immediately saw it, but he didn't point it out, he just watched a few people perform. Isn't this what he wants? If several major ninja villages don't fight among themselves, they will attack the castle tower, so it is really necessary to throw out some interests to divide them. In the end, until the 4 people left the office, they still had not come up with a specific plan. What Tang Ping wants is black oil, and he doesn't care who delivers it. After handling these matters, he has something important to do next. Star Ninja Village. He will never give up on that star. Chapter 498 Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Star Ninja Village. Located in the country of bears. As for the country of bears, it is just to the west of the country of birds, and further northwest is the country of ghosts, which can be considered to be under the influence of the One Belt, One Road initiative. A large amount of raw materials were purchased by the Kingdom of Ghosts, and were exchanged for food and various materials. Food, salted fish, cloth, ironware. These things that were extremely difficult to obtain in the past directly drove the bear country crazy. After Tanghei dealt with the aerostat incident, he immediately took Hinata Kangyi with him and set off on the Liang from the secret port. Soon, the Liang will no longer be the only ground effect aircraft in the castle tower, and the 2 ground effect aircraft under construction will soon join the fleet. In the past, a ground effect aircraft capable of transporting tens of thousands of tons was enough. But now? With the development of the castle tower, not to mention 1 ship, even dozens of ships may not be enough. Ordinary ships cannot go ashore. Rumble. Huge roars were heard continuously, and the Liang, which stirred up the yellow sand in the sky, passed through the desert of the Kingdom of Wind and entered the gloomy Kingdom of Ghosts. Here, as long as it is strong, the route that the sun passed through was cleared by Moroku, the Shrine Maiden, in advance, to ensure the mystery of the Sunday. Originally, her status in the land of demons was extremely high. Now, with the help of countless supplies from the castle tower, the number of people who died of starvation and freezing in the land of demons has dropped dramatically, making her prestige unprecedentedly high, and no one will disobey her orders. It is in this environment that the Shrine Maidens grew up, so that they can perform their duties cleanly and efficiently after joining the castle tower. Don't underestimate faith. In a place like the ninja world, faith is really more important than life. What's more, Dohei's treatment of the Shrine Maidens is really high. Not to mention all kinds of subsidies and benefits, he also set up a special fund for them to apply for when they encounter accidents. However, he gave it because the shrine maidens deserved this treatment. Anyway, if they are compared with the bureaucrats, they are definitely crushed in all aspects. In a place like the ninja world, there is no need to worry about the source of shrine maidens. Some baby girls will be drowned. The ghost country can adopt unlimited baby girls, so it can continuously cultivate priestesses with above-average looks and good abilities. After moving forward for a distance, the fiery sun entered a huge cave and stopped at a concave-shaped slipway. It is unknown how long it would take to slowly load and unload tens of thousands of tons of cargo by manpower. So the food, clothing, etc. that are not afraid of collision all fell directly from the belly hatch of the fiery sun into the trench below, and there were mechanical cranes on both sides to follow the loading and unloading. And there is a steel track in the trench, which can quickly transport the goods to the shrine warehouse at the other end of the cave. Yes, this mountain is the back mountain that the shrine is backed by. And in order to create this loading and unloading point, the ghosts and terracotta warriors were brought once. Of course, a lot of fear was harvested. It was still the kind of cooperation of the shrine maiden, which directly let the ghosts eat a good meal. In the past, the ghosts had to collect fear everywhere because the range they could absorb was limited, but now the target actively gathered and offered fear. Do Ping Jun. A voice sounded. It was Moroku, who was wearing a Miko costume and looked exactly the same as when they met that year. Even if he came secretly, he naturally had to say hello to the other party, so the other party appeared here. Your Highness Moroku. Do Ping greeted politely. After all, this was outside, and their relationship really couldn't be exposed. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The key point was that Do Ping was accompanied by Hinata Kangyu. If the relationship with Moroku was exposed, plus Shin's identity, this thunder was enough to blow Do Ping to pieces. But what could Do Ping do? He was helpless. At the beginning, he was an extremely pure boy, but he fell into the hands of this mature and beautiful Miko sister. So, boys must protect themselves when they go out. As for feelings, there is really not much. How long have they been together? Even if they fell in love at first sight, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. And Maitreya's goal is very clear. He borrowed Do Ping as a tool to use for the inheritance of the Miko, and also to use Shin to bind the relationship. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is natural that he will turn his face and disown him. Maitreya is devoted to his career. No, he is devoted to the kingdom of demons, and men are like clouds to her. Do Ping is also very unhappy about this. After all, he was the victim at the beginning. However, due to the existence of Shin, the alliance between the two sides is indestructible. After passing through the cave, they came to the shrine that has been completely renewed and occupied countless times larger than before. The foot of the mountain is a city with a population of more than 100,000. In the past, the city with the largest population in the kingdom of demons was only tens of thousands, but now it has increased several times. Looking at the prosperous scene outside the shrine, Do Ping knows how the kingdom of demons is developing now without asking. Do you need me to arrange a place for you to rest? Moroku asked with a playful look on his face. This made Dohei take a step back instinctively. He was the victim of this trick at the beginning. No. This is too harmful to my body. I have something else to do and I'm leaving first. It felt a little bad. Dohei was completely in the 36 strategies and the best strategy was to run away. The opponent was really terrible in pharmacology. For the safety of himself and the ninja world, he should leave first. Yes, Dohei was thinking about his own safety as well as the ninja world. Once the matter was exposed, not only would his life be in danger, but the ninja world would also be in danger of destruction. Compared with the threats of Uchihame and Hyaga Kangyu, the white-eyed wolf was not even a younger brother. When Hyaga Kangyu's samsara eye was at its peak, he could really cut off the moon with a golden wheel samsara explosion. With such exaggerated strength, no one could stop him unless a Six Paths level expert came in person. In addition, Uchihame, the Uchiha with a strong foundation. In terms of strength and intelligence, if the ungrateful wolf meets these two blackened ones, he is indeed not even worthy of being a brother. After leaving the land of ghosts, the two headed towards the nearby bare land. Dohei-kun, why do I feel like you are hiding something? Hinata Kangyu jumped while looking at Dohei, making the latter feel guilty. There is no way, he is really guilty. Who made Moroku and him really have something to do? If he hadn't left quickly, he might have noticed something. The observation ability of ninjas is real-life horror. Therefore, Tohei finally understood why in the ninja world, where there is no limit on the number of wives, all ninjas are monogamous. Because I'm afraid something will happen. If your wife is a ninja, if you dare to go out and act recklessly, you will definitely be found out in minutes. And there are some female ninjas who are weak in character, but they are definitely very few, because all those ninjas have died long ago. At the same time, female ninjas should not be too easy to attack their husbands. So, this should be the reason why ninjas are one man, one man. It's not because of the system. Ahem. Tang Ping coughed tactically a few times before explaining, I just think that we are here to perform a secret mission this time and we can't let too many people know about it, so we are in a hurry to leave the kingdom of ghosts. A hint of suspicion flashed in Hinata Kangyu's eyes, but she did not continue to ask, but looked around happily. Every time she went out with Tang Ping, she treated it as a date. That is to say, she did not defeat the old enemy with red eyes, otherwise she would have found an opportunity to eat Tang Ping. Does she really think she doesn't know about the other party and Nohara Rin? What is coming for her? Chapter 499 Chaos in Xingying Village. Half a day later. In the evening, Tohei and the others arrived 10 kilometers away from the Star Ninja village. Naturally, they were put on shell tissue uniforms. This time they did not come with their true identities. Hey! Hinata Kangyu's screams of surprise sounded from under the mask, as if she had seen something incredible. What's wrong? Tang Ping asked. It's not that he is not calm enough, but because this thing is too important to him. Without the star, his super-killing move, the star-shattering spear, would not be able to be used. Broken Star Spear. It is completely a terrifying ultimate move with unlimited power. A star the size of a fingernail is comparable to a tailed beast bullet. There is no need to slowly accumulate power like a tailed beast, and the consumption is almost non-existent. The star-shattering spear technique does not consume much in terms of energy consumption. The key point is that the internal star is the explosion of uranium ore, and does not require the user to use much chakra or natural energy. But now that something happened where seeing is, how could Tang Ping not be nervous? The star ninja Muramasa is in the middle of a battle. Hinata told Kangyu the results of his observations. The terrifying 10-kilometer range of the Tsanjikan makes her a complete super-humanoid radar, so she can naturally detect it in advance. Walk. Tang Ping accelerated forward. It would be troublesome if seeing was taken away. Because the reincarnated eye has no sense of radiation, even if it sees stars, it will only be like seeing stones. If you really miss it, you may not be able to get it back. The egg-sized star he obtained last time had already been exhausted through his use and research. If you really lose it, the entire ninja world might not be able to find the second piece. Even the moon may not have it. So when I came here this time, apart from other things, Hashido Ping must bring it back. Since it is known that radiation can promote physical activation, how could Tang Ping not study this aspect? As for the reduction of vitality due to physical activation, it is a nightmare for others, but not for Tang Ping. Because some of the things in his hands can provide life. The first is Baiju. The large amount of Baizetsu captured in the hand contains huge vitality in the body. The key point is that this vitality can be easily extracted and injected into other people's bodies, and will not be rejected. It's not that vitality cannot be transferred. Just like the whirlpool fragrance scale, it can restore the injury after being bitten. It is a kind of life force transfer. Of course Baiju can play like this. In other words, ninjas can withstand radiation with the blessing of chakra, at most they will lose their vitality. And Tang Ping has a way to replenish his vitality. How wonderful! He already has a very good way to improve his strength. Star and vitality. It can be called a perfect package. Star Ninja Village can play like this, there is no reason why he can't. But the premise of this plan is to bring Seeing back. He originally planned to take Seeing away after studying all aspects first, but he did not expect that because of the flying unit, the other party would be targeted by major forces, and this happened. The distance of 10 kilometers is completely instantaneous for them who use the teleportation technique. Kill. Hurry up and hand over the star. Run away. As soon as they got closer, the sound coming along the heat wave had already reached their ears first. What's going on? Tohei looked at the Star Ninja village being set on fire by flames. Villagers are being killed by a large number of men in black, and ninjas wearing Star Ninja forehead protectors are desperately protecting the villagers. I feel that my brain is not enough. The black-clothed ninjas must come from various major ninja villages or forces. This can be seen from the tacit understanding that they are divided into small teams and are on guard against each other. They are not one force. The question is, are you here to steal the secret technique, or are you here to rob it? This approach is completely the style of Yun Ninja, and it is impossible for others to play like this. What do we do now? Rixiang Kangya was also a little confused. Because the Tsangagan doesn't react to stars, she can't lock on to the target. In the current situation, if seeing is really taken away, it will be troublesome to recover her. What should I do? Tang Ping heard the question and stepped forward directly. Then don't do it. Originally, he was planning to come quietly and take the things away, but he didn't expect to encounter such a big scene when he arrived. What could he do? Of course, I can only flip the table. Tang Ping formed a seal with his hands, then shouted softly and took action. Melting escape. A big river of molten flow. Even if most of his energy and chakra are difficult to use, he can still exert a lot of power. Especially with melting release in hand, he can still protect himself no matter how bad his condition is. Although it is not a fairy art, even without the chakra boost of the fairy art, with Tang Ping's control over the melting escape at this time, he can still perform this A-level escape technique as well as an S-level one. Wow! The originally soft soil suddenly became scorching hot, turning into a flood of magma starting from him, and rushing towards the village in front of him where the flames were soaring into the sky and a fierce fighting was taking place. Ah! It's magma! What's going on? Quickly retreat! It's the shell organization. Naturally, it was impossible for the ninjas who were passionately slashing each other not to notice this change, so they could only avoid it temporarily. Not everyone can withstand the scorching heat of magma. What's more, the surging magma is not calm. If you don't pass the basic skills and get caught in it, you will end up with a piece of meat burned. The lethality of melting escape is so strong. Anyway, Tang Ping really doesn't agree with it. Wood escape is stronger than melt escape. The strongest one is Senju Hashirama. A wood escape of Yamato's level should be a normal wood escape. His immortal body and yang release are the biggest reasons why wood release has swept across the ninja world and is invincible. Now Tang Ping is also taking this path. However, his progress in Yang Dun is far behind his opponent. People can cheat. Azura Chakra is simply the peak of Yang Dun, and let alone the peak, he can barely even get started. Yang escape and Yin escape are extremely difficult to master. That is to say, he harvested some research materials from the tomb of the mountain, which gave Tang Ping a clue, otherwise he would not even be able to get started. At this level, there is no way to increase the blood inheritance limit. The only way is to improve the medical ninjutsu. However, even if it is far from comparable to Senju Hashirama, Dohei's melting style is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas, and he can clear the field with one blow. All ninjas in the direction in front of him avoided to both sides, letting the torrent of magma rush straight past. The small village was torn in half by the sharp-edged lava river. Well, the village is about 1 kilometer wide at most, so it's not too much to tear the village apart with a big river of molten water from Tang Ping. At this point, the fighting has to stop. Who sent someone more ruthless? Shell organization. It's not some unknown little organization now. Let's get to know the members who are strong at the shadow level. All things are led by heaven. Hinata Kangya used her right hand to catch a ninja who was about to leave. Poof! The other hand shot out a kunao and pierced the opponent's throat. No one is allowed to leave. While Tang Ping was speaking, he also glanced at the villagers huddled behind the star ninjas. There are not many left, maybe less than 100 people, and the others have turned into corpses. What exactly do your shell organizations want to do? A man with lavender hair and blue eyes stood at the front of the Hoshi ninja and looked at Dohei and shouted angrily. Red Star? Tang Ping had seen the information collected by the castle tower and knew that the other party should be Akahashi, who acted for Hoshi Cage. Hand over the star and you can leave. He had no interest in chatting with the other party and directly explained the goal. Star. He is determined to get this treasure. Anyone who dares to snatch it will die. The star is the treasure of our village, I will never give it to you. Akahashi, the agent Xing, flatly refused. If it was an ordinary thing, he wouldn't be able to compromise for the safety of the village and himself. But the problem is, this thing is too important. Chapter 500 The Filial Son appears. Star. How important is it to Xingyiang village? To put it bluntly, without this thing, it would be impossible for the star ninjas to have quasi-shadow masters and jonin. Yes, Akahashi is the quasi-kage, and there are several jonin in the village. Doesn't it sound shabby? But you have to understand that not all small ninja villages are rain ninja villages or grass ninja villages, even the kage level has ninja villages. Some small countries don't even have ninja villages, let alone quasi-kage. The country of bears is short of resources. Originally, even jonin should not appear in this kind of place, but now it even has quasi-shadows. How can it be called shabby? Creating such a miracle is naturally the result of seeing. Without the radiation stimulation of the stars, how could the star ninjas develop so well if they had no resources? Therefore, this star is the foundation of the village, more precious than the lives of the star ninjas, and it is completely impossible to hand it over. Of course, the price to pay for using the star directly is quite high. Not only will it consume your life, but you may even become disabled or die. But this is completely an exchange of equal value. For ninjas, exchanging life for strength is not unacceptable. So in the original plot, the escaped Hojinin General Hoshi to regard it as an evil object is to really have an unhealthy outlook on life. This is the ninja world. In a cruel and bloody place, being able to exchange life for strength is definitely a great benefit. You don't need it yourself, and you still want to destroy this star. It's simply a crime. It can only be said that there is really no shortage of things like the Holy Mother everywhere. And the other party must have never been beaten up by society. Even if it were the world before Dohei traveled through, not many people would refuse if they could exchange their lives for decades in the future for power, let alone in a place like the ninja world. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, as long as I deal with you, the star will be mine. Tang Ping's tone was calm but domineering, and he didn't take the other party's rejection to heart at all. As long as everyone present was eliminated, no one would be able to escape with seeing. Originally, he didn't want to do this, but reality forced him to this point. God's air attack. Hinata Kangyu understood the murderous intention in Dohei's words, and struck directly at Akahashi. His reincarnated eye swept across the audience and began to record the chakra of these ninjas. In this way, the subsequent pursuit can ensure that no ninja will be missed. Relief. The air was blown away, and the transparent fist blasted towards Red Star. Peacock's wonderful method. Fang. Akahashi sensed that something was wrong, so he used the peacock magic technique as a conditioned response. The translucent chakra is like a bird's feathers spreading out in front of him. Boom! A huge collision sounded, and at the same time the ground around Red Star was shattered. The damage range of the divine air attack is not large, but the power is condensed together, so it is really not that easy to block. But Red Star's peacock magic was able to block it. Although it is related to Hinata Kangyu's casual attack and not the full force, it still shows its defensive power. Superior! Akahashi ordered. At this time, he was extremely scared. If he hadn't used the peacock magic technique in time just now, he might have been shattered by this blow. Melting escape. Big fire breathing. Tanghei also took action at this time, but the target was not the star ninja, but the men in black who were divided into small groups. At this time, he had already seen that most of these people were ANBU from major ninja villages. The style of ANBU is somewhat different from that of normal ninjas. And their goal must be to find a way to steal the peacock's secret technique. After all, this secret technique can really fly. But they probably don't know that the prerequisite for practicing the peacock mystical technique is the radiation of a star in order to be successful, and there are also quite a few risks. If they knew the truth, they wouldn't just attack the peacock magic method, but the stars. However, even if he guessed that the thing was not in the hands of these people, Tang Ping was not 100% sure, so he could only ask the other party to die. In one blow, several miscellaneous fish were eliminated. The forward swing of the big flame is too obvious. Even if it does not require a seal, it does not mean that it is easy to hit. How dare you? A ninja in black couldn't help but speak out. Because he really didn't expect that Tang Ping would take action against them. They also know about the Shell organization. Logically speaking, such a mercenary organization would not dare to attack the ANBU of Ninja Village like them. I didn't expect that. If a group of ants dare to stand in front of me, be prepared to be trampled to death by me. Tang Ping controlled his aura tightly, as if he didn't care about them or the ninja village behind him at all. But this is not an illusion, because Tang Ping really thinks so. Isn't wearing a vest just for the purpose of acting wantonly? If you don't wear a vest, you have to worry about the impact. If you wear a vest, you have to worry about it. Then he wears a woolen vest. So when using the identity of the shell organization, Tang Ping really did whatever he wanted. Even Union Village dared to carry rice. What else could he not dare to do? Kill him. Suddenly someone took action. I don't know which ninja village he is from. However, Dohei had too many enemies, especially the Kumo ninja and the IWA ninja. One was carried rice by him, and the other was robbed of the body of the third Reikage. He also blackmailed them once. It would be strange not to hate them. In other words, the shell organization is too mysterious to find its whereabouts. Otherwise, do you really think that these great ninja villages are so good-tempered and don't take revenge? Suddenly, Tang Ping vaguely felt something was wrong. If these night people were really Anbu, they would never be so impulsive. After all, ninjas are not warriors. It is normal to be calm in such a chaotic situation. So these ANBU ninjas who rushed over with red eyes like berserkers, are there something abnormal? No. Red eyes. This is not a description, there is indeed this kind of light flashing in the other person's eyes. Sharingan Genjutsu. After getting rid of several people, Tang Ping suddenly woke up. That is to say, he is so familiar with the Sharingan that he was able to notice this immediately. At the same time, he also confirmed who it was. A great filial son. It's true if you think about it. As an ANBU of Konoha, it's normal for him to come to perform this kind of mission. What's a bit puzzling is that since the other party is here, why hasn't the task been completed yet? With the opponent's strength, it shouldn't be too easy to complete the task. With these thoughts in mind, Dohei also notified Hinata Kangyu through the communication ninjutsu. Great filial piety, Itaki is here, be careful. If you are not careful, you might really capsize in the ditch. Because the opponent is really dangerous. If Hyaga Kangyu is not prepared, he might capsize. But if he is prepared, if the opponent dares to make a move, the Samsara Eye will definitely give the opponent a surprise. Although the Samsara Eye has no bonus against illusions, its pupil power is amazing. And the Mangekyo illusion requires pupil power to restrain white zetsu, tailed beasts, and the like, which are related to Otsutsuki. If you really want to attack the Samsara Eye, it will be a fight of pupil power. The complete Samsara Eye is the same level of pupil technique as the Samsara Eye, so if the filial son thinks that he can be invincible after awakening the Mangekyo, it will definitely be very interesting. No. He is really so arrogant, which can be seen from his future actions when facing Orochimaru. In these two in front of the eyes, everything about you is exposed. It was because of his humiliation that Orochimaru set his sights on the Sharingan. He always talks about the arrogant Uchiha, but Ataka himself is the most arrogant one. Who makes him really qualified? His strength is improving like a cheat. He opened the Mangeki and entered the cage level in his teens. It's simply an inhuman rhythm. I just hope that after today, he can still maintain his arrogance. While thinking about this, Du Ping began to get out. Knowing that Daziazi was there, he certainly wouldn't risk rushing in front, after all, his condition was not very good. In fact, Don Ping's approach is not cowardly, but it is indeed very useful. Because a man in black had originally approached him, but because he pulled away, he had to change his target. Next, the battle originally at normal difficulty will be promoted to nightmare difficulty.